is up, L.A.? It is an incredible Tuesday. We got a lot to cover here, and you are listening to D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports. Derek Fisher, in case you don't know, he has 5 rings, and he's wearing a really sweet shirt today. And Cody Decker, and I have 3 minor league rings, and I'm wearing a pretty sweet V-neck myself. Welcome to the show. Lots to cover today, and of course, 855-97-LA-FAN. That is our phone number. If you're driving around in your Los Angeles commute, we want to hear from you. And of course, take us on the go with the Odyssey app and get a look at us right now on YouTube, because that is at the Fan LA. Get in the chat, get in the conversation. Whoo, we got a lot to cover. First things first, D-Fish, yesterday, I don't leave the studio right after the show because Brazil takes on Japan. So I go over to
Did Raj hold you hostage?
He didn't hold me hostage, but we decided we're going to do this together.
Okay.
I want to see Brazil, and I want to see basically Raj's roots. You know, Raj is talking about we and
his actual roots.
Yeah.
Did he speak Portuguese?
It was a tough one for my country yesterday.
Oh, no, I was talking about his hair specifically. I wanted to take a look at the
Got
roots
it.
and see.
All
Well,
right.
it's amazing how strong his hairline is. No. So we're in the back, just sitting there watching the match, and I was getting excited because Raj was getting some panic, some serious panic at 10:30 a.m. as Japan's up, and. Listen, I leave after the first half. I try to hustle to the gym, and I get there. I get to the gym in time. I only miss about 5 minutes of the second half as I'm sitting there in the gym, and I'm doing squats. I'm ripping out a set, heavy weight, because, Daddy lifts a lot. All of a sudden, I just hear D-Fish's lovely, lovely voice in my ear. Because I got YouTube TV going here on my phone, right? Just on the rack, not paying attention, not looking at it, want to listen to the game. Just D-Fish's beautiful voice. Just, we play because we love it. We play because we're mentors. We play because we care about the kids. And I'm sitting there like, dude, what? Did my phone just go back over to like today's show? And I look over and there's D-Fish in a commercial during the World Cup. D-Fish, please talk to me. What the hell's going on? How much are you getting on that World Cup money, my guy?
Oh, man, none. 0, buddy.
Come on, that's not a national commercial. That's an international commercial.
Yeah, no, I think that's only in California.
You should be getting Super Bowl money for that.
right. Yeah, no, I am an advisory board member of the Play Equity Fund, and we just had a bill signed into law by Governor Gavin Newsom.
Let's go.
AB 749. Just establishes a Blue Ribbon Commission here in California to study basically the inequities that exist in youth sports.
My God, are so many of them.
Just it's really bad. There are young people that, depending on their zip code and where they live, just too negatively impacted by lack of access to resources to just play and move and be healthier, access to sports programs. And sports programs are not about really getting them to pro leagues. It's really about the life skills that young people learn through sports. That's really what it's all about. So we got this bill passed. I'm really excited. Play Equity Fund's an extension of LA 84, which still is having impact in SoCal all the way from the 1984 Olympics.
Oh, wow.
There was a surplus from that Olympic Games that was basically became an endowment and still having impact in Los Angeles to this day.
Let's go.
So,
and by the way, if there is not a better reason to have the next Olympics here than that right there, I mean, 2028, sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. That's the hope. Obviously, things are much more expensive than they were in 1984.
Oh, boy. Aren't they? Aren't they?
But the hope for sure is that, similar to this World Cup, just young people being inspired by seeing athletes that look like them and from the countries they're from where their grandparents are from, or whatever it is that gets your attention to want to strive to be your best. So, yeah, that's what the commercial was about. I got paid $0. Hopefully it impacts some kids.
You're just
sometimes.
A good guy.
Some people feel that way,
Look
not
at
everybody.
You. Look at you, my man. No, I'm just like, and I agree. That's something that is very personal to me as well. I was very lucky growing up in Los Angeles and luckily having enough funds to be able to play a lot of baseball growing up. But it's not lost on me that I'm one of the lucky ones. I mean, it is such an expensive endeavor nowadays to play any sport, let alone if you're trying to play club, let alone if you're trying to become a professional in that realm. I think it's a wonderful cause, and anything that gets it more expensive, gets more kids out on the field, gets more kids out in the house into communities. Could not agree more, and you're a good man for doing it.
I appreciate it, Dick. I appreciate that.
My guy. But hey, there was also some World Cup matches. Oh, and by the way, as much as I enjoyed watching Raj absolutely panic,
He was squirming, huh?
He was, but Brazil got it right in the second half. They get ahead the equalizer, and of course, with only about 3 minutes to play in extra time, goes ahead and gets the lead. Devastating Japan. Boy, if there's one thing that I've noticed in this World Cup, and it's funny, yesterday we were talking a little bit about Roki Sasaki and how much he cared, and like he's in the dugout after a rough outing with tears in his eyes. This World Cup, seeing how grown men, professional athletes, can't hide their emotion after these losses. And in moments that are absolutely huge, like watching some of the Japanese players. And by the way, if you've never played against professional Japanese athletes, I have. They are some of the most professional, proper dudes you could ever meet in your life. Watching these guys just bawling their eyes out after the loss, like truly, it matters more to them than anything in the history of the planet. And also seeing the Brazil players, like almost consoling some of the Japanese players. There is something about this tournament that I have never seen anything like it in the world, especially during a time that we're currently living in, where we got like guys like what's jackass from the UFC yelling, "I don't think men should ever show their emotions ever. Bury it deep inside until it kills you."
Yeah,
we're not getting that in the World Cup. I'm loving it.
No. And like you said, the timing is like almost perfect. I mean, there's so much, news outside of sports a lot of times that almost like makes us feel like if you're not out in the world, if you're not watching what's happening, it makes us feel like we're more against each other and divided.
It's wild, isn't it?
What actually people feel. And all the videos, all the content, the way all these people from around the world have merged and blended in terms of people from different countries having a great time.
It's almost like we like each other a lot more than we're told that we do.
Interesting.
Strange how that happens. I saw somebody make this really great comparison saying, and it's kind of gone viral, but the World Cup is like all of your cousins getting together once every 4 years, having the time of their lives, but we don't see each other every year because our families hate each other. So it's because our parents all hate each other. We're all good. Like, truly, if there's one thing I've learned in the World Cup, we're all good. Right. We're perfectly fine. It's all the politicians everywhere that's actually the worst.
Yeah, no, it's been a joy to watch. It provides a different type of fan experience. We're so accustomed, especially here in America, we're so accustomed to our teams that are from our cities or the team that we root for, and we literally can see nothing outside of it. And the World Cup kind of reminds you that almost what sports is really about. It's about the accomplishments and the scores and the results on the field, but at the end of the day, it brings people together in a way that not much else can and ever will do.
Well, before we get to the most exciting parts of the World Cup, I do want to go ahead and play that back-breaking goal that absolutely got to Japan. Brazil getting the lead 2-1. Here it is.
Down that right-hand side. Cut back and not taking advantage of it. Tanaka's given the ball away there. Bruno Guimaraes. Oh, and here's a chance. Martinelli! Brazil have won it! They've stolen it right at the death! Brazil are going through!
That, of course, from Fox. Hottest play of the game from Next Gen, the next generation of home comfort. Did you hear that, Raj?
Oh, I heard it.
Stole it.
I heard it.
Stole it. You
you know they earned it.
Thieves. Yeah. You belong in prison.
Well, when you say thieves, it's funny. That was the latest goal in regulation of knockout round history.
Wild.
Just that late doesn't happen. You usually go to extra time, then you go to pins, which I'm sure we'll get to. Jesus, I couldn't turn off the TV yesterday.
Dude.
Every time I tried to work out or do something productive, get ready for the show, go to the store, I couldn't go nowhere, Fish. I couldn't go anywhere, Decker, because even at the gym, everybody was ooh and ah for the Germany game, and then the pins, and we've talked about it, and some idiot fans were saying they could make a penalty kick in the World Cup.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Oh, come on now.
All right, so remember last week, we were asking, and by the way, Andrew came in. Our boss Andrew comes into the studio after we talked about this last week. Last week we had a question. You asked a very simple question. Could you make a goal in a penalty kick situation at the World Cup? And because mainly I didn't feel like disrespecting soccer players because I do appreciate what's happening out there, said, no, I don't think I could. Now, could I luck into one? Sure. Yeah, I could probably luck into one if you give me 10 shots against a very professional goalie. Maybe. But at the end of the day, what I watched yesterday, the answer is a resounding no. No, I cannot. Because those are the best damn soccer players on planet Earth. And they couldn't do it yesterday. And dude, 2 matches yesterday going to penalty kicks. D-Fish, it was electric. It was as electric as it gets. First, let's start with Germany, who had every opportunity. Now, this is a top 10 team in the nation, D-Fish. In the world, D-Fish. And this team, going to penalties, just blew it. They missed, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, was it 3 penalty kicks missed by Germany? Yes, 3 penalty kicks missed by Germany. And some of these, dude, were not missed by a little. Like, there was one particular penalty kick, specifically in the Netherlands match against Morocco last night, which also was absolutely electric going to penalties. Dude, this guy missed by the size of a 1984 Buick. Like, I was blown away. Dude, no, D-Fish, it was so insane. The goalie jumped left, just guessing, jumping left, wide open goal. Dude kicks left, but misses left by about 3 feet. Like, he missed, it might have been 3 feet, but it definitely looked like 103 feet.
So in those situations, I would, like, it's different than basketball, right? If you're at the end of a game, you might go to the free throw line, or you might catch a ball and, have a shot, and maybe you're wide open and the guy's trying to jump and contest, but you're not. I don't know. You have to figure out a way to stay locked in. I would imagine the penalty kick is more like in baseball, where as soon as it's almost like the pitcher is the goalie, and then the guy kicking the ball is trying to guess what the goalie's going to do, and then he overthought it. I think when that goalie jumped left, because he probably studies the percentages on, different player tendencies.
I have to assume, yes.
And, hey, this guy kicks the ball left 67% of the time. He goes right 33% of the time. So in a penalty kick situation, your best guess is to guess left. Mm-hmm. And that's probably what he did. And the guy, as he was about to kick, he was like,
missed it.
He guessed the right way.
Noonan. Awful stuff.
It was a wrap.
Hey, Raj, talk to me. This is a legitimate question. So, when you're doing penalty kicks, I'm assuming they have all the math on every single guy. They know all their probably, when it comes to penalty kicks, they probably know their percentages on where they like to go.
Of course.
But my question is, how much of that is thrown out in their head, and they're also just watching what's right in front of them? Because you see the guy that's a little bit of gamesmanship, sprinting to the ball, stopping last second, couple twinkle toes little things, then going for the kick.
Yeah.
How much is real-time decision-making, and how much is mathematics overtime?
My man, it is a game within the game.
I know.
You do the scouting. Players have tendencies. Goalies have tendencies. But you know that I know that you know that I know. So I know. And then you get up there, you get cute, and you do the stutter. And a lot of guys, if it's not in your routine, you're going to F it up. You're going to bottle it. You're going to bottle it.
Man, kudos, man. That's the first time I heard you speak Portuguese, man, from Brazil. What you just said.
Who said when?
I know that that was straight Portuguese.
Straight up. Look at you. You are Brazilian. Dude, we take back everything we've said about you. Hold on. What happened to your mic? Your mic's gone.
Cody saw me standing for the national anthem and all that. But
dude, he didn't know a single word.
Oh, I did.
Didn't know
he
a
didn't
single
know
word.
The words.
No, I know I didn't know the words. I knew that you didn't know the words.
But getting real talk, though, you can just see, and then I know, and so it's a game within the game. So there are tendencies, and try and make them do something uncomfortable, but then they know that, and you're going back and forth, and that's what F's with your head. And you see some guys just go up and bam, I'm whacking, and some guys dance around, think about it, and then the goalie does. It's a mind game that like no other.
Dude, and watching it come down to this, and I'm going to go back to that Germany game. D-Fish, if I could tell you to go and watch 10 minutes of time, just go watch that Germany final when it came down to the pins, because not only did Germany have a chance to win this match, they blew it. They absolutely blew it. It looked like they were about to go down. And Paraguay, who, by the way, the U.S. boat race to start this entire thing, goes ahead and takes the lead, and then they blew it to end this thing. So they go to extra penalty kicks, so Germany had an extra opportunity to blow this. It was astounding. And by the way, top 10 in the world, Germany goes down. Also top 10 in the world, Netherlands goes down. This is like a brand new world of soccer.
Yeah.
And now I don't know about you, but I'm feeling even better about the U.S. because the U.S. is going in their group of 32, right? Knockout against Bosnia to go to 16. Right now in 16 is Paraguay, who the U.S. kicked the ass of. Dude, we're going to 8. I know I shouldn't be looking forward, but we're going all the way, baby. This is all about us. I bought my U.S. kit yesterday. I'm fired up.
Yeah, no, Germany, that hurt me right there as far as our in-house blind draft that we did with our teams. Like, Germany was my top team. So they're done. So I might as well stop worrying about
You did get a point. You got a point for your pool. Congratulations.
Yeah, and then Morocco won, so that helped.
Congratulations on that.
Yeah,
that was a bit of, I wouldn't say an upset, but like, dude, you should have seen the tears in the eyes of the Moroccan fans last night.
Yeah, that was special.
Just sobbing. It was great to see.
That was special.
D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We also had ourselves a Dodger game last night against the Oakland, Vegas, Sacramento A's, and dude, it was a hitting barrage. Every player, with the exception of Mookie Betts, had 2 hits on the night. He only had himself 1 knock. Another home run from Max Muncy against his counterpart, Max Muncy. Did you see that at all, D-Fish? This is actually true. So Max Muncy hit 7th last night, playing third base for the Los Angeles Dodgers. For the Oakland A's, Max Muncy hitting 7th, playing third for the Sacramento A's.
And they're not related?
Not related.
What?
Same name, same position, played against each other in the same spot.
Born on the same date.
Born on the same day.
Way.
No, not same day, same date.
Date, I know, because one's much older.
Okay.
Our Max Muncy is older than their Max Muncy, yes.
So he was named after him, or do we have his parents?
No, he's not. He's not 20 years older than that Max Muncy. He's like 6 years older than that Max Muncy.
Wow.
So 2 Max Muncys, 1 baseball game in Major League Baseball, same position, same batting order. Our Max won by getting 2 hits, one of which being a home run, and of course Shohei Ohtani with a towering blast last night. Dodgers once again rolling 55th win of the season. Eric Lauer getting the win off that hitting barrage. Tonight we got Justin Robleski. You know what's funny? Yesterday we talked a lot about Roki Sasaki and a lot about Emmett Sheehan. There is also an aspect where Eric Lauer could be on this same type of chopping block as those 2 guys, but Eric Lauer has been pitching some pretty good baseball lately, where Roki and Emmett, it's still been a little bit shaky. So when we see Blake Snell come off the IL, that's going to be very, very interesting, D-Fish. But, dude, it's seemingly the Dodgers' world because they're getting healthy. Teoscar Hernandez was back last night. He had 2 hits, so he looks like he's missing no time whatsoever. Whew.
So
who's going to stop these guys?
in a long baseball season?
Yeah.
How many times do you like peak and valley? You know, because the season's so long.
You mean like individually or for a player?
I think I'm asking in this context as a team. Even I know obviously for players, like very rarely the whole team of players is not going to be playing their best at the same time all season. So you're going to have individual peaks and valleys. But I feel like right now the Dodgers are in a peak as a team.
Always. And
so, but over the course of a 162-game regular season, how many times, do teams go way up, and then there's going to be a stretch where the Dodgers probably go back down for
You would think so.
Because it's hard to play this well in June and expect it to just ride the wave all the way through October.
So to me, the Dodgers, it's their depth. Like we talk about the Dodgers' depth and how good this should have been this last month. Should have been a valley. Just should have been. Teoscar Hernandez was out. Tommy Edman was out at the time. They were missing Blake. They're missing Blake Trinan. They were missing Blake Snell. They were missing. Their IL was filled up. This should have absolutely been a valley. But other guys stepped up. Shohei started coming out of it and absolutely started raking. Freddie Freeman started hitting like Freddie Freeman. The role guys really stepped up to the plate while the stars were not. So, quite frankly, the Dodgers should have peaks and valleys, but seemingly there's just too many guys depth-wise that pick up the pace. It is just It is a really complete baseball team.
And yes, with superstar talent at the top of it, which obviously helps your depth. But again, we've talked a lot about the depth really coming from guys that have just, continued to work their way up and put the time in. And,
Completely.
Like you said, young guys, whether Sheehan and the pitchers, Eric Lauer, with the pitching staff being so negatively impacted, but Will Smith as a catcher, which is arguably the most important guy.
Need him back. He's still technically day-to-day with his neck injury. He's gotten a cortisone shot, but it's looking more likely he's not going to be back until after the All-Star break, which makes sense to me because, frankly, I know the team ERA is up without him back there and Dalton Rushing running things behind the plate, but they're still winning. And because they're still winning, I see no real reason to rush him back until he's really needed, because you're going to need him in October. That, frankly, as long as Will Smith is back in time to hold this pitching staff down when it matters the most, I can't believe I'm saying this. I don't care. Take all the time you need.
Yeah, I would imagine as a catcher, to be fresh or fresher than usual is going to be a good thing for Will Smith. Instead of being super banged up already halfway through the season, he's going to hopefully be able to be fresh and healthy the rest of the way.
Completely, and that would be a huge thing for the Dodgers. Will Smith still day-to-day, no new news on him yet, but of course, that injury report brought to you by Ozaran Law, the injured worker hotline. Guys, we got a lot of show for you today. More on the Dodgers later on, of course, previewing tonight's game against the A's. Of course, Justin Robleski back on the mound. We got to talk World Cup as the day goes forward. We got some games for you. Comedian Brad Williams joining us live on the show in the 8 o'clock hour. Can't wait to have my old buddy Brad Williams out here. Hilarious comedian. And of course, coming up, them Lakers, there are rumors that we got to talk about because sources are doing their thing by sourcing. And that's one thing D-Fish loves, so we got to go ahead and talk about it right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Back, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. 855-97-LA Fan. That is 855-975-2326. Hopefully you're joining us right now on your LA commute right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And you can get in the chat right now on YouTube at The Fan LA. Let us know what you guys think of these topics. Of course, we opened up talking about the World Cup, a little bit about the Dodgers, but we got to get back over to the Lake Show because the Lakers got a lot of rumors around them. And, dude, D-Fish, we talked a lot yesterday specifically about the LeBron of it all. And I gotta say, as yesterday kept going forward, I've always been very loud. Like we even posted a clip on our Instagram page, and in case you haven't checked that out, check it out at The Fan LA. There was a really good clip of you discussing specifically LeBron James here in LA, and you did mention something that did resonate with me quite a bit, and it was in that clip, and it was about the idea that a lot of Laker fans would actually be really happy to see LeBron era kind of end here in LA. And the more I thought about that, the more I realized there is an aspect of that is absolutely true. And I'll use myself as an example. As a card-carrying Laker fan my entire life, I didn't love a lot of the LeBron era Lakers run. Because to me, it didn't feel like a Lakers team. It felt like a LeBron team. There were times where it felt a little bit like a vanity project rather than like a championship going for Laker team. Whether that's true or not, that was just kind of like my feeling and read of it as just a Laker fan. However, these last couple of years, I've really kind of grown to appreciate the LeBron era and everything he brought to the team. And I think it's also really important to always remind ourselves exactly what LeBron walked into with the Lakers. It was that Swaggy P era. It was that Iggy Azalea era of the Lakers between Kobe and LeBron, where it was really like a 4-year no man's land here in LA. So I'm also really appreciative of him kind of re-legitimizing the Lakers at a time when they needed it. But the more I started thinking about it yesterday, and a couple of our listeners mentioning the phrase ripping off the Band-Aid, the more excited I'm getting about the idea of ripping off the Band-Aid and maybe not bringing back LeBron. Maybe letting him go and do this Golden State thing. Apparently Rich Paul really wants it to happen based on how many leaks we're getting about the situation. I don't know. I'm starting to think maybe it would be best case scenario for LeBron to move on and the Lakers to kind of allocate that money to building up as big as they can around Luka and Austin Reeves and the players they currently have.
I mean, it's fair to have that as a perspective. I mean, you know, it's interesting. Yeah, I don't know how. I think the conversation and how we have these talks are just so vastly different now because of how it lives on, and it can get into the algorithm of discussion and debate, and all of a sudden something that wasn't designed or said to be positive or negative, it just is an opinion.
It is.
Like, it just turns into something. And
by the way, I didn't take what you said as positive or negative either. I think it was actually a really fair assessment of a good vocal portion of Laker fans.
Yeah, which is again, like, where, like, if you peel that back, like, where does that come from? Like, and what are you know, oftentimes if you have that stance, like, what is it that you're seeing somebody else doing that makes you feel like this is not up to your standard or not up to your expectations? Like, I've gone through what it's looked like over the last 8 years. So who else is, like, so dominant in the NBA that it should feel like somehow LeBron has held the Lakers back? Like, has he actually?
I don't think so. Personally, not at all.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Like, so that's kind of, I like to just, at least when we're having conversations, like, let's really look at all the facts here. Don't just emotionally respond and react to something.
It can't just be vibes.
Nah. It, like, really stop for a second and think, okay, from 2018 to now in 2026, only one organization has won 2 championships. The Golden State Warriors.
Yep.
2018, nobody was beating the Warriors. Like, the Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, that combination of guys, like, they were heads above everybody else in the league. All right, so give them that one. 2019 then. There's been no repeat champions.
Yeah.
So the Lakers haven't lagged so far behind all these other teams in the NBA that, in my opinion, should make it feel like, oh my God, LeBron or this guy or that guy, or, you know, the Lakers are just not ever going to well, who else is? Mm-hmm. Like, nobody else is outpacing everybody else that should make it feel like the Lakers have had any issues. Like, what we've seen is an evolution in how the NBA systems are created and managed, and it was designed to create what is happening.
It's baked into the actual CBA
literally
practically.
Every year, a new champion. Mm-hmm. And part of it is sports is a copycat business world, and we've very rarely seen in the NFL, which the NFL is king in the U.S. in terms of
very much so
revenue, money generated, viewership, attendance.
The NFL is making more money than Major League Baseball, the NBA, MLS, and probably all the other leagues combined.
I mean, it's not even close.
It's just happening.
And you don't see a lot of repeat champions in the NFL.
You do not.
For a lot of different reasons, the physicality of the sport and, injuries. But a lot of it is because of the hard salary cap. It forces teams, after they win one championship, financially it's almost impossible to, bring that team back together in a way that would allow you to compete for a Super Bowl.
Just can't afford it.
And so, even though basketball doesn't have a hard salary cap, the first apron, second apron, luxury tax system kind of creates a semi-harder cap.
Yes.
So it's forced teams to make these harder decisions, where the Boston Celtics won the title in 2024 and literally had to kind of let the whole team go a year later because they just couldn't afford the system or chose not to want to live at the top of that system. So again, the whole conversation around LeBron, which is how this started, yes, the Lakers can move forward, can move into a new era. It's Luka's team, it's Austin Reeves' team. That's totally clear. It's LeBron's choice on what type of situation he wants to be in. But let's not just kind of throw out these mass assumptions and opinions that somehow the Lakers are being weighed down by LeBron.
I couldn't agree more.
Therefore, if he does end up somewhere else, the Lakers are just going to be on this trajectory into this upward thing. That's not automatically going to happen
Absolutely
just because
isn't.
He's not here.
No, agreed more. Couldn't agree more. And by the way, you've also said something earlier this week. You can't take a LeBron James and recreate him in the aggregate. He is LeBron James. He's one of one. And I'm not saying that I want to move on from LeBron because he's holding us back. That's for damn sure. I'm just thinking, listen, if LeBron comes back, I'm a happy camper. Why would I be upset of a LeBron James playing on my Lakers? Yay, give me more LeBron James. But if he does decide to move on, I'm not going to be as angry about it as I thought I was going to be. I'm actually kind of excited about it. Not because I'm excited that LeBron's leaving. I'm excited at the possibility of maybe we can finally see what this team can do with that money a little bit, because we've been here in the summer of 26. What can they do in the summer of 26 if they don't have to pay LeBron? Now, that being said, there is no remote guarantee that it's going to be better. In fact, I'd be willing to venture the guess it'll be worse.
So I mean, again, I don't disagree with that theory. That's really, most people just like change in some situations, and in other situations we're afraid of change.
Completely.
So it's sometimes it's just interesting how we decide we just want to see something different, even though the results may say something else. Imagine if you're the way Steph Curry is revered in Golden State because he's been there his whole career.
Yeah.
Right? The Laker fans haven't had that experience necessarily. And so, I could see how some people would feel hey, it's time to turn the page and look towards just a new era, not necessarily in a negative way.
Absolutely. Well, what do you guys think? 855-97-LA fan. Let's go to George and Cali. Talk to us. You're on with D-Fish and Decker.
Morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Chilling.
Quick question. Well, two questions real quick. One thing, I know you guys are having a LeBron discussion. Mm-hmm. Would you think the Lakers would do kind of sign and trade type of situation? And then if they didn't do that, what type of cap space would we have if we didn't, I guess, sign him again and move forward with our offense?
I mean, it's do you think is LeBron a type of guy you can even do a sign and trade with in this day and age?
I mean, it depends. It's all about relationships in terms of sign and trade. Like the player and the agent, and the team have to have the type of relationship that you'd want to work together, even if you're parting ways. And that's not always a viable option. You could, subtle things like the Lakers, deciding to make the call to keep Bronny and his contract wasn't fully guaranteed, but they made a decision where they're going to continue to move forward with him. So those are little things that could play a role in a possible sign and trade type of conversation. Because if I'm the Lakers, I can say to you as a family, like, we believe in Bronny, we're committed to him, we're going to make sure he continues to develop even if you're no longer here.
Mm-hmm.
Which then, as a human being, as a father, you're going to appreciate. And maybe, not saying for sure, maybe that would be something that you would consider if you know you're leaving.
It's a good incentive.
If you know you're leaving to go somewhere else, hey, man, this team was good to me. They were good to my family, good to my son. Going to continue to allow him to, build out his NBA journey. All right, like, we'll do a sign and trade, which could also help this, like, the financial situation in whatever team he would be going to. It could also help clear a little bit more space if that team is giving up a pick or giving up a player, sending back to LA. That opens up a roster spot and possibly a little bit more money for LeBron to fit into. So these are all hypotheticals, but there's definitely a part of.
But they're coming fast, man.
Sure.
They're coming fast because the trade deadline, I believe actually the trade window actually opens today at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So looking forward to seeing everything that takes place, even though it seems like we know everything that's about to somewhat takes place. But guys, there is a massive birthday today that we need to celebrate on this show because we celebrate birthdays of those that we love and revere. So because of that, it's leading to today's Top 5 right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Sports. Let's bring in the hype man, Raj. Do a little top 5.
That's right, gentlemen. This is one of the most notorious top 5s we've had on this show. That's right, because it is the 60th birthday of Mr. Mike Tyson.
60
So,
years
so many
old.
lists we could do here, but I think I had to go with Mike Tyson's most memorable moments in and out of the ring. So I'm sure there's plenty to choose from, so let's get it started. D-Fish, your number 5.
Número 5.
Yeah, I mean, for me, with Mike Tyson, like most of my moments are just in the ring. I mean, he obviously has some out of the ring moments. You know,
he probably has more out of the ring moments than in, but let's do it.
Crazy to think about.
Wait. He was a boxer?
Yeah, I'm like, that's crazy, right?
Wow.
Yeah, no, I mean, when he became the youngest, heavyweight champion in the world, like I remember that as a kid, 11, 12 years old. Hearing about this guy from Catskill, New York, becoming the youngest heavyweight champion ever at 20 years old. So that, for me, is number 5. Like that, I wasn't heavy into boxing. It wasn't a sport I grew up in or with. But when I started hearing about this guy that's 20 years old beating up everybody, that's when I kind of started tuning in. So that's number 5 for me.
It was before my time, but winning the title against Trevor Berbick unquestionably is the greatest moment for him. Number 5 for me, right there. Granted, I did have to watch it on like ESPN Classics.
Oh, they're great fights.
But I can't stress this enough. Watching old like YouTube clips of just Tyson's punching people and knocking dudes' asses out.
Yep.
Whew, he was the scariest man who ever lived.
When he was with Customato, before Customato passed, that was the scariest thing you've seen in heavyweights.
God.
All right, Fish. Number 4, Mike
Número
Tyson.
4.
Number 4 for me, the fight against Michael Spinks, I think it was 88. The build up to the fight was just, Michael Spinks was an OG, somebody that people respected in the fight game.
He wanted nothing to do with that fight, too.
But here's the thing, and this is where it got tough. Like, watching Mike Tyson fights was like the biggest anti-climax experience in the world.
Yeah.
Like, all the lead up, in 91 seconds, he destroyed this dude's whole life.
Yeah.
And it just, you talking about scary and intimidating before the fight even started. Like, just walking in the ring, all black trunks, black shoes,
No towel.
like just total destruction.
Yeah.
That was him at his peak too. Like all like his like as off the ring stuff started happening. It was like a nightmare. But dude, him knocking him out and the look on Michael Spinks' face. He did not want to be in that ring
talking
at
about seeing
any
ghosts.
given moment. Like,
All right, what's your number 4?
dude? That is it. Number 4.
Oh,
Knocking
okay.
out Michael
We gotta
Spinks.
say damn
I'm
number 4
agreeing
then.
with him.
All right.
Yeah, that is my number 4.
Número 4.
Okay.
Michael
All right.
Spinks getting his ass knocked out in 91 seconds,
Yeah.
looking terrified the entire time. By the way, he was a title holder going into
Oh,
that
yeah.
fight.
He was a champ.
And at the time, Michael only had 3 titles. Well, he left with 4, and Michael Spinks is sold.
Spinks beat Larry Holmes to win those titles, so he didn't get him cheaply. He beat a Hall of Famer, Larry Holmes.
Well, no one remembers it.
Yeah, all right. Okay, now we're on to number 3.
Número 3.
Mike Tyson.
Number 3. Yeah, number 3 is it's a top moment because we remember it, but it's not the best moments, I guess. Number 3 for me is when the ear biting started with Evander Holyfield. Like it was like disconcerting. I had never seen anything like it before. I was confused. At first, I didn't really like. I was like, "What is
Evander
it?"
Holyfield never heard about anything like that either.
Oh my gosh! I was like,
Get it? Because it was his ear.
what just happened? Like, no way he bit his ear off.
Twice.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
man. Oh man, that was hard to watch. I was still on the Mike Tyson train going into that fight, so I hated to see him.
And that was the second fight because he had got knocked out the first
Yeah,
time.
that's
So I
it.
think so. What happened here? Mike Tyson knew, like, damn, ain't a damn thing changed. Let me get out of this.
Yeah.
Might as well just bite him.
Yeah, that was hard to watch.
Sometimes
man.
you're hungry.
That was stop it.
What?
Hungry for a win.
Every once in a while, you
right.
gotta see things get appetizing. My number 3 is Mike Tyson now. And this is an interview he did with a young child, and I think this is the greatest interview of all time because Mike Tyson has no idea he's being interviewed by a young child.
What type of legacy would you like to leave behind when it's all said and done? I don't know. I don't believe in the word legacy. I think that's another word for ego. That's just some word everybody grabbed onto. Now it's used every 5 seconds. It means absolutely nothing to me. I'm just passing through. I'm going to die, and it's going to be over.
I wish we turned on the music a tick so we could have heard it, but yes, just very adamantly, we're all going to die. Legacy doesn't matter. We're all going to be dust. This young child just stares up at him like, what was that? What? What's going to happen? We could die? It's unbelievable. Please check out the greatest interview of all time by Mike Tyson in that one.
And that was before Jake Paul fight, I believe.
That was before the Jake Paul fight. Mike Tyson looked like, yeah, I'm about to take a lot of money to do something that doesn't matter. Like, nothing matters. We're all going to die.
All right, that leads us to the number 2 Mike
Número
Tyson moment.
dos.
Mike Tyson now or more recent. I thought the scenes in The Hangover, the first like his first time appearing in that was pure comedy to me. I didn't see it coming. The face tattoo and everything that Ed Helms ended up getting on his face. That was pretty good stuff. I really didn't see Mike Tyson having a space in that film, but the whole tiger scene and was pretty good. Mike Tyson has had a great post-fight career.
Yes, he has.
Type of movement in terms of acting and the cannabis stuff that he's into. Mike Tyson in The Hangover is that's a pretty cool moment.
I was gonna do the ear bite, which definitely belongs on my list, but I think you did a great job covering it. So instead, I'm gonna go WrestleMania 14 when he was the guest referee between Stone Cold Steve Austin and Shawn Michaels. Why is this so important? Because this match launched the Attitude Era in the WWF at the time. Stone Cold Steve Austin became champion, and that led to Stone Cold versus Mr. Vince McMahon, which took over the wrestling world for the next 4 years. And it all started with Mike Tyson counting the 1, 2, 3 at WrestleMania 14.
And by the way, they were losing WrestleMania.
They
WWE
almost went out of business
because
of
Hulk Hogan and them were doing that
WCW.
WCW, and that brought them back on par with them, and then later they kind of took it back over. So that's a good moment there. All right, that leads us to the number 1 Mike Tyson moment, because happy birthday, Mike Tyson! It is his 60th birthday. Fish, what you got?
Número uno.
Yeah, for me, this one's tough. It was between 2 fights. There's a fight in '88 against Larry Holmes, and then the fight in '96 when he was released from prison. And as a kid or a young person, you're thinking like, I didn't even know why he was in prison. We heard some things, whether you agree or not. His absolute destruction of Larry Holmes in 1988. Again, I'm 14, so I'm watching. He's like 22 years old. I've heard of Michael Spinks. Almost died fighting Mike Tyson in 90 seconds. I've heard of Larry Holmes. Oh my God, bro! In 4 rounds, the way he treated this man was so disrespectful. The power he showed as a teenager, I'm watching somebody at such the peak powers of what he does. It just left a long-lasting impression on me. So I'll go with '88. His fight against Larry Holmes that I remember so vividly as nobody's ever going to beat this guy ever in life. He's winning every fight he ever has ever.
Dude, I box a lot, and every once in a while, I remember every time I throw an uppercut, I just sit around thinking that uppercut sucks. I just think about what Michael's uppercut destroys lives. What am I even doing in this ring? Anyways, here is my number 1 Mike Tyson moment, and we go to the clip.
But I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. One more time, guys. Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Jesus.
In the air tonight, knocking out Zach Galifianakis perfectly in tune to Phil Collins in The Hangover is maybe one of the greatest moments in movie history. So much so, I wasn't going to see that movie. I remember I saw the trailer. I'm like, oh, yeah, this looks like a fun buddy comedy. Until the end of the trailer with that Mike Tyson moment when they just, Mike Tyson? And I remember going, Yeah, dude, I'm seeing this movie. This movie's going to be special. And it was.
Oh, the timing of the "Oh Jesus" was absolutely.
So, what about you, Raj? Any Mike Tyson moments we left out for you?
Yes. Actually, the interview when he was about to fight Lennox Lewis. When
I'm going to eat your children.
Yeah. And it was prior to that. I mean, just like I said, a great fighter, especially when Customato was there. But afterward, just relied a little bit too much on slugging, stopped the footwork, stopped the head bobbing and weaving. And obviously, for me, the greatest moment in the ring is actually a loss, Buster Douglas. That was just
really
unbelievable because it wasn't even on a lot of cards. You couldn't bet it because it was such a mismatch. And that's when he just lost his ways from Customato.
Well, you know what? I mean, there was a couple of things. There was also Holyfield was in that stadium because the next fight was supposed to be Holyfield. Yeah. And then we didn't get it for another decade because he went to prison and everything that happened.
He also did not train for this fight. He was out there playing with pigeons and stuff.
He looked awful.
Yeah, it was amazing. So that's what happened. Hey guys, you said the trade deadline is at 6 p.m. today. Does Kawhi get traded today? What are your percentages?
Well, not the trade deadline. The free agency.
Free agency opens.
Yeah. Does he? But you can still trade him obviously because we had a trade with John Morant, which we'll talk about in the next segment actually. But
says you.
Yeah, as well as some Dodger stuff. But what do you think?
I mean, this sounds pretty serious, I feel like I think it's going to happen. I don't think the Clippers are going to sign him to a long-term contract extension at this point. There's no reason to do that as an organization at this time, separate from the stuff off the court, like the aspiration stuff. It's just more from a basketball and roster construction perspective. It's time to flip the page, like just start anew. Get Ty Lue some guys that are young and hungry and thirsty and ready to go.
Well, we're going to talk about that, plus the rest of the opportunities that are taking place today, because yes, it is going to happen. The free agency opens up today at 6. It's going to be a wild time. What do the Lakers do? What do everybody do? And what do we do right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Back 855-97-LA fan. That's 855-975-2326. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. Of course, we got Hype Man Raj in the back. We got Crash over there making us look real good over here on YouTube at The Fan LA. Go ahead and get in the chat and be a part of this conversation. Of course, our phone number 855-97-LA fan. All right, man. We got to talk a little bit about the NBA free agency opening up. But first things first, I want to ask you this. Did you see what Manny Machado said this weekend, dude?
No.
Dude, if there's one thing, I'm a Manny Machado fan, and I know that might not be a positive thing to say here in Los Angeles, California. I know Manny Machado had a very short run here with the Dodgers. I know it didn't end up well after they didn't get through to the World Series that season, and of course he goes and signs a mega deal down to the Padres, then of course his extension, and he has been a very vocal, how do I put it, Dodger detractor over the years, to say the least. Well, he, after losing a series 2-1 against the Dodgers last weekend, he had some things to say about the Dodgers that were kind of unique along the lines, basically just trying to get his point across that the Dodgers are not the best team in Major League Baseball. He really wanted us to know that after getting beaten 2 of the 3 games, wanted to let everybody know that, we just swept the Braves and they're real good. And it was like a really weird thing. My point is this. The Dodgers live rent-free in Manny Machado's head. And there's something about that I kind of find somewhat refreshing. Because the guy's made like $350 million, but the one thing that truly irks him is the Dodgers' success. And I can't help but enjoy that.
Yeah, I mean, he played for the Dodgers. Padres paid him, and from my memory, like recent memory, he was kind of one of the not original, but like superstar type name. Like when he signed with the Padres, it was
huge.
That's when
it was a big moment for the Padres.
It really started to jump. So I get why he has that type of energy and belief in who he is and who his team is. Sometimes you're saying this even though the record says otherwise, because you just can't allow yourself to get there. You can't allow yourself to say out loud that somebody else is better than you. Like, even if you know it or feel it or the results say differently, you just can't say it. Yeah, and but that's what it is.
But here's the math he's using. You want some math that ain't mathin'? Manny Machado's got some math that ain't mathin', and here it is. He says, and I quote, Machado went on to brag about the Padres sweep over the reeling Braves last week, which, by the way, they did sweep the Braves. And at the time, the Braves and the Dodgers were neck to neck with the best record in Major League Baseball. Now, the Dodgers have the best record in Major League Baseball by multiple games as we currently stand. But in fact, let's just look at it real quick. The Dodgers have 55 wins. The Braves now have 49 wins. So the Braves have fallen off big time. They've lost 2 in a row, and they've lost 7 of their last 10. 3 of those to the San Diego Padres. So he goes up basically saying, we just swept the Braves. The Dodgers couldn't do that when they played the Braves. Dude, you just lost 2 of 3. And 2 of them in a row. And like by a total of 20 runs. What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah. I mean, it's to justify the mindset and the mentality. He's just trying to do whatever he needs to do in order to keep his brain in the right space. Like if that's the math in his head that he has to use in order to he's never going to really give the Dodgers any credit.
But still, saying we're better after getting beaten pretty badly for 2 straight games, we're better because we swept the team they couldn't sweep, is the weirdest flex I've ever heard in my life. The timing doesn't make sense to me. How about that?
Yeah, no, for sure. But that's the irrational, confidence of a $300 million guy. It's just what is on his mind.
God, I wish I was that delusional.
Damn, $300 million?
Dude, $300 million. It's more than $300 million. It's like $360 million. He should take a math class while he's at it, just for fun. He can afford it. Maybe a couple.
Well, his math is fine. He getting paid. The Padres need to take the math.
That's his agent's math, not his math. His math says that he's better than the Dodgers for reasons. Anyways, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And Yes, today is the day. Free agency officially hits in just a few hours, 6 p.m. Eastern time. Yet we seem to know a lot of movement that's about to take place, D-Fish. Whether that's agents, whether that's teams, whether it's just sources and leaks. We have a good idea of a lot of movement that's taking place. But a lot of this has so much to do specifically around the Lakers. So I got to ask you a couple of questions specifically about them Lakers, because there's a few names that are around. And yeah, in my opinion, these are very sexy names when it comes to the Lakers. But it's not the LeBrons, it's not the Lucas, it's not the Austins, and it's not even the ADs of the world that's being thrown around to potentially rejoin these Lakers. Now let's really quickly talk about Marcus Smart and DeAndre Ayton. One opted in, one opted out. I'm not thrilled about the Marcus Smart opting out, because if there's one thing we've been very clear on this show, D-Fish and Decker loves Marcus Smart.
Marcus Smart is, he was arguably, the most impactful player, and when you say impact, and it makes me think about James Worthy a little bit. He has like the impact doors that he, after every game, highlights a guy that doesn't jump out on the stat sheet, but does all the things that it takes to win games.
Big game, James.
And Marcus Smart is one of those guys that doesn't jump off the page from a stat perspective every night, but he does so many things to plug so many holes on the defensive end. Really good, aggressive on-ball defender, physical on and off the ball defensively. And he showed some timely ability to make shots and shoot the three well enough to be respected on the perimeter. And so, it makes sense that he opted out. He only had 1 year left, I think, at $5.4 million. And I would guess he could get a multi-year deal from whether it's the Lakers or someone else. I mean, if the Lakers want to re-sign him, 2 years at whatever, even if the number is the same, like opting out, puts you in a position where the second year is now mandatory in order for the Lakers to re-sign you. So it doesn't necessarily mean he's definitely leaving, but it's a gamble, probably with some diligence and some research by he and his agent, that they know there's a market out there for him that can get him paid at least that or more.
Well, if we know
else.
how good that he's been this last year, we have to assume that every team in the league has taken notice of that. There's got to be a bunch of teams that be lining up to get their hands on a Marcus Smart right now.
Yeah, especially at a decent price point. I think he's he proved after some injuries in Memphis and Washington what he's capable of, and he's the type of guy that even if you're one of these younger teams, like I think about if Marcus Smart somehow ended up with the Detroit Pistons, for example, like it just the impact that he could have in the locker room. We've heard all the stories about how he impacted the Lakers locker room, and that was full of some of the the most OG veterans you can think of that are in that locker room. Marcus Smart was able to impact those guys at a high level. So ideally, the Lakers are able to find a contract agreement with Marcus Smart that works to get him back in the fold. And you're not going to find a ton of guys that can do what he does. You can maybe find a younger version of him, but you're going to miss out on the locker room leadership and impact that he had and how he galvanizes guys, even if you get a different player that defensively is just as active as him.
It's funny because looking at this whole aspect with Marcus Smart and his capabilities and the moves that happened yesterday. So, for instance, I'm just going to throw out the Ja Morant news to Portland. Does that move do anything for you based on what Ja Morant has kind of become? He's become very maligned. We haven't seen him on the court what feels like a decade at this point. If we get a healthy Ja Morant up at Portland, that's pretty sweet and all. But my question for you is, what does that do to, say, someone like Drew Holiday? Is if they put him over there, does it kind of make Drew Holiday kind of odd man out? And if that's the case, would he be fit here in L.A.?
I think Drew Holiday has a pretty decent amount of money on his contract.
He definitely does.
So I'm not sure if he fits. Yeah, it's Portland is a place where there's some teams and organizations in the NBA that like almost have no shot of signing a certain caliber of player in free agency. And so that's why you normally hear about those teams in a big trade like this. Like, Portland wouldn't be taken as seriously in free agent conversations by Ja Morant, but in a trade scenario where a change of scenery, a new fresh start, he has 2 years left on his deal, so both sides kind of get to test it out and
See if there's something there.
Yeah, see if there's something there. And so that's part of, I think, Portland's motivation here. You also have a team that made the playoffs this past year and feels like adding a dynamic playmaker like Ja Morant could help get them over the hump. But remember, Damian Lillard returned to Portland last year, even though he didn't play. So he's also another. That's the part I'm kind of curious about is, between Morant and Damian Lillard and Drew Holiday, and then Scoot Henderson, who was the third pick in the draft in the same year as Wembanyama was taken. Where do all of those guys that are in a lot of ways like four guys that all could start? How do you choose who's starting, who's coming off the bench, et cetera? Clearly, Ja Morant will be a starter, but yeah, the backcourt situation in Portland will be one to watch for sure. There could be somebody on the outs that Portland already has something figured out with, and maybe some sign and trade scenarios and things that we'll see play out. But Portland has a good thing going. Micah Nori is the new head coach there. Really smart, good basketball mind. I think he'll build great relationships with these guys. And so Portland's kind of one of those sneaky teams that can end up in the 6th, 7th, 8th spot and make things interesting in the first round for a higher seed.
By the way, Hoops coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Hey, D. Fish and Decker here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And we're talking about Marcus Smart opting out. We're interested to see where that goes. But opting in is a DeAndre Ayton. Now, also a big fan of his work and what he's brought to the team. But is this, in your eyes, D. Fish, kind of a sign-and-trade type situation, or we got DeAndre Ayton for the long haul here?
Yeah, I think this is more of a situation where, DeAndre and his representatives probably, basically you secure the bag by opting in and for at least knowing you're going to get the 1 year at $8.1 million. But then, yes, any decision that the Lakers make involving you, it would have to be some type of trade scenario, but at least you're somewhat protected as opposed to opting out, going into free agency and ending up in a free agent market that, doesn't get you paid more and doesn't necessarily get you into a better situation. So I think DeAndre is, in one of those spots where with all of the movement that's going on around the league, all of the possibilities that the Lakers are even still exploring themselves, he opted in, but he's also then in kind of wait and see. He doesn't know if he's going to be the starting center, if he's going to be the backup center, if Jackson Hayes is going to get re-signed.
Yeah, that's a big one.
If one of these conversations that the Lakers are planning to have with a Jalen Durant type player, or if anything materializes with Mitchell Robinson, he could be a backup center. So it's, he's kind of in wait and see what the Lakers do type of mode. And I think that's why he opted in, so that, again, worst case, regardless of his role, he knows what his contract situation is going to look like.
And by the way, I know we're talking about the whole Jalen Duren. We mentioned Jalen Duren so many times in this show. Is the Jalen Duren thing I know right now with what everything that's presented based on the financials and mathematics don't really work out. Jalen Duren would be kind of out of our price range. But is that still the same conversation if we don't sign back LeBron James?
Yeah, it's it varies slightly. Mm-hmm. I think there's a world where it fits better financially, but I still don't know. If it moves the needle enough, to catapult you back to the top of the Western Conference. I mean, that's really what all of these transactions, are designed to at least attempt to do. Is if you commit the type of money, remember, I mean, Duren is a restricted free agent. So restricted meaning the Detroit Pistons are going to have the first right of refusal to any offer sheet that he's, is submitted. So if the Lakers do want to not re-sign him, if they do want to sign him and they submit an offer sheet, the Pistons can just match it, and he's back in Detroit. And typically what you find in restricted free agent situations is, the Detroit Pistons are not going to bid against themselves. So what Jalen Duren and his agent have to do is they have to go out and create a market for themselves to get somebody to submit an offer sheet that forces the Pistons to match or exceed in order to keep him. And so, the Lakers could also be in a situation where they have to be responsive to Luka's desire to play with a certain caliber of center. So having these meetings, having these conversations, you have to signal to Luka that you're taking what he said seriously, even if it may not actually be able to come to fruition just due to the financial situation that the Lakers are in. But, yeah, it's more possible if LeBron doesn't resign, but I would argue then that Mitchell Robinson is a better target if LeBron isn't resigning, because you can sign Mitchell Robinson at maybe half of the number that you'd have to pay Jalen Duren to come in or that he would want. And then it still gives you some flexibility to sign other guys other than Mitchell Robinson. But signing Jalen Duren to the type of contract that would exceed what the Pistons can offer him, I don't know if that, is something that when we look ahead 2 to 3 years from now, we're going to feel like was the best way to utilize these resources.
You mentioned Mitchell Robinson. I understand what you're saying with him and all that and how much it frees up a little bit, but injury concerns always worries me about Mitchell Robinson. I feel like this last year was the first time we saw the healthiest version of him all the way through the playoffs. But I've also was living in New York when he was basically street clothes for 3 years. So there's something about Mitchell Robinson that just worries me health-wise.
And that's a fair concern to have. And I'm sure that is going to impact his market, but that's why the numbers will maybe work out a lot better for you. Mitchell Robinson isn't necessarily in a position to command full-time starting center money. And so therefore you can pay him. You're going to have to pay him well to get him to leave New York, but you're not going to maybe have to exceed the $20 million mark. And you think about what the Thunder were able to do with, getting Isaiah Hartenstein to return on 3 year, $74 million deal. I mean, getting a guy that could start for you at center, but also could be a really high quality backup at the $20 to $25 million range is not, it is not a bad deal at all. Like that's not starting center money, but it's money for a guy that you should be able to depend on night in and night out.
Yeah. And
if he's in the right role, I mean, again, if DeAndre Ayton has opted in and he's your backup center and Mitchell Robinson, is your starting center, like that's not a bad combination of guys. And DeAndre allows you to use Mitchell Robinson appropriately in terms of he doesn't have to play 30-plus minutes a game. DeAndre had a good season for the most part last year, and you could argue maybe in an even more defined role could be even more high energy and more impactful.
It's going to be an interesting couple of days, to say the least. We already know how interesting this is going to be for the Lakers going forward, but another name that's out there, and it hasn't been linked to the Lakers at all, but I just want to throw it out there to you. Is this Jaylen Brown issue getting even more interesting to you by the second? Because to me, it really, really, really is. Because now we got Shams out there reporting that an anonymous GM is telling him that, I would only take Jaylen Brown for pennies on the dollar. What in the living hell is this Jaylen Brown narrative that is being created by all of these anonymous sources? I'm actually starting to get pissed off about it, because the fact that no one will put their name on it, it's reminding me very much of Jalen Hurts' situation over there with Philly. Like, this is nonsense. Somebody is really trying to mess with the guy's money, and I want to know why at this point.
Yeah, I'm not sure why or what the motivation would be specifically. I think other than...
Dude was an MVP candidate last year.
Yeah, other than for business reasons, which it happens all the time. I mean, I think it's most talked about like during the NFL draft, where these reports come out about these guys to try to drive their value down so that you can draft them for at a lower
All
number.
the time, man.
So you could pay less money. So because the reality is, at this point, it sounds like the Celtics and Jaylen Brown are pretty clear they're going their separate ways.
Dude, it definitely seems that way.
Right. So then if you're an opposing team, like, you don't want to have to send 3 first-round picks. Maybe you only want to send 2. So you're the anonymous person that is saying,
I found our Celtics fan, Raj. Talk to us.
No, as soon as you said that, and this happens in other sports, especially like Fish brought up in NFL draft season.
All the time, man.
But this is the case of a team, whoever's interested, and they want them, so they're throwing out an anonymous source trying to drive down the price of Brown because, like you say, divorce is imminent. But I don't like he's just home. He's talking a lot about a lot of different things.
But I gotta say, I'm not disagreeing with a single thing he's saying. Yeah, like, have you heard him talking lately?
I don't need it. Here's what I'll equate it to.
That hurts.
Here's what I'll equate it to.
Man.
And Fish would know, as a Cowboys fan.
Retired Cowboys fan.
Well, whatever.
Smart man.
He's still there.
Smart man.
But when Micah Parsons, the last 2-3 years as a Cowboy, he was more known for what he was saying on his damn podcast than plays he's made on the field. And that's a fact. And at the point, that just gets exhausting. And I'm not saying players should not talk into this, but he's yapping a lot now, and just, I don't know, man. It's a bit much for me. But
I gotta say, I've been liking his stuff that he's been putting out there, like, quite a bit, actually.
well, of course you do, but I mean, I don't think Celtic fans
I think
like
he's
it.
extreme. I think he's extremely intelligent.
He's incredibly
I'm looking very
intelligent.
forward to hearing more of his
It's
stuff.
just like Jerry Jones. I don't need you stopping at every mic you see and just blibber blah 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 all the time.
Comparing this to Jerry Jones is quite a reach.
Yeah, well, you don't need to be talking every single mic, so it's happening. But you guys, the source is, like Fish said, someone else trying to drive down the price because they are interested.
Yeah, well, it's been very, very interesting to see this Jaylen Brown saga. And by the way, the NBA saga will continue today. Free agency opens up today at 6 p.m. Eastern time. Of course, the Lakers got a lot of work to do. Let's just find out how good or bad Rob Pelinka truly is. We're going to find out in the next month, really. It's going to be a wild time for the Lakers and a lot of these teams replenishing their rosters. But guys, coming up here on D-Fish and Decker, hey, Bronny James just got some money. Good for Bronny James. What does his future look like here for the Lakers? Not to mention, on top of that, later on the show, Brad Williams, comedian extraordinaire, joining the show. Got to talk a little about the Dodgers and their game last night against the A's. So much to do right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Fresh and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, 855-97-LA-FAN. We're talking a lot about the NBA right now, and, of course, all the things that the Lakers need to do. And what do you guys think? 855-97-LA-FAN. Hey, it was actually in Instagram on our video from yesterday where we were talking about LeBron James and your kind of conversation about the concept of a lot of Laker fans might be very happy with LeBron James kind of moving on. And you and I kind of opened the show discussing that possibility and that prospect. And I was kind of mentioning about, the timeline of LeBron James's time here in 8 years. And there was a time, very much so, where I was a vocal detractor of it. I was like, man, it just doesn't feel like a Laker team. Feels like a LeBron team. And, that was kind of like an old Laker head kind of saying those type of things. It was more of a vibe thing for me rather than the numbers, because the numbers say LeBron James legitimized this team almost overnight. From the very weird couple of years there in between Kobe and LeBron, the Swaggy P years that were just kind of mired by controversy and not a whole lot of success.
Yeah, in addition to like, after, we got eliminated, in embarrassing fashion, basically against the Mavericks in 2011. And then in 2012, there was an entire shift in a new direction organizationally. Phil Jackson's out, Mike Brown's in, et cetera, et cetera. And it, from 2012 to 2018, it was down, down,
very down.
So, yeah, please continue.
Yeah,
but I don't. It wasn't just after Kobe retired.
No, you're right. There was more overlap there.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Those last couple years were rough to watch.
Yeah, it was a solid half decade, if not a little longer.
Yeah, the Clippers were more relevant than
they really
Lakers
were
for a few years.
They really were,
for
and
sure.
By the way, I honestly think what a ball that was dropped by the Clippers. I feel like one of those sliding doors things right now. Like one thing just kind of going right. Would this be a Clippers town right now rather than a Laker town?
I mean, this is part of the it's part of the LeBron conversation. It is. We can ring the buzzer if we want to, but had LeBron not come here in 2018,
I'm just saying.
Okay. Just real quick, and I want you guys to get to Bronny because people in the chat have opinions on that. Two things. One thing that happened to Lob City, the Splash Brothers destroyed that.
That did not help.
Wiped that off. Two, remember the Angels won, and it didn't move the meter a damn bit. They won a World Series.
In 2002?
It didn't move the meter a damn bit in L.A.
Slow down. Whoa. Slow down. I'm going to disagree with you. I was in high school when that took place. I was like a freshman or sophomore in high school. There were Angel logos everywhere.
Really? For like 5 minutes?
No, from 2001, from the year 2001 to 2005, there were Angel gear everywhere. Dude, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I disagree
I didn't
wholeheartedly.
I didn't see it anywhere around here for me, but I just think the Clippers are that far off from the Lakers.
I noticed
even
it because
further.
I didn't like it. It drove me nuts because all of a sudden, where'd all these Angel fans come from?
Well, there are more Angel fans than Clipper fans. We can agree with that.
100%. There's like 6 Clipper fans.
No, I don't think Roger's point is
Tyler's
entirely
3
off.
of them.
I just think that we don't realize the Clippers though were like 11, 12, 13, 14, and like 15. The Warriors' ascension is the only thing that kind of derailed the Clippers actually surpassing. Otherwise, we were headed towards so many more young kids were rolling with the Clippers in the mid 2010s.
And that whole Paul George
12,
thing
13,
too,
14,
when he eventually came here, I'm like, oh man, they're gonna really be a thing.
No, LeBron
It didn't happen.
definitely resuscitated the brand.
He definitely did, and then of course winning a title here. Now, whether you want to talk about the validity of that title or not, it drives me nuts.
Man,
of course, you think that. Real quick question, Raj. If your Celtics won that, what would you say?
Guys, relax. I don't. Every team had to play under the same rules, and the Lakers won, so that's fine. Okay. I just laugh at people that do say it's
They
an
do
asterisk.
say it all the time.
Yeah.
It's an argument all the time.
Yeah,
that being said, there was the one thing that did irked me a little during LeBron's time where I'm like, oh, we're really doing this? And it was the Bronny of it all. There was a lot of smoke around the Bronny of it all. I know it was a second-round pick, but at the time, LeBronny had he didn't play much at USC, partially due to the heart thing, thrilled that he was okay. But there was like a lot of aspects of it that at the time just really came off, whether it is or not, came off like a very big nepotism type of pick. That being said, Bronny has been quite successful in the role that he's been put into with the Lakers. He's had some really good moments. One moment was in the playoffs where him and LeBron had a connection for an alley-oop, and I thought that was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. And now Bronny's contract with the Lakers is now become fully guaranteed for $2.3 million. So sending it for year 3 of Bronny James. The question of the day is, though, if LeBron James does not return to the Lakers, does Bronny James remain a Laker? D-Fish, you mentioned one potential scenario where it absolutely could happen, but there is another scenario that I could just flat out continue his time with the Lakers, especially in the role that he's in. What are your thoughts on Bronny James's future here in LA?
First I want to talk, like, the NBA teams drafting a player at number 55 is like, that's not a pick that you you're not drafting players that are supposed to necessarily impact your team at any point unless like 100 things go right. The Lakers drafting Bronny at 55 it wasn't a wasted pick, as though they could have drafted some guy that was going to be an all-star.
There wasn't a superstar in the wings.
That's not how it works at 55. The only other team I can think of in any recent memory is like the Oklahoma City Thunder drafted Aaron Wiggins like super late in the second round. Like, he's been a good impact player for the Thunder at different points, but it's not like other teams have drafted world-class players at 55. So I didn't have a problem with the Lakers using the pick on Bronny at 55. It'd be no different than it's like, if your dad, is a CEO at a company and he like helps you get a job at the company, not become the COO of the company.
Yes, gets you in the door.
He gets you in the door.
Yeah.
And then you have to do the work to stick around.
And he has done, and by the way, in this thing, Bronny James has 100% done the work. You can say whatever you will, how he got through the door. What he's done since being through the door has been quite good.
And I think that was LeBron's point recently, where he got a little pissed off at somebody that almost tried to make it seem like, however you feel about how he got in the door, as though like he doesn't deserve to still be in the door. And I think that kind of pushed him over the top a little bit as a father and as a competitor.
Which I get, by the way, it reminds me of that Morpheus line. Remember, Neo, I can only show you the path. You're the one that has to walk through.
So in terms of the future, I think the Lakers, I think JJ Redick likes Bronny as a, first of all, he's, second of all, because I already said first of all. Second of all, like, so many pro sports teams are salivating for athletes that are high character and high integrity people. Before you even get to the basketball skill, talent, shooting ability, defensive skill, etc., like, high character young players are like a priority for pro sports teams. So Bronny checks that box before you even get to the rest of it.
Yeah.
Because most guys in Bronny's position aren't going to play a lot. It's why they were drafted so late.
Yeah.
So if he's not a high character, high integrity person, then he's bad for the locker room. He's bad for the chemistry and camaraderie of the team. He has an attitude. He doesn't cheer for his teammates. Like, all these things that are negative on the team. We've never heard a story about. Not once.
Not one time.
And he's a billionaire's kid whose dad, quote unquote, got him in the door.
You'd expect him to be a lot worse than he actually is.
Right. So let's put all of that out there first. The future, I think it's really more dependent on not just whether LeBron is here or not. I think at this point, I think Bronny has done enough as a young player to still like have the opportunity to keep fighting for minutes and a role, etc. But as long as the Lakers are in win now mode, it's going to be hard for any first, second, third year player to become like a key guy in the rotation.
Absolutely.
It's because it's going to be about veteran guys that can help you win right now, even though, the Lakers are going to get a little younger, I think, this offseason. But the future, we'll just have to wait and see. I don't think the Lakers are just going to sweep him out of the door if LeBron doesn't, return immediately. But I also could see a scenario where if LeBron is still playing and he signs with another team, and like I could see Rich Paul or somebody like calling the Lakers to see if they can work out a trade.
Okay.
I could see that happening.
So could I.
Like, and that wouldn't be a surprise to me at all. I think as a family, they would want to still be together under ideal circumstances.
Listen, it's been far better than what I think everyone expected it to be, a massive disaster. And I do think a lot of people were rooting for it to be a massive disaster, and it's been no semblance of that. It's been actually quite pleasant to have Bronny James on the Lakers for the last couple of years. So whether he remains a Laker or not, I wish him nothing but the very best in his future. But as of right now, contract fully guaranteed, $2.3 million going into his third year as a Laker. We will keep you guys all updated on exactly what's going to be happening with LeBron James as we get more information. Of course, there is the Golden State looming of it all. There is the rumors about trades with Wizards, with AD. There is just so much that is still up in the air that needs to be decided in the NBA and specifically around our Lakers. But guys, coming up, just how many people do we think are going to be watching Wednesday evening right here in the United States as the men's national soccer team takes on Bosnia? Well, we will think about that, pontificate on it, we will guesstimate on it, and so much more as D-Fish and Decker return with a little bit of hit it or quit it right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. That's right. Let's bring in that crooked hype man, Raj. What do you got, Raj?
Oh, why don't we start with the World Cup, gentlemen, as I find my place on this page. Here, give me the page there.
Yes.
Here. If you're looking, you see Cody lost my page. There it goes.
So professional.
Fox projects that that other U.S. men's national team knockout round games could be watched by 30 million people. 30 million people could be watching these games. Guys, hit it or quit it on that number. Do you think that's too many? You think they
Is this just American viewers or international all over the place?
I think this is Americans.
Americans?
Yeah.
So domestically,
No one bandwagons like
30
American
million.
fans.
Wow, there he is.
That's true, though.
You're from Philly. Let's see. I'm going to take the over on this one. I'm going to say it's going to be closer to 35 million.
Ooh.
And by the way, these numbers might be a tad skewed because this is a communal sport. Not a lot of people going out to watch parties, a lot of people going out to bars. For instance, I got a table already set up for O'Brien's tomorrow night. That's where I'm watching it with all my fellow bandwagon Americans.
Fish.
I think that's about right. It's a weekday. You know, some people won't quite be home to watch it. So if this is what they're guesstimating, I would say hit it at this number.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be huge. I think it's gonna be the most views ever for an American soccer match. I really think it's going to be. And the hype is real, dude. And did we watch any of yesterday? We legitimately could do something pretty amazing in these knockout rounds.
Okay. All right. We'll see. Hey, moving on. Hey, you guys remember Ben Simmons in that playoff game where he passed up on the dunk and then dished it off, and then the guy got fouled, and basically
we all remember Ben Simmons.
Yeah. Well, Ben Simmons explains the passed up dunk. He says, "I wasn't hitting my, curse word. He means his free throws. He wasn't hitting his free throws. So, Immer Effer, you knock it down." So Simmons he had an interview with Clay Skipper. He said, "I gave it to someone who was shooting a higher percentage of free throws at the time." So he kind of admitted what we already knew, but damn, hit it or quit it on passing up the dunk because you're not hitting your free throws, Fish.
I mean, I kind of remember the play, but I don't. Like, was he wide open? Nobody else was around?
He was right there.
Yeah,
with one guy. Remember, he's 6'9". There was one guy kind of there, but he had the angle. So it would have probably been an N1, but he was going to get fouled. It was a dunk, get fouled, N1, or you got to go to free throw line.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, I guess if this is what he really thought, I mean, who are we to say this is not what he was thinking?
But hit it or quit it on, you should be thinking that way. In a playoff game, it was a game 7.
No, I think you should be thinking this way if you don't shoot free throws well.
Okay.
Yeah, and
give
also
it to somebody who shoots better free throws. If you're
but you were right there about to dunk the damn ball.
But if you're going to get fouled and you know you're going to miss one or both free throws, I'm not mad at him thinking this way. Should he have still gone up? Sure, I guess, but I'm not mad at the thought. I mean,
the guy had a mental breakdown basketball-wise from that moment on for the rest of his career. Yes. I mean, it was. Do I understand what he's saying? Yes, but man, there's a lot more to unpeel there. That's going to take years and years of therapy on his end to really get to it, because he went from the guy to overnight being just a calamity. And I don't think it's going to be studied someday. There's going to be books written about the Ben Simmons of it all, and I'm
super talented from Australia. I know. I mean, this dude could pass. He had court vision. He had size.
And then one day,
Penny Hardaway
he
magic.
could do none of it. It was insane.
Well, it started with the shooting, and that was a thing, and then it just went to the rest of his game. But hey, guys, remember? I think it was last week we were talking about the fact that vampires are probably in New Orleans a lot. You know what I mean? And I think we all agreed on that.
No,
but
What?
we didn't do that.
No.
yeah,
You
we
did that, and we
No.
said you're an idiot.
No.
No, it's true because the Anne Rice books. If you guys read, hello,
Anne Rice,
put
famous-
down Sports Illustrated and read
Famous
a book.
fictional writer Anne Rice.
Jesus. But anyway, well, check this out. People on TikTok now are claiming that New Orleans has become overrun with vampires. And there was a story with two women. They almost got by a little boy. And they were in the Uber, and the man warned them. He said, there's vampires around here, so check this out. They were going to go somewhere, and they were kind of on the side street, and all of a sudden, she said, bam, a little boy popped up like kind of out of nowhere and was like, hey, I know a great restaurant. I'm going to take you guys to. And they like started to follow, and they were like, nah, they got about to dodge. That was spooky. So, yo, hit it or quit it that we finally uncovered, and we verified, Fish, that the vampires, New Orleans is a hub, and it's been rumored that way for hundreds of years.
Okay, that's the second time today you've been speaking Portuguese and confirmed your Brazilian heritage ancestry, because I have no idea what you just said other than vampires and little boy.
In New Orleans, you know
in
this.
New Orleans. No, I do not.
I've been to New Orleans many times.
Yeah, no, I haven't been there recently. This would be a new phenomenon to me.
It's not new, Fish.
Yeah, no, I quit it on this. I'm not rolling with vampires and little boys biting people. And there might be some biting going on, but not because it's a vampire.
Okay, I'm going to quit it for two reasons. One, these women's account of this story is a story that totally never happened. And two, if it was a little boy and he's a vampire, technically he's an old man. Wouldn't a little boy be like 1,000 years old if he's a vampire?
Yeah, but you don't age anymore.
But he's not a little boy. He's 1,000
Right,
years old.
but
He's
his
an old
body
man.
is a little, so he was like leading them to like a trap. And they just
How
gonna get him.
awful would that be if you had to be a vampire to live forever and you're just like 12 for 1,000 years?
Yeah.
That would be
Well, that's
awful.
what happened in Interview of the Vampire, remember?
I know. What
Christian
a
Dunst,
tragic thing for Kirsten Dunst's character.
Yeah, that's true. That's
You know,
true.
a fictional character because vampires don't exist.
Well, here's kind of another fictional character related. There's a Mexican Batman.
I saw this.
Yes, and this now this is true, Fish.
This is
See?
actually real.
Yeah, I can't even hit X-Files for this. So there's it's a guy in Mexico that attracts attention of police hunting vigilante who keeps duct taping motorcycle thieves to poles.
He does.
So he's duct taping the people that are still in motorcycles to poles.
And like up. Like he's not duct taping them on the ground. He's duct taping them up, elevated off the ground, and they're just duct taped to poles.
Hit it or quit it on the Mexican Batman, Fish.
How does he know, like, who's stealing motorcycles?
I don't know.
I don't know, but that's the intel. He's got the intel from somewhere.
Yeah.
He's duct taping people.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess innocent till proven guilty ain't a thing no more, but what are you going to do?
I mean, look, I'm a Batman fan. I'm rolling with it. I hear it.
All right.
Dude, I'm hitting it with Batman well. I love Batman well.
Yeah, okay. So not just the World Cup going down,
Dude,
down there.
Love it. And dude, you got to see these photos. They are hilarious because it's not only they're duct taped, like risen up on the ground. There's always a motorcycle at the feet. Supposedly, I'm assuming
The
the
ones that
motorcycle
they try to steal. Yeah.
So yeah, he's like,
So do people put the light in the air, or one of his Batman motorcycle? What? How does he know?
I
to
haven't
show up
seen the guy.
Well,
He's-
eventually, I think people call it in when there's a man duct taped on a pole. on
Yeah,
a telephone
I don't
pole.
know if
But how
anybody's
did he-
seen the Batman well anywhere, but I'm just saying, like, we're just assuming he's Batman because that's something Batman
I'm just trying
would
to
do.
figure out if my motorcycle got stolen. How does he know?
Because he's Batman.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mexican Batman.
Batman well.
Hey guys, you remember Jerry Jones and at Jerry's house and how there's a sun glaring and C.D. Lamb dropped a touchdown because of the sun?
Listen, C.D. Lamb can get himself some sunglasses.
Well, I don't even know if that's so at Jerry's world. When the sun, sets a bit, there's a glare, and you can do something about it. Jerry refuses to. Well,
They have curtains, but they don't use
FIFA,
them.
yes, FIFA has undermined Jerry Jones, and they've put those damn curtains up for the FIFA soccer matches. Like, so hit it or quit it that FIFA can put the curtains up to block the sun glare that actually hurt the Cowboys in a game or two, but Jerry can't, Fish.
I quit it, man. I just
It's good old Jer.
this is just ridiculous. Like I don't even understand why we even have to debate this.
We
Like,
stare in the sun like man here in
the
Dallas.
whole thing is supposed to be about, allowing the players to entertain fans and make the plays on the field. Mm-hmm. So the idea that like there's just a refusal to do something that would help the players perform
Your own
better
players.
on the field. is crazy to me.
Yeah, well, he
It
refuses.
gives us a home field advantage.
It's actually a disadvantage. It's been.
It gives us a home field disadvantage.
It's awful. So I take it you quit it, Deck.
I quit it for multiple reasons. If there's one thing the World Cup has shown me, it's how little the NFL cares about their players.
Yeah.
This has been hysterical.
Yeah.
How easily the grass is done on all the stadiums that they said it couldn't be done on, and something as simple as curtains can be drawn.
It can
I
be
can't
done.
stress this enough. The NFL hates their players.
I heard that. Hey, this one, I warned you about this, Deck. Supergirl. You were excited about that?
Still am. Still want to go see it.
All right, well, it's been a flop. It's made less
Massive
money
flop.
at the domestic box office in its opening weekend than Morbius and The Flash, who we both kind of like, but it was
I did
a
like
flop.
The Flash a lot.
Yeah. So, hit it or quit it. That Supergirl's a flop, man. People tired of the damn stuff. I told you the super thing ain't that good.
No, I'm going to quit that. And I'll tell you why I'll quit that. One, the reviews have been really weird. There's a lot of weirdness surrounding this movie, how it's been reviewed. It's also, and this is so stupid, for some reason, female-led superhero movies never do well. And it's not
Well,
because
the first
they should.
Wonder Woman did.
Wonder Woman, and that's really kind of sadly which I think is ridiculous because there should be more of them. I want to see this movie, but man, have you seen the movie, the reviews around it? Not the bad reviews, like the reviews around it that are just weird.
One that I read yesterday, not even in this one, was that it's the same old with the superhero that's kind of washed a little bit and not taking things serious. And
But that's
they're
her character.
Yeah, but it's the same old story. They've done this a dozen times with different superheroes.
I look
and
forward to
it's just
seeing it
nothing new.
If that's the case, that's unfortunate, but I'm looking very forward to seeing it still. That being said, maybe some word of mouth can help it because I do see the cinema score is a lot higher than the Rotten Tomatoes score, which means fans that have seen it do like it.
All right, real quick in 30 seconds, Fish, you Supergirl guy, you might check it out this weekend, or
I might not go to the theater to check it out. I think some of it too is like the young actress that is the star. Like she's respected as an actress.
Yeah,
I mean, she's
great
been
actress.
in
Game of
House of the
Thrones.
Dragons, Game of Thrones type of acting. But I'm not sure if she's like a lead face voice character that people will like just super flood the theater to go see.
Yeah, it's
but
different.
like if you're at home and it's on, like I think a lot of people are going to end up watching it still for sure.
I think you're right. I'll catch it at some point, and I'll give a good review. Guys, Dave Roberts wins game 999, one away from 1,000. But is he Major League Baseball's best manager? We will discuss. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome to D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And we've been talking everything under the sun in Southern California. We've talked a lot about the Lakers and the moves that they need to make. And, of course, the LeBron James of it all looming. We talked a little bit about Ja Morant over there to Portland and what that's going to do to the Western Conference going forward. And, of course, we talked a decent amount about the World Cup. Of course, Team USA going on to take on Bolivia. Sorry, not Bolivia. Who are they taking on? Bosnia on Wednesday, 5 p.m. right here in San Francisco. That'll be live everywhere in the United States, of course, on Fox, and we're not very excited about that. Not to mention today, we got some great matchups today. We got Norway going on today. We got Sweden taking on France, Mexico, and Ecuador, all of which knockout round matches after yesterday's absurd knockout matches.
Hope Mexican
yesterday.
Batman will be at the game.
Oh, dude, I hope to God he's
Better
there.
not be trying to steal no motorcycles at this game.
So many Ecuadorians will be duct taped to walls. That's just how it works because of it. That's what the Mexican Batman is out there doing. Google it. It's amazing. Do not steal a bike in Mexico. You will be duct taped to a pole. Yesterday, Brazil taking down Japan 2-1 in very, very exquisite fashion, down to the final seconds of extra time. Not to mention Germany and Paraguay. My goodness, a 1-1 tie that goes to penalty kicks, 3-4 in Paraguay's favor. The juggernaut that is Germany knocked out at group of 32. And then Netherlands and Morocco, similar fashion, Morocco moving forward, knocking out the juggernaut that is Netherlands. Already serious upsets only 2 days into the knockout rounds. 4 matches in. Looking forward to the matchups today. And, of course, U.S. playing tomorrow. But here on D. Fish and Decker, we got to give a congratulations. 1 win away from 1,000. That, ladies and gentlemen, is rarefied air if you're a major league manager, because Dave Roberts just won game 999, 1 away from 1,000, which would make him tied for 66th all-time for managerial wins at 1,000, which would tie him with, of course, the great Charlie Manuel. Listen, it's one hell of an accomplishment, but it's not just that it's an incredible accomplishment for what he has done. Dave Roberts right now, sitting at 999 wins, makes him the 4th winningest manager in Dodger manager history. The reason why I bring up how impressive that is because he's gotten to 1,000 games when he took over this team in 2016. He has been the manager of this team for 10 years, and he's getting to 1,000 wins. Now, when we think Dodger managers, I'm sure a lot of the old heads might throw out the name Walter Alston. Walter Alston, of course, was the manager of this team for decades. That being said, when we think of Dodger managers, D-Fish, who's the first face and head and body that comes to mind?
Yeah, number 34.
Tommy Lasorda, baby. Every single time, Tommy Lasorda will always come to your mind. Good old number 2. And I got to say, Tommy Lasorda, one of the great managers of all time. You can ask just about anybody. He was obviously maligned in a lot of other cities, sometimes even maligned here in Los Angeles with our own fans. But Tommy Lasorda finished his career with 1,599 wins as a manager. Why is that impressive? He did it in 21 years. Dave Roberts is already a third of the way there in half the time. And I got to say, you can say whatever you want that it's because the Dodgers team that they have, the roster that they have. You can say whatever you want about it. What I know is the Dodgers have never had more success than when Dave Roberts has been at the helm. And they've had damn good managers. They really have. The managers list for this team are on and on and on. You had Joe Torres. You've had Don Mattingly's, who's having an incredible amount of success right now over there in Philadelphia managing that team. You've had, of course, Walter Alston, who's the very top of the list with over 2,000 wins. You got Tommy Lasorda. You had Grady Little. You had a lot of really, really well-known names managing this team for decades upon decades. I'm making the argument that none have been better than Dave Roberts. I remember in 2015, I was a free agent. Dave Roberts was my bench coach in San Diego. I got a phone call from the Dodgers for 2 reasons. One, they offered me a contract, and I Didn't actually accept the contract. I ended up signing with the Royals, but I was really, really considering it because I always wanted to be a Dodger my entire life. I've always, as a little kid, just wanted to play for the Los Angeles Dodgers. But the numbers were doing the numbers, but what wasn't doing the number for me was I couldn't figure out what my role was going to be. So I didn't feel comfortable signing with the Dodgers. And at the time, they hadn't hired a new manager yet. Dave Roberts was one of the 3 guys that was up for it that I was told about. And they did ask me about that. A front office member was having a long conversation with me about Dave Roberts, asking my opinion of Dave Roberts. And I said to this out loud. They asked me, what do you think of Dave Roberts? And I said, he is probably the nicest man in all of Major League Baseball, and he might be the best manager or the worst manager who ever lived. And they're like, why is that? He's like, because he's such a nice guy. I don't know if egotistical ball players will try to run all over him or if they will listen. I hoped they would listen because Dave Roberts is an incredible communicator, an incredible friend to everybody that's in that clubhouse. And honestly, if you have a problem, there's no one in the world that I'd rather go and talk about it with than Dave Roberts. I am thrilled that Dave Roberts ended up being so much even more of the manager that I knew he could be. He's going to go down as one of the greatest managers of all time. And I'm going to say this right now. I think he's already the best Dodger manager of all time. Managing the amount of players that he's had, the amount of egos that he's managed, the amount of workmanship that he's had to do with bullpens and during his time, the amount of things when we had him on the show that he has learned through failure as a manager as well. I don't think anyone does it quite better than Dave Roberts. He handles it with a swagger. He handles it with a confidence. He handles the media better than just about anyone. I don't know what to say other than I know he hasn't won Manager of the Year, which is a crime, by the way, but it's only because he's successful. For some reason, we don't give successful managers or head coaches the head coach of the year because we always were like, well, look what they had to play with. You always give it to the guy that basically is winning with less, so to speak. So we've seen like a Stephen Vogt with the Cleveland Guardians win it the last couple of years. We've seen Pat Murphy with the Milwaukee Brewers win it the last couple of years. I understand. I see their payroll and I see their winnings, and you go like, well, that guy's clearly the manager of the year. No. Dave Roberts has been the manager of the year almost every single year he's been managing for 10 straight years. He just doesn't have the hardware to prove it, but we know what Dave Roberts has been doing.
We do know, and it's. I mean, you're right about. I mean, I only know Dave personally. Obviously, I didn't play baseball, so I don't know. You know, the nuances and the details that you understand of like what makes a great baseball manager and the type of mindset and wiring and approach to player relationships and, you know, making decisions around personnel and you know, how to set the team up for success. But as a human being, the Dave Roberts I know, like you're right. I mean, one of the nicest and most humble people you'll ever come across in your life. And it reminds me of the way people viewed Phil Jackson in a lot of ways. I think the perception of coaching high talent or high achieving teams makes people feel like the coaches or managers of teams with high talent are somehow doing less work because there's a lot of talent on the field or on the court. And in a lot of ways, it's harder to do that job than it is to coach and manage a team with less talent and less ego and less accomplishment. And I'm not sure, you know, why that is. I think that perception has just kind of been a narrative that is lived in sports.
Yeah.
And we just haven't wanted to challenge it. Like we like the underdog, you know, we like the story of the person that came from behind or surprised us. We didn't expect this from them, as opposed to actually honoring folks that show up a certain way every day when we expect them to, and they're still able to show up and achieve at the highest levels, even when the pressure, the expectations, the standards are so high. They still achieve them and surpass them, and we still yet somehow want to but they were better though.
Yeah, but look at your payroll.
Yeah, and so I'm not sure if that'll ever change, to be honest. But it's also like Dave Roberts doesn't care. I mean, Phil Jackson, like, think about this, man. This man coached 11 teams that won NBA championships.
I'm sorry, just say that one more time. I want say it slowly so that it really sinks into everybody in the Southland real quick.
He coached 11 different basketball teams that won the NBA championship.
And also the egos involved.
Yeah, but again, let's regardless of who's on the roster.
No, I know.
Right?
Just managing that though. Man.
But was awarded the Coach of the Year award one time.
That's wild. That's really
so
wild.
you're saying that he somehow was able to coach NBA teams 11 different times to win world titles, yet he didn't coach well enough to be awarded the Coach of the Year award.
Didn't after your guys' first title, the very first one, wasn't that one of the first things Shaq said? Because you guys beat the Pacers and Bird specifically, who was the head coach of that team, and Bird won head coach of the year, I think, that year, didn't he?
Yes, correct.
And I think one of the first things Shaq did when he got on the microphone is that I want to thank Phil Jackson, the actual best head coach of the year. And I thought that the crowd went nuts.
Yeah,
I was a very young kid with that. I loved it.
But I'm not trying to take the focus away from Dave Roberts.
Of course.
But in terms of, how do you regard somebody that's the best in the game? It can be subjective, I guess, in a lot of ways. We can all have our opinions, but there's no way we can continue to overlook the men or women that continue to show up and lead their programs, their teams every single year to achieve at the standard of 90 to 100 wins per season, and somehow relegate that to but he's not necessarily the best at what he does.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, and you can say it better than I can. Like, they're not just rolling the baseball out there and just doing whatever they want to do.
Completely.
They are being put in position to be successful.
Well, let me give you the example of Dave Roberts. Because, say Dave Roberts these last 2 years has not won Manager of the Year. In fact, he has yet to win a Manager of the Year. The last 2 years, it went to Pat Murphy. Pat Murphy out of the Milwaukee Brewers. Now, a very fair and understandable choice based on what that payroll is, what that team age is. A lot of young guys. And, Pat Murphy getting a lot out of them. But I always made this argument. I've played for Pat Murphy. I played for him in AAA and in the big leagues. And then basically, I played for two different versions of Pat Murphy. The one that I absolutely loved in AAA and the one I absolutely hated in the big leagues. And it wasn't really Pat's fault. When in 2015, Bud Black gets fired by the San Diego Padres. They move up Pat Murphy from the AAA manager to the big leagues. Now, keep in mind, that was a coaching staff that also had Mark Kotsay, who is currently the Sacramento A's manager, and Dave Roberts, who the next year was named the Dodgers manager, who has now gone on to become one of the great Dodger managers, if not one of the great managers of all time. 1,000 wins in 10 years. Another 10 years, it's going to be 2,000, if not possibly even more. Pat Murphy did an amazing job with young guys. And what he does, and that's what Pat Murphy is. He was a college coach before he came over to the major league level. So he is incredibly good, as somebody that played for him, at motivating young players and convincing them that they are downtrodden and kind of that no one here believes in you, but he does. And he's really good at getting players to do that. Amazing at it, in fact. But when I saw him do it,
though?
Because he just knows how to communicate with young people. I've always described Pat Murphy, and he takes offense to this. I don't know why, because I actually mean this as a compliment. He is kind of got a little con man to him in that, he's like a Danny Ocean type of con man. He can convince you of just about anything, and he chooses to use his powers, for the most part, for good. And he does it by motivating young guys, and he's very good at getting them to do what he needs them to do. But when he did it in the big leagues for that team in San Diego, there was guys like Matt Kemp, B.J. Upton, Justin Upton, a lot of veteran superstar players that did not buy into what Pat was selling. So it was just not working there. But you take him over to Milwaukee with a bunch of young guys, and it absolutely works. Dave Roberts, that was my worry, going like, well, I just saw that clubhouse in San Diego. Maybe it won't work. Completely the opposite. You put Dave at the helm, he's like almost this calming figure that makes everybody the best version of themselves, both on and off the field. It's a trait that you can't really teach. He just kind of innately has it.
And I mean, that's what makes the great ones. I mean, you know, and that's a fair distinction, right? Like some managers and coaches, you know, are more wired or better wired to coach and or manage, you know, young team, veteran team, experienced team, you know, team that's trying to win a championship or bust, you know, teams that are in a rebuild mode. Like all of those things can be taken into consideration. And yeah, in some ways, everybody would have different results if their teams were different. Mm-hmm. But I just think we too lightly assume or too heavily assume that if there's high talent on the roster, the coach is doing or the manager's doing less. That's the part I don't think we're quite as connected to. I think right now we are in a space where we do accept coaching and managing sports is not as heavily weighted towards just the strategy, tactical, you know, X's and O's part of the sport as much as we used to. Mm-hmm. Like we used to think coaches were like making everything out there happen and managers were just pushing all the right buttons. Mm-hmm. And I think we've come to accept the fact that, and even Dave Roberts has said it himself, like it's almost if you split the job into thirds, like a big part of it is mental performance and mentorship and relationship, and it's as much that as it is who's starting at pitcher, what's the batting rotation and lineup, when should I replace the center fielder or the first, whatever those decisions are from a baseball perspective. But the best coaches and managers are also the ones that are able to find a balance in like accountability, relationship, tough love, or love tough. I've heard that phrasing before as well, where until a player feels that there's like a genuine amount of love in the relationship, and professional love is what I'm referring to.
Of course.
And like that, then it's harder to be tough. And historically, we always felt like, you know, tough love. Like, let's just bring the tough part first.
Yes.
And then say, well, it's coming from love. And there was a shift over the last however many years where if you don't show a level of love and value first in a player, whether young or more experienced, like you said, even for Pat Murphy, like, hold on, bro, you ain't talking to me like that. Like,
it didn't work.
Like that.
Exactly.
So, you know, and Dave Roberts just has that ability to create an energy that like there's a respect and like a love there in a sense that then allows him to still hold you accountable, still coach and teach and be direct with you and have hard conversations. And, you know, that's what makes some of the best leaders. And he's definitely one of those.
Can I give you an example of why I think Dave Roberts is really phenomenal?
Sure.
Dalton Rushing. That's honestly the name that I'm citing. Now, I have no proof of this. I am not an insider right now. I'm not giving you like clubhouse stuff.
You're a source.
No, this is just my read from the outside looking in, watching this team all year long. Dalton Rushing's kind of a different cat, right? He's kind of carries himself with a little bit of that trying to think of the way to say this on FCC regulated radio. He's a bit of a tough act sometimes. Let's put it that way. Sometimes it can kind of come off as a tired act. One of those things you're like, oh my God, this guy again. Because he's caused a couple of little interesting issues, you know, hard slides that were unnecessary here, arguing with this guy over here, you know, and he's had flashes where, you know, the thing with Shohei last week and, you know, beating himself up very literally, physically in the dugout and, you know, kind of having these moments where he kind of snaps a little bit. The perfect manager for that cat is Dave Roberts. Dave Roberts is a guy that can keep that kid not necessarily in line, because I don't think he's necessarily getting out of line, but kind of keep him right. Because this is such a mental grind of a season that I truly believe Dave Roberts if he wasn't his manager, Dalton Rushing his numbers would probably be way worse and probably down in the minor leagues using somebody else instead of him.
But this is where I think that, sometimes the narrative of like former players as coaches and managers and leaders, it's depending on who you ask, there's a belief that former players can be great at it. And then there's a group that's kind of like, no, former players didn't grow up in coaching and they don't have what it takes to be a great manager or a great coach. And the point you're making around Dave Roberts, I believe, is, I do think you have to include the relatability of him being a former player and having been not necessarily a superstar A-list player, even though he made superstar A-list plays and had big moments as a player. But I believe he understands and relates to the experience of almost every player within the Dodgers organization, from a minor league call-up guy to a starting pitcher to a middle reliever.
There's perspective there.
So much of it. And so then when you are having some of those conversations you have to have with players, you've been in those shoes before, which also makes you more human as a leader. And I would assume over time, as your relationship grows with a manager like Dave Roberts, and you start to connect to some of that relatability and how human he is, then you can be more vulnerable, more transparent as a player. You can really tell Dave Roberts what's going on with you, why you may need a little more time or support or whatever, and just be honest with him, which allows him to then lead you more effectively.
I'm telling you, D-Fish, my career was what it was. I'm happy with the career I had. Really, really am as a ball player. I got to the big leagues, not a lot of time, but I got there. My one regret was not signing with the Dodgers in 2015, at the end, early 16, because I just wish I played for Dave Roberts. I truly mean that. He was my bench coach, but I wish I got to play under him as my manager. And that's, if I had a time machine and can change one thing in my life, it would have been taking that pen away from that Royals contract and putting it right on that Dodgers contract, my guy. But hey, we're here anyways, so let's just go ahead and make the best of it. Guys, it was an incredible day yesterday in World Cup soccer, and yes, we need to talk about it. Also, later on in the hour, comedian extraordinaire Brad Williams, here hot off of his new comedy special, will be joining us live in studio here in D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Leading LA's biggest stars in the City Championship Celebrity Challenge. It's happening on Saturday, July 11th. So guys, for fans who are thinking about coming out on July 11th, just paint the picture of the night and what fans can expect when they get there.
I think it's going to be very energized. It's going to be music. We got some special guests that's going to come out and perform at halftime. We all going to be able to be accessible to the fans, meet and greet, get your autograph signed, bring the kids out, take pictures. I mean, it's going to be full. Marathon Burger. Rest in peace to my bro, Nipsey Hussle, but it's the marathon continues, man. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just gonna be an overall good thing for the city. It's at Northmont High School. Very personal. Pop out, man. Come meet us. Come shake a hand. Take a picture.
I think it's gonna be good. There's gonna be a lot of stars there. City of Champions. I think it's good for the city for sure.
Who's gonna win? Let's put it out right now. We're getting competitive, right?
Team Jackpot. Team Jackpot.
Team K9, man.
We are so excited for this, you guys. Deshaun Jackson, Keyshawn Nixon, leading LA's biggest stars in the City Championship Celebrity Challenge on Saturday, July 11th. You can still get your tickets. We're also giving away tickets every day right here on 97.1 The Fan.
Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. Later on in the hour, we got comedian Brad Williams joining the show live. Looking very forward to cutting up with my old buddy Brad. Proud to call him a friend and friend of the show. We got to talk a little bit about the World Cup. We just finished talking about Dave Roberts and our love for this man. But, man, the World Cup yesterday, D-Fish, was something else. Did you get a chance to see any of these knockout rounds? Because these knockout kicks specifically, these penalty kicks that we got in 2 matchups yesterday, where we not only got it in 2 matchups, but 2 underdogs knocking out some of the biggest fish in the land. Germany knocked out at 32. And now the Netherlands knocked out at 32. Morocco moving on. Of course, Brazil moving on from their very incredible win against Japan. And Paraguay, the team that Team USA absolutely boat raced in match 1, which, by the way, let's just get to the sound. Let's hear some of that noise.
Awaits this. And just beats Bono to the bottom corner. Off the bar. And he hits the post. No, it's saved and it sneaks in. Weghorst top corner. And he scores. And he pulls it wide. Hits the post. Saved. Yes.
Just listen to that crowd. The Moroccan crowd last night was
Listen to the
loud.
damn post. I never heard the post that many times.
Well, kick better. How about that? Kick better, and that's it. By the way, I have to assume this. Like, I've always thought the most nerve-wracking thing in probably sports, I've always thought was like in a fourth quarter at the very end, trying to hit one of those free throws. Looking at Wemby when he finally kind of lost it at the free throw line, that was me going like, there can't be anything more nerve-wracking than that exact moment. I'm trying to think of a baseball equivalent. Yeah, sure, bottom of the ninth, facing a pitcher, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, nerve-wracking. But you're not like on an island the way you are at the free throw line. This, however, might be the only thing I think might be more.
Yeah, I mean, because it's like being at the free throw line with like something at the basket that's gonna block it if you don't shoot it exactly right. like that would make the free throw pretty different.
Yeah, he's just got a guy standing in front of it, and he can jump in front of it.
Right.
And
if
remember,
he guesses right.
Remember, there was a poll prior to this World Cup starting, and your people, the Americans, they said about 30% of them.
Yeah.
They said they could make a World Cup winning penalty kick.
And you know what? Who said he couldn't? Me, former pro athlete, said he couldn't do it. And you know what?
Yeah.
I believe that more wholeheartedly now than I did yesterday.
And then the
hold on. So next time before we do the blind draft for World Cup, or any of these big events we're going to be doing blind drafts for, Super Bowl, whatever.
Yeah.
You're going to have to show proof of citizenship or proof of something.
Me?
Before you start saying.
Oh, I show you pictures of my childhood in Brazil and Jamaica, back and forth.
Yeah, okay. All right. On
unreal.
Brazil Street in Philly?
Yeah, maybe.
On Jamaican Avenue in northern Pennsylvania.
Was your favorite Brazilian player growing up Dr. J?
It was not actually. But guys, we talked about that pressure, and they were talking about setting up prior to the penalty kicks happening. They were saying this is about luck. Sarah was like, oh, it's a luck. It's like, watch, there's a lot of nerves. This was the most nervy. Talking about last night's game, by the way, Netherlands getting taken out. This was the most nervy penalty kick situation I think I've ever seen.
Dude, it was nuts.
Guy straight missing, not blocked, missing.
It was nuts. It was, and the electricity in the place, and to see the look on some of these guys, especially in Netherlands. There was one guy, dude, he didn't
want to be there.
There was a missed kick. He looked like Ben Simmons. He wanted nothing to do with this kick. He was up there and had a wide open net and just shanked it left.
On the penalty kicks, the team chooses, right? Or right? You get to choose who.
Yeah, you get to choose your rotation of who kicks.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
And they chose somebody that didn't want to be.
No.
there?
You don't have a choice. Like, not everyone is a penalty kick specialist, so you put your best guys first and this and that. But not everyone, like once you get that far and it's tied, the fifth guy, it might be a center back. It might be, you know what I mean? Like you just don't have a bunch of forwards.
Right.
And it's whoever ended the game on the pitch as well. You can't just,
so now it makes sense why you could end up with the wrong person.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but that's why. So in basketball, it's why in these type of situations that certain guys are on the floor that are the better free throw shooters. It kind of goes to the point that Ben Simmons was kind of making. Like,
a little bit.
I don't want the penalty kick because
I got to give it to somebody that can do a better penalty kick.
I'm going to throw it to somebody else.
You know what? Justice for Ben Simmons. That's what I say.
Why would I do that?
Could you imagine Ben Simmons out there last night with a World Cup chance to win? Oh, my Lord of mercy.
Don't put that man in that situation.
He would have got his 9 wedge out. That ball would have been in the crowd.
Guys, if we know that there's a nuclear bomb that needs to be diffused, Ben Simmons is not the man we need in that situation. That's all. Man. I wish him all the best, but man, yeah. I mean,
he's a good fisher. He's doing well fishing.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, he is. You know that?
Well, when no one's out there blocking you.
Hey.
He has like a team, right? It's like saltwater.
Competitive. I don't know the details like that, but I know he is fishing now, and he's really into it. It's a hobby of his.
Good for him.
Yeah, I'm not making mad at that.
I like that.
But this was incredible World Cup. Guys, I couldn't get away from it at the gym. People oohing and ahhing. I wanted to watch House of Dragons or whatever it's called.
No, not after that.
2. I couldn't get to it because of these damn games.
By the way, you weren't going to get better drama than you got in those games, dude. The amount of people sobbing, dude. Sobbing. Just tears rolling down. There was one, they kept the camera on one dude. He got out his phone to FaceTime someone. He was scream crying. Like almost like if you didn't know the context, you would have thought something horrific just happened to him.
Right.
Like it was really amazing to see the amount, especially the Moroccan fans, really lose it.
Yeah, so keep this in mind, right? As all of our American-based professional sports leagues continue to expand internationally.
Yeah.
Because this is the idea.
Seems kind of important now, don't you think?
This is the idea, right? Is to create this type of fandom and energy for the individual teams in the leagues, but in these other countries and different places that they have the growth plan set up for. And clearly they care about their teams.
Dude,
we obviously care about Team USA and how well they're doing and excited about the match on Wednesday, but yesterday's just like the pressure of these moments is hard to imagine, like in the entire world, and you're standing there. And what's crazy about the World Cup and just big soccer moments is like there's just always that constant buzz from the fans that's going. Like sometimes in NBA arenas, there's almost like a quiet nature of like if you're at the free throw line late in the game and you're at home, it's somewhat quiet because the fans are – it's kind of like in the NFL how the quarterback and everybody's telling the fans to be quiet so they can hear the snap count. In basketball, it's that way at home. On the road, the fans are yelling. I feel like in the World Cup, because there's fans from the other team that are filling half the stadium, there's that low level like that like you are nervous. There's no way that those guys are not freaking nervous.
Can you imagine? It's just the loudest place humanly possible. And Andrew was telling us he went to the US game this last match against Turkey, and by the way, that match meant nothing. It was a glorified friendly. Apparently when Pulisic came in there, he said it was the loudest he'd ever heard a place in his life. So, yeah, it means a lot to a lot of people, and I'm looking forward to seeing the other sports that get their World Cup. Major League Baseball's got the World Baseball Classic. I can't wait for the NBA to eventually get their version of it. It might take another 20 years, but I don't care. I can't wait till we get there. Oh, man, but so much to discuss when it comes to this World Cup and everything soccer. 3 elimination knockout matches today, and we are very excited for them. But coming up, he's a friend, he's a comedian, he's a genius. He is the one and only Brad Williams, comedian here in Los Angeles, coming to join D. Fish and Decker live right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, we're talking a lot about the World Cup. We've been talking a lot about Major League Baseball and the Dodgers and, of course, everything that's going on with the Lakers. But right now, we got to talk about something way more important. And that is because our guy, the great comedian, the legend himself, Brad Williams, is in studio to talk all things comedy, all things LA sports. And, Brad, how you been, man?
I'm doing good, because this is exactly what the LA sports fan needs, because they're like, you're missing a key demographic of 4'4" white guys from Orange County. Clearly, I can tell the 6'5" black men how to play basketball.
Yeah.
This is the secret sauce. And by the way, this is a very humiliating
just straight
experience.
To it, huh? Just straight to it.
Very humiliating experience, because I'm right next to Derek Fisher, who is one of my all-time favorite Lakers. I brought a hat for him to sign. And do you want to know why you were one of my all-time favorite Lakers, D-Fish? Do you want to know why?
I'll think of what you're going to say.
Because you were the short guy. Yes. Because you were the tiny guy on the court. And then I get in here, and you're how tall?
6'1".
I hate you now, okay? I hate you. I hate that the 6'1" guy, I'm watching him like he's got a lot of gumption going up against those... going up against those giants. He's 6'1".
Oh my God!
Are you taller, Cody?
No, I'm 5'11".
You're 5'11".
Yeah.
You're the first man in the history of the world to say they're 5'11".
I've never been ashamed of it.
No man who is 5'11" ever says
But
they're
I'm
5'11".
legitimately 5'11".
I know a lot of dwarves that are 3'11". They're like, no, I'm 4 foot. 4 foot. I'm 4 foot. You are so congratulations of being truly one of one.
Thank you.
Well done.
Brad Williams joining the show right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1, the voice of LA Sports. So, Brad, one new comedy special out, and it's on YouTube right now. How would this compare to, say, your previous 2 decades in the comedy world?
Well, Tom Brady famously said my favorite championship is my next one, and that's kind of like my comedy specials. I always like the next one or the current one that's out. I love it. It's called Live on Short Street. We called it that because we shot it in Lexington, Kentucky, and the theater that we shot it at was literally located on Short Street. That is the name of the street. We had another title in mind. Then we got there. We're like, oh, this is. I thought they were playing. I thought they were playing a joke on me. I thought I walked up and they changed the name of the street. Like, oh, Brad Williams is here. Let's call it Short Street, which is like, wow. I what do you call it when Bruce shows up? But for the most part, I was happy, and I love this new special. It's got over 1 million views in just under 2 months. So yeah, go to my YouTube page, Brad Williams Comedy. Watch it. If you want to see me live, I'll be at the Wiltern Theater in Los Angeles on November 19th.
Dude, so cool.
I'm stoked about that. But I'm here to talk sports. I'm here to get in the trenches with you guys. Because I read that Brian Windhorst said on the way in that today is the day for LeBron. That they are moving LeBron
supposedly
today.
Supposedly.
Yeah, supposedly. Now, when they move him, I'm not familiar with the contract situation. Is he just strictly a free agent? Are we going to be able to get something in return? Or what are we doing here?
No, he is an unrestricted free agent. So the Lakers are not moving LeBron anywhere.
He's going.
He is choosing what he wants to do.
He's got the decision-making power.
Yeah,
right
I don't know if he's going to choose it today, but the Lakers have no control over what he's going to do.
Yeah. Now you were in a situation, Derek, where clearly it was 2 alphas in the room, and and a big argument about whose team was it and stuff like that. Do you think that this is a similar scenario with Luka and Bron, or because of Bron's age, you think he knows the role that he's got to take, or what do you think his mindset is right now?
LeBron's mindset?
Yeah.
That's a good question. His air is different that he breathes compared to the rest of us.
Sure.
I think for LeBron, you think about how accomplished he is. I can imagine you would never want to feel like you're in the way.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, and you think about if you spent the last 8 years building something, and the last 8 years you've been able to bring the organization a championship, but then you're still at times you receive an energy that feels like you're in the way or you're blocking other things from happening.
It is very interesting that
I can't imagine that would be fun.
Like LeBron James, who's the superstar of superstars, comes to the Lakers, wins a championship, and I'm one of those guys that if anyone says that was a fraud championship,
you go after it, right?
I go after them. Like, no, that was the hardest championship ever because they were in the bubble. They didn't have access to anything else. It was the best basketball ever being played from what I saw because you had no distractions. So that's a great championship. So he wins a championship. He's arguably the second best player of all time. He comes to LA, and I don't think LA loved him, but he never became like a Laker. He spent more time here than any other team, yet I don't think LA was ever like, that's our guy.
No, I agree, but I feel like this last 2 years, Brad, I feel like there's been a mild shifting in that. I think Luka coming in and seeing LeBron being willing to take the third spot role.
Yeah,
it changed my mind a little bit. Now I'd be sad to see him go.
Now, Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
quietly,
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
We are holy God. I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now. But there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's gonna be.
But the two white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are gonna be good when it's Yacht Rock being played after a win.
What's wrong with
I can tell you the answer to that. No.
No. Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing, take me away.
Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. Rob Pelinka, please get for lack of a better terms, give some people that will celebrate at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles afterward. Okay, get some
we
people
all celebrate there though.
Trust me, I love it. But get some soul in that locker room, please. Get some melanin.
I believe in him. I believe that Rob can do this. No question. Yes, Raj totally agrees with you.
Yeah.
Brad Williams joining Key Fish and Decker on the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Dude, tell me, Brad, how has been watching the World Cup, man? Because I've been
love it.
I can't get enough of it.
Love it. It's hey, I text all my friends that are diehard soccer fans that watch all year. I'm just like, well, as a soccer fan for the last 3 weeks, let me tell you, it's weird because I watch every time I watch the penalty kicks, I'm always like, part of me is like, I don't like that the game is decided this way. It's like, you go to overtime in basketball and you have a 3-point shootout. It's kind of like that. But then they're so exciting.
They really are.
That it's like, and it allows a Paraguay to beat Germany. I mean, Germany's out. Japan is out. Not since 1945 has that happened.
What a tough day for the Axis powers.
Italy wasn't even in the tournament.
No.
It's rough.
Rough go.
Score one for the good guys.
We've done it again.
Yeah, let's go. But yeah, it's really exciting. And I saw this meme about the World Cup that I really enjoyed, and it said that the World Cup happening in the United States is just proof that the world is like a bunch of cousins that get along but never see each other because our uncles hate each other.
They all hate each other.
So it's like if you remove a lot of the stuff up top, then everyone comes over here and they're enjoying our food, they're enjoying our culture, which is just other people's cultures, but they're enjoying everything that it means to be American.
Hey, enjoy the things we stole from you.
Yes, have them back.
Oh, Raj, what do you got?
Yeah, so Brad and I were texting over the last week or two, and Brad, you like the I know you're a U.S. men's soccer team fan, and the what's the we believe that we will win?
I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win.
Now, you guys have upgraded. You got a new chant. Have you heard the new chant? This is real talk. Have you heard it?
I'm scared.
This is what y'all out there are doing. This is what the Americans are doing. You ready?
Okay.
Because we support the U.S. The U.S. The U.S. That's the way we like it. We like it. We love it.
That's how y'all rolling.
All right. But here's the thing that you have to remember.
This is why Europe thinks we're mid. We're mid-soccer.
They have to be simple chants. You're getting a stadium to chant this. You can't just be like dropping complex song lyrics.
Yeah.
Metaphor.
Everyone else can do it. Why can't we?
We're new, okay? All right, call up Kendrick and have him give us some chants, and we could have some advanced metaphor or whatever. Like you could do that, but we're still new. We're coming into this.
I mean, if you really think about it, we're still only capable of chanting the letters USA over and over again.
We're really good at that. We're really good at three letters in a row that we've been taught over and over
and then
again.
England fans will be over there singing to us that we only know one song with a really intricate setup and verses and choruses.
I have several Australian comedian friends that were sending me videos of them when Australia played the United States, and the chants
were brutal.
The chants Australia was doing. Well done. So
pulled no punches.
Yeah, so we might need some new writers. I don't know.
Well, what are you doing next World Cup? You write?
Yes, I write. Get me in there and just like because I know for a fact that bands when they tour, they will have like a social media person or something write them a couple of things like. Major bands. I know this because when I saw the Rolling Stones at the Honda Center, Mick Jagger made one of the worst jokes I've ever heard, where he went on stage and went, "All right, Anaheim, welcome. Did you guys drive here or did you take the monorail?" Crickets.
Brutal.
Play Satisfaction, Mick. That's why we're here. We're not here for your Kill Tony set.
Never.
Play the hits.
Brad Williams joining us right here at D. Fish and Decker, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And Brad.
Yes, sir.
You're an LA guy.
Yeah.
You've been here forever.
Yep.
What is the LA #1 team? Is this still a Laker town or is this a Dodger town?
Man, right. I mean, currently, right now, it's the Dodgers, but that's only because the Lakers, like this town, when the Lakers are winning and when the Lakers are that squad, there's nothing like it. That's when the flags get on the cars. That's when I remember, Fish, your team. Delayed the careers of several comedians because as a comedian coming up in Los Angeles in the early aughts, we knew for like 3.5 months no one's coming to a show. No one. And I've been on those shows back in the early aughts where like the playoff game was on and then they switch it off and go, and now it's time for open mic comedy.
I don't remember those nights. Old Laugh Factory college nights back in those years.
Those were some rough goes. Those were some rough goes when people were like, no, I like the Lakers are in a playoff game. Like that was a rough time. So you either delayed the development of many comedians or hardened them because anyone who survived that era, had to go through a trial by fire. But yeah, so the Dodgers are king right now, but all it takes, man, all it takes is one more run for the Lakers.
Last question, you just got to know, have you adopted the Rams yet?
No, because I am a lifelong. All right, my allegiances are all in L.A. and all in Orange County, minus the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, because I can rant about that for
why
about
bother?
10 years. I mean, I think Jeff Dye made this joke, but he's like, the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim literally translates to the Angels of Anaheim.
Yes.
If you do Spanish to English, it's stupid. But but the only team outside of SoCal that I support, I'm a lifelong diehard Denver Broncos fan. I say that because my dad went to Stanford, and then he wanted us to support a Stanford-led team that was Elway with the Broncos or Plunkett with the Raiders, and I don't have face tattoos or priors, so we decided on the Broncos. So that is my football team. But other than that, I'm all SoCal.
That's my man. Well, Brad Williams, your new special, is it live on Short Street?
Live on Short Street on my YouTube channel, and November 19th, playing the Wiltern Theater. Tickets are on sale now. We'd love to see you there in the audience.
Dude, the Wiltern Theater. That is just as badass as it gets. So congratulations, Brad, and congratulations on all the success and being honestly one of LA's best comedians. And we can't wait to have you back when you get closer to that show, man.
Thank you. And now Fish is going to sign my hat, and the value will go up by 17 cents. I am stoked.
That's right, it will. Guys, we got to talk World Cup, Dodgers, and what the hell are the Lakers going to do? Right here on D. Fish and Decker on the all-new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back to D. Fish and Decker. Right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we just had the great Brad Williams, comedian extraordinaire, live on the air, and he was absolutely phenomenal. If you missed that, go back on the Odyssey app and the podcast and check it out. Of course, get in the chat live right now at The Fan LA on YouTube. The Fan, the chat has been going off the entire show, and we appreciate you guys joining us there. And, of course, our phone number, 855-97-LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. What are your thoughts on his kind of breakdown of the Lakers? I will admit, pretty white team.
I'll let the comedians do the jokes.
You coward! Jump in front of it!
No thanks.
All right, fine. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Dodgers get it done again last night in spectacular fashion. Come back from behind victory. Eric Lauer getting another victory. And by the way, Eric Lauer doing a pretty damn good job in the last month. I would say he had a pretty slow start for his Dodger tenure, but for a guy that is never really been, a quote-unquote guy, really filling in this rotation quite well to the point where his veteran presence may be very welcome to this rotation as the season goes forward. We've been talking about Roki Sasaki maybe being pulled out of this rotation. We've been talking about Emmett Sheehan possibly being taken out of this rotation. Eric Lauer is making a hell of a case of staying in as they get another victory against the Sacramento A's last night. 17 hits, an offensive barrage, but you can't help but smile, knowing full well that this was a very rare night where you had two Max Muncies taking on each other, both hitting seventh, both playing third base, and both have the same birthday. That's just wild.
That's crazy to me. And no relation, not named after the other one because they grew up watching, the family. I am stunned that happens. I mean, there's a ton of young kids named Kobe now, but for literally another Max Muncy is insane to me.
I hate to do this, but I know we have ourselves scheduled in and penciled in to talk some Dodgers right here. But ladies and gentlemen, Peyton, if you can, apparently we have some very significant breaking news. Ladies and gentlemen of the Southland, it is according to Shams Charania of ESPN, LeBron James will continue his NBA career for the 2026-2027 season and has informed the Los Angeles Lakers that the franchise can move on without him because he will be playing elsewhere. Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul officially tells ESPN. Ladies and gentlemen, LeBron is gone. No longer a Laker, according to his representatives. D. Fish, what are your thoughts? We were thinking some announcement was coming at some point. It came today, hours before free agency even hits. This definitely goes a little bit against the entire concept of waiting till August, don't you think?
Yes, it does. I mean, he could still end up, assuming this is, plays out the way Shams just broke it down. If it came directly from Rich Paul, it is what it is.
In my opinion, I honestly think everything that Shams has been reporting for the last 2 weeks has been directly from Rich Paul. This is the first time he's just saying the name.
And so, this could, LeBron could still decide later that he doesn't want to play, right? Or that he does want to play and this is what I'm going to do. But, to inform the Lakers now so that they can make certain basketball-related decisions and kind of move forward as an organization without maintaining the requisite amount of cap space that they would need to re-sign him. I'm still kind of processing it, to be honest. I think, yes, I'm not entirely surprised. This is obviously something we, have been talking about a lot, that this could be a possibility. We didn't realize we'd see it today. And so, but I think it's also, what you also have to realize is that if this is coming out today, he has an indication of what he's about to do.
Yeah.
And so before that, you have to get this out before the news about where he's going next comes out.
You know, it's funny. This also happened literally, a day or a couple hours after Bronny's contract for his third year became official as well. His contract is fully guaranteed for the third year. So do you think there's some correlation between the announcement of Bronny coming back for his third year with the Lakers to this announcement happening almost seemingly right afterwards? Because you know, you mentioned like the idea, make sure the son's okay. All right, now I can kind of make my move. You were saying it initially almost like a sign and trade situation. Maybe this was just a conversation that was had.
It's possible that there's, you know, the timing of it, you know, kind of worked out and, you know, them wanting to make sure that, you know, Bronny had an opportunity still here in L.A. before, you know, LeBron letting them know his decision. But I wouldn't entirely say, you know, there was some master plan wrapped around it, but it's possible that timing, you know, aligns to some degree. But yeah, my mind is now swirling on, you know, what the possibilities are next and what news we're going to hear next. Because to me, this indicates
this frees up money.
Yeah, but I'm thinking about still like LeBron is still going to be the story. Mm-hmm. Even going somewhere else. Like we're talking about LA teams and LA sports, but his announcement with what he's doing next is going to trump any individual team news.
Yes.
All of basketball because it's LeBron James.
No question.
So my mind is going to like, yes, the Lakers obviously have a much more clear idea of like the decisions that they need to make and how they're going to best utilize that cap space. But also there's going to be some news soon about what LeBron is doing next.
Absolutely. And
which
by the
should
way,
be watched because if it's a Western Conference team, then, yeah, you're going to have to see him 4 times, 6 times, 8 times a year.
Well, I think it's a foregone conclusion. I mean, if this is being announced now with all of the smoke around Golden State, I have to assume Golden State is practically a done deal right now. We're just waiting till 6 p.m. Eastern time tonight to actually announce it.
You would think. I mean, the Porzingis news broke in terms of Golden State.
Yes,
he
it did.
re-signed a 2-year, $40 million deal. So you think about Porzingis, Draymond, LeBron, Steph, and then
if they get trade for AD the way they're claiming,
I don't know.
As of now, it'd be Jimmy Buckets there.
Yeah, as of now, Jimmy Butler will still be there. Getting Porzingis done is smart because that also could be a piece in an Anthony Davis trade.
Yeah.
Where Porzingis would go to Washington. That would better align with the timeline of, you know, A.J. Dubant's still a young guy at the number 1 pick. You know, Trae Young is still a player with 4, 5, 6 years ahead of him. So you can see some things kind of starting to, you know, come into play. But, yeah, I mean, you know, the Lakers in terms of their free agency window, you know, it's full steam ahead on, you know, whether it's re-signing Marcus Smart to a multi-year deal. You know, some of the other, you know, players now, the conversations around Jalen Duren.
It becomes
Mitchell
more
Robinson,
realistic now, though, the Jalen Duren thing, doesn't it?
It becomes somewhat more realistic. I still wouldn't like them to commit, you know, out of the $50 million of cap space, I wouldn't want $30 million going to one guy.
Okay.
Like, I just wouldn't, especially for a guy that's Jalen Duren's best attributes are still defense, rebounding, rim protection, finishing at the rim. Like, and so I don't necessarily believe you need to invest all-star caliber money for those type of attributes. I think you can get 2 to 3 guys to give you that type of productivity in some of the hard hat areas.
Well, I will tell you, the chat is like a combination of discussing it and celebrating it. One saying, yes, absolutely time for them to rip off the Band-Aid. It's time to Lakers to think about the future. The future starts today. LeBron won the Lakers a championship, but it's time. Another one saying, the Luka era officially starts today. And yes, we are reacting to the news, the announcement that just came through just moments ago. Breaking news: LeBron James will continue his NBA career in the 2026 season and has informed the Lakers that they can move on without him, according to Shams Charania. And, of course, that came directly from Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul. So the day begins, a new beginning for the Lakers. The summer of 26 is officially underway. LeBron James out for the Los Angeles Lakers. We want to hear from you. 855-97-LA-FAN. Give D-Fish and I a call right now. Let us know what you think. Are you excited about this future without LeBron? Are you worried about what this year will look like about LeBron? Because, hey, if you believe reports, he's going to be right up the road in San Francisco. So that's going to be real interesting. But I got to ask you, like, why would LeBron want to do this? Like, honestly, like, forgetting all the other things, why would LeBron want to go over to this team in Golden State specifically? Does he really think that's a team that can win a championship?
I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, I'm sure. What I am sure of is, as a competitor, sure, he feels like anywhere he is, the team.
That's fair.
You know what I mean? So I would say yes to that question. In terms of, Golden State, yeah, I think, again, I feel like just with the Lakers, it just kind of started to feel like, whether right or wrong, or I don't know if anybody did anything intentionally, unintentionally, overtly, but when you start to feel like you're in the way, I'm out. Mm-hmm. Like, and that's okay. Like, and it doesn't have to be negative. It doesn't have to be something that, you have to explain to each other. I think it's clear that, the team is moving towards, it's Luka's team, and, obviously re-signing Austin Reeves and moving towards, those two guys being the focal point and, where the team is building itself around. And I don't think LeBron had any issue with that. But yeah, I think the belief of feeling like you're kind of the one that is being asked to do less, take less.
But he's being asked to do the exact same thing over there in Golden State.
Yeah, but those are new relationships and new conversations. It's one thing. If I've helped you build this, and you start to make me feel like I'm not as valued as you are, then let's start to think about opportunities to build something somewhere else. And even if my role is the same, it's not about a lesser role. It's more about how someone can make you feel. And I think sometimes in sports, a new team or a different team is pursuing the player, whereas their current team is either kind of standing pat or, sometimes when you're just trying to like retain or hold on to a player, you're not really pursuing them in a way that a new team is. And if you've gotten, if Steph Curry's calling you, if Draymond is calling you, if you're getting calls from players that, like, we really want you, we really think that we can accomplish the highest of the high with you, that's a good feeling to have, even if you're LeBron James.
It is, but man, I gotta say, it's an old team. We've seen him do it, but boy, LeBron James joining this team will absolutely make this team's collective age an average of 37 years old, which is an old team. Granted, yeah, it is these names. It's Steph, it's LeBron.
But that's the thing. So that Draymond Green sound we played yesterday.
Yeah.
Remember when he said, it's been interesting to watch the shift in the league. That's code for, like, I don't necessarily agree with this shift. Mm-hmm. And we're going to get a group of guys together that's going to slap you guys around.
Interesting. I didn't have that read. I like it.
Al Horford, LeBron, Draymond.
I forgot
Steph.
Al Horford is there.
and
Al Horford's still in the league. I forgot about that.
It's like the last stand for guys that are basically feeling like the league is pushing them out.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you hear what we think. What do you think, LA? Are you excited about LeBron James exiting this team? Are you pissed off LeBron James is exiting this team? 855-97-LA fan. Let's go to Rob and Gardena. Rob, talk to us. You're on with D-Fish and Decker.
Good morning, guys. I love the show. I'm the one that called and said LeBron should play six-man. I guess he's not playing six-man anymore.
Nope.
So as a diehard Laker fan, why don't we try to save some money for next summer when Jokic decided that he's not going to opt out for his extension and go for the big fish next year with Jokic?
Rob, interesting question. I appreciate the call. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, they sold Luka on the summer of 26. Could it be a summer of 27 where we go ahead and get the joke? Dude, I'm just saying that out loud. I mean, but like Brad Williams said, there's another white guy for the Lakers, huh? Getting the Joker over here. Euro Lakers. I like it.
Yeah, I think the to Rob's question, yes, that is definitely how some free agency planning goes. You could see that in the structure of certain contracts, and but what you have to realize at this point is that Luka's contract and Austin Reeves' contracts are going to make it almost, I don't want to say impossible, but the odds are going to be pretty slim around adding a third player at that $40 to $50+ million level. Like it financially is possibly too restrictive. Obviously, the new ownership group and Mark Walter and can afford it per se, but you're not going to see many teams at all. I mean, you see Oklahoma City Thunder shaving salaries and contracts, and Boston Celtics kind of reshuffled over the last year or two. Like, it's just too punitive to operate at that high of a salary cap level. Even James Harden's decision to decline his player option and re-sign,
to get ready to sign back,
it's going to save the Cleveland Cavaliers a ton of financial flexibility, and kind of get away from that second apron, which opens up some additional ways that they can build their roster out and try to get back to playing in the Eastern Conference Finals the way they did this past year. So I like the point of the question. Yeah, the answer is yes. Like, you can sign some players this offseason to 1 or 2 year deals with team options, but sometimes that also makes it hard to get the guys you want. Because if you're a free agent, you don't want to just be a stopgap for a year or so, and if things don't work out in LA, and then you re-enter free agency next year coming off of a kind of down year per se, then it's kind of like what happened with DeAndre Ayton. Like, he really came to LA to be on a bigger stage, to show he could be a starting big, to increase his value. He had a good year, but his value didn't necessarily go way up.
No, kind of a lateral move.
So so now he's kind of stuck, doesn't have big offers out there, so then he just opts into his player option, but it didn't necessarily move him forward. So guys are not going to necessarily want to be in that position either. So sometimes it can be tricky signing the type of players that will allow you to compete now, waiting for next year, unless you're going to come out and let everybody know, like, we're going to take a step back this year, and we're going to swing, for some of the players that are going to be free agents next year.
Yeah, but this is still the Lakers. We can't be taking a swing for next year, especially what we've already been sold. The Lakers have already sold all of us on the summer of 26 now. Now I feel like it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. But then again, who knows what's going to be available? This is going to be a really interesting 24 hours, to say the least. And yes, we are reacting to the breaking news from Shams Charania over there at ESPN. LeBron James will continue his NBA career, but will not be continuing it for the Los Angeles Lakers. Los Angeles, are you excited? Are you upset? Give us a call, 855-97-LA-FAN. Let us know your thoughts on LeBron. Let's go over to David in Van Nuys. David, talk to us. You're on with D. Fish and Decker.
Hey, fellas, good morning. My first time on the show today, and I'm already loving it. As a diehard Laker fan since 1992, I think it was really time for us to move on from LeBron. Mm-hmm. I'm not a LeBron hater, but you know what? Now we're going to get younger. We're going to get faster. Let's start building around Luka and AR. I'm looking for, what happens this season, it could be great, but I'm looking forward to the future of the Lakers. And I think with the cap space, I think we have a bright future. Let's go, Lakers.
Listen, you ain't wrong, and I appreciate the call, David, very, very much. Thanks for calling D. Fish and Decker. Dude, he's not wrong. I got here last night. I walked out of this show yesterday feeling like, oh, I don't know how I feel about this at all. I was actually quite concerned about the entire concept of losing LeBron. But as the night kind of continued and the night kind of finished, I completely changed my mind thinking, man, this could be really exciting. This could really open up some new possibilities. It could be the first time that we're seeing really kind of what the future can be. And as much as it does feel like ripping off the Band-Aid, I'm kind of excited for it, D-Fish. I'm not going to lie to you.
I mean, yeah, we talked about it. I mean, there are, and even the fan that just called in, like, you know, people don't necessarily have to be haters or, you know, of LeBron in order to feel an excitement about the future and you know, I don't want to say the need to turn the page necessarily, but just the feeling, I guess, that the Lakers need to turn the page, which is, I don't know. I'm still kind of, you know, processing the reality of, like, prior to the injuries April 2nd to Luka and Austin, not LeBron, the Lakers were the third best team in the Western Conference.
Yes.
Behind the clear-cut two best teams at that time in the league. Ultimately, obviously, the Knicks won the championship. And so to be, I don't know, 4 or 5 games difference between the best in the West in the league and the Lakers, I don't know why it feels like it was so far removed from being successful and so bad that we needed to turn the page and look to the future. I'm not sure where that's coming from based on what's been happening. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, now we know, though.
Now we know. Now we know, and we will know a lot more after this next break, because coming up on the other side, we're staying on this LeBron news. Of course, we're reacting to the Shams Charania report. LeBron James officially leaving the Los Angeles Lakers to pursue other possibilities. Perhaps he's taking his talents to the Bay of San Francisco. But you know what? A great person to talk to about it. Brad Turner of the LA Times joins us right on the other end of this to talk about this new LeBron news. And frankly, where do the Lakers go from here? It's D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. New 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And yes, we are reacting to the breaking news that has just hit our airwaves. Of course, according to Shams Charania of ESPN, LeBron James officially leaving the Los Angeles Lakers, possibly for different pastures. It's rumors are to be believed he's heading up to the Bay Area. And who better to talk to than, of course, a good friend of the show and a Laker insider. Anything you need to know. Brad Turner of the LA Times joins us live. Brad, quite the last 30 minutes we've had here on D. Fish and Decker. Talk to us. Was this always part of the plan, or did something recently shift in LeBron James's camp?
Man, I'm going to go back a couple of years ago when someone was telling me that it was right before the Lakers got Luka, and the thought was that at some point they knew they had to separate themselves from LeBron James. And lo and behold, what happens? They get Luka handed to them in their laps for one first-round pick, and AD and Cam Christie. And so I go back to that, and now we fast forward to today. I have to say that I'm not surprised that he took the forefront to say that I'm moving on when I kept hearing from different people that the Lakers were not sure they wanted him back, that their preference was to give the team completely over to Luka. I think LeBron and his people decided, no, we're going back and forth with this thought of should I go, should I stay? I'm going. I'm out of here, and I'll go play somewhere else.
BT, you've seen a lot over the years, man. What does this mean? Obviously, Luka and Austin Reeves, re-signing. There's a lot of excitement about moving towards the future, but help people understand, the impact of a player of LeBron's, caliber and stature. How organizations have done after those players move on, or they move on from the player. It's not always as green pasture as people think.
No, Fish, it's very difficult. When LeBron left Miami, for example, they struggled for a while, and they've come around. When Shaquille and even you and Robert Ory, all you guys were gone after you guys had that great run, it was Kobe here by himself. Phil was gone. They missed the playoffs. The difference this time with this Laker team is they have a superstar in Luka Doncic. Mm-hmm. They have a very good player who is a star in making, and he's going to sign his contract pretty soon, with Austin Reeves. But what else do they have to go with those two? That's what Rob Pelinka has to build out now going forward. It took a couple of years for the Lakers to get back. Remember, Fitz, you came back to the Lakers. Powell came over. Lamar started playing really well. Phil was back as a coach. You guys went to 3 straight finals and won 2 of them. It takes time to build around that. The Lakers have a strong infrastructure in place with Luka and Austin, but who do they add to that mix? Because there are no free agents out there to go and get to replace LeBron James. Do the Lakers make trades to do this? Do they hope teams that are up near the second April are letting guys go? It won't be easy, but hey, Rob is getting those big bucks, so get to work, Rob.
Absolutely. Of course, we're talking with Brad Turner of the LA Times, veteran basketball sports writer and all things Laker know-it-all. I joining D. Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. BT, I got here last night, like mentally as a Laker fan. I started really kind of, as much as I was thinking, man, I've really loved this team this last year. I'd love to see him run it back. Yesterday was the first night I kind of sat around like, but man, maybe we just ripped off the Band-Aid, save some money, and allocate those funds elsewhere. Maybe the future really can begin. Because at some point, we do need to move on from LeBron. Am I wrong to be legitimately kind of excited about this prospect of LeBron James leaving the Lakers?
You said the first thing is, I'm a Laker fan. And if you're like my friends that are Laker fans, they are applauding this. I mean, they really are. Like, I'm a LeBron James fan. I like LeBron. Mm-hmm. I like watching him play. He treated me with respect, and that goes a long way for a journalist and just for a person. But Laker fans just all thought that they liked him because he played for the Lakers. My example is always my nephews, Fish. They grew up on you guys. Watch you guys do your thing. And they're like, everybody in Cleveland, he all right. LeBron's in Miami, he all right. LeBron's playing for the Lakers now. Okay, we cool with that. But they never really truly accepted him as a real Laker for whatever reasons. Maybe because he wasn't drafted by them. Maybe because he only won one championship. Maybe because Jerry West and Magic and Kobe and Rick Fox and Robert Ory and Derek Fisher and James Worthy and Byron Scott. Wilt Chamberlain. Maybe because he just wasn't in that category with those guys. They just never really embraced him the way he wanted them to. And now he just tells the Lakers and their fans, such as yourself, I'm out. Be happy because I'm gone.
Yeah, that's what it feels like to me. Like, I just feel like each year I'm sure as Luka joined the organization, like just kind of feeling like he was almost like being treated like he was in the way, and that this was better to like, okay, you know what? Now that I'm in a position where I can make a choice on where I want to be, I'm going to go somewhere where I'm actually pursued and they want the things that I bring, as opposed to feeling like staying in a place where they're tolerating me and they're putting up with me. But, with that being said, what other targets now, right? The Lakers obviously had these different scenarios. If LeBron is here, if he's not, okay, they have the available cap space. What are the types of player names that, you're hearing or, have word of that the Lakers could be able to move closer to now that LeBron has informed them of what he's doing next?
Well, one, I would say, D-Fish, would have to be Rui. I think they need to bring him back because he had a phenomenal playoff series. He shot something like 56% from three. That's D-Fish category. You know what I'm talking about? That's knocking him down. He shot something like 55% from the field. So his name really hasn't come up a lot lately, right? We haven't heard much about him. I do understand that Brooklyn has interest in him. I understand that the Spurs have interest in him. But other guys have come up with like Quentin Grimes. He's an unrestricted free agent, played well in Philadelphia. Zaire Williams, he's come up. He's a young player from L.A., went to Sierra Canyon High School. Those are some really young wing players that can consider two-way players. Yeah, Robert Williams is up there. Yeah, Mitchell Robinson. Those are the names that are prominent names that they can get as free agents. The other way is just, looking for signing trades. You're hearing Duran, and he's with Detroit, but he's a restricted free agent, Jalen Duran. He's young, didn't have a very good playoff series, but he's still a young kid. And, guess who he's represented by? Clutch.
Oh.
How about that?
Naturally.
Now, what does that mean? The story is coming up as you talked about last night. It was crazy last night where now you're hearing he's going to call the Lakers when he can, which free agency starts at 3 p.m. today. Well, Rich Paul is also his agent. Will they still be making that phone call? Or will Rich be a little salty and say, you know what, nah, we ain't doing that. My guy's gone. I'm taking all my guys with me.
Interesting.
I don't know, but it's a question, right?
It is definitely a question. And, of course, we're talking with Brad Turner of the L.A. Times, joining D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan. And, of course, we want to hear from you, L.A., 855-97-LA Fan. Are you excited about LeBron James moving on, or are you guys angry about LeBron moving on? And last question, BT, I just got to know, where is he going? Is it like reports are saying? Is he going up to the Bay, or is LeBron James going elsewhere?
It sounds like the Bay to me. That's all we've heard about. He goes up there. They trade for Anthony Davis. But it reminds me of it. That happens, D-Fish, when you guys acquired Karl Malone and Gary Payton.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it kind of feels if that team is put together up there at Golden State. Will they be good enough to win a title? I think the biggest thing would be, if that were to happen, is to get that group through 82 games. Then they become the scary team in the playoffs because Steph hasn't been healthy the last couple of years. LeBron's only played 60-some games the last season. AD has got a nickname called Street Clothes, which means he doesn't play a whole lot. So you got to keep him healthy through 82 games, and that's a tall order. And let's not forget, San Antonio is damn good. OKC is still damn good. You got to get by them.
Absolutely. Well, we can't thank you enough for joining us again, BT, because, man, this news has hit us like a ton of bricks, and we can't wait to talk to you more about the Lakers offseason, my guy. Thank you once again for joining D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Appreciate it, Decker and D&D. Make it happen, fellas.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, BT.
The legendary Broderick Turner, of course, joining us once again right here on D-Fish and Decker. And, of course, we want your calls, ladies and gentlemen, because, whoa, we are all sitting here just picking up the pieces from this trade that we just had. The news that we just got from Shams Charania. Let's get over to the calls. Who do we got on the line right now?
We're going to holler at Brad from Inglewood.
Let's do it. Brad from Inglewood. Talk to us. You're on with D-Fish and Decker. What are your thoughts on this LeBron news?
Exciting day as a Lakers fan. I can root for the team again, like I used to. And, yeah, I'm on that side of the camp. You can appreciate greatness, but you can also be objective. And I wasn't a fan of his time here. And so I'm glad the franchise is finally moving on, just like they moved on from the Buss family with the new ownership, and I think it's a fresh start. It's an exciting time to be a Laker fan.
You know, Brad, I actually kind of agree with you, but tell me, what is it about the LeBron era that you didn't like? Oh, he's gone? Oh, I wanted to hear his thoughts on that. Because here's the thing. I kind of agree with Brad on that. Like, there's a part of this that I really didn't enjoy a lot of the LeBron Laker thing. But I want to hear from you guys. 855-97-LA fan. Give D-Fish and I a call. Tell us what you thought of the LeBron era here in LA. And tell us about your thoughts moving into the future for the Lakers. We're going to be taking your calls all the way to the end of the show. 855-97-LA fan. Let us know what you guys think. We're going to take a quick little break, and coming up, more on this LeBron situation and, of course, the Lakers right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Sports, and yeah, guys, we are reacting. We are reacting on this show on the new 97.1 The Fan at the Shams bomb that has been dropped, and boy, oh boy, has it been dropped. According to Shams Charania at ESPN, LeBron James will no longer be a Los Angeles Laker, and this, of course, is coming from CEO of Clutch Sports, Rich Paul, his agent. That is the news that is coming out as we currently speak. The Lakers need to move on without LeBron, so, of course, we want to hear from you. 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. Are you celebrating as a Laker fan that the LeBron era is over? Or are you pissed off as a Laker fan that the LeBron era is over? And D-Fish, you heard a couple of our calls. You heard one guy super excited about it. You're seeing the chat go off about it. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm in the chat right now on YouTube at the Fan LA. If you haven't been on it, it is celebration city in here. Like they're acting like the Wicked Witch of the West is officially dead, and we need to celebrate. Which I gotta say, as a guy who is a diehard Laker fan and hasn't loved the entirety of the LeBron era, but appreciate what he's done. I'm not quite there of celebrating LeBron leaving, but I am really excited about the prospect of the future.
Yeah, I'm confused at the why the celebration is so
prominent,
palpable, and prominent. Yeah,
because half the Laker fans still, dude, right or wrong, I personally don't get it, but half the Laker fans just flat out hate LeBron. Still do not like him.
Okay, so then who would you have preferred to have had over the last 8 NBA seasons? Since 2018, since he got here.
Yes.
Everybody explained to me who else should or like had that person come here of the superstars, who would you have enjoyed having more? Like who would have accomplished
who would have accomplished what he did based on the numbers that we're seeing out there? Like you've mentioned multiple times, it's not like a bunch of guys have won multiple titles in this time.
No.
In a perfect world, if we had Giannis through that time,
okay,
yeah, sure.
So,
Giannis.
all right, so let's start there. So let me help everybody with this.
Let's do it.
And again, I'm not represented by Clutch Sports. I don't have a personal relationship with guys. Like I'm not personal friends. LeBron and I have a tremendous amount of respect for each other. Have a tremendous amount of respect for Rich Paul and Clutch Sports, but I don't work with them or for them. But since 2018, Golden State Warriors won the title in 2018. That was the back-to-back years with Kevin Durant and Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Since then, there's been a different NBA champion every year since then. 2019, Toronto Raptors led by Kawhi Leonard. 2020, Lakers bubble year led by LeBron James, Anthony Davis. 2021, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Milwaukee Bucks. 2022, the Warriors won it again with Steph Curry. 2023, Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets. 24, Boston Celtics, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown. 25, OKC with SGA. And then obviously the Knicks just won the title a few weeks ago.
Yes, they did.
So if it's about championship banners, which from my understanding that's what it's about in LA, what is it that LeBron didn't help accomplish that as we went down that list, how many more titles has Jokic won in Denver since we feel like LeBron has been disappointing or frustrating?
None.
How many more titles has Giannis won in Milwaukee since we're disappointed and frustrated with what LeBron has done in LA?
None.
How many titles has Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown won together in Boston since 2018?
None
since
more
we're
than
frustrated
LeBron.
and disappointed with? How many titles has SGA won in the? So again, not personal preference at all.
Of course.
I just want to make sure I understand what the argument is. And if you just don't like them, you don't like them.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't like them.
That's a choice.
But if you try to have any type of basketball conversation included, or it's about championships and then you lost me, because you can't give me another name other than Steph Curry that's done more than LeBron since 2018, and in terms of leading his team to NBA championships. And these are the same people that would say the 2018 one doesn't count because the Warriors had Kevin Durant. So
So let me say one thing that's in the chat. This is one fan's kind of takeaway from it, and I do see this without me actually like saying, yeah, this is the reason that I had an issue with LeBron. But I do see this. It says LeBron helped the Lakers, but seems like he was more about himself than the Lakers, which I can understand somebody having that takeaway, but I can also understand somebody having that same takeaway about a Jason Tatum, I can probably name 15 to 20 other players that could probably have a similar takeaway.
We don't think Michael Jordan was more about Michael Jordan than the Bulls?
I didn't say that.
Like, huh?
Yeah.
You don't think SGA is, like,
fair?
In order for those guys to be who they are that guy. Like, yeah, it is about them because they make everything go. They are the Michael Jackson of the group.
Yep, that's fair.
It's them.
Yeah, it's Michael Jackson and the Jackson 5.
What are we
I
talking
get that.
about?
Well, listen, we know what we think. What do you guys think out there? 855-97-LA fan. We are talking about this LeBron news. Steve and Duarte, talk to us. You're on with D-Fish and Decker.
Hey, I'm here, baby. Hey, you know what? LeBron is the man. He's one of the GOATs. But, hey, here's the deal with the Lakers. You know what? You got to get by the West. So we need to get players that play defense and rebound. We got scorers, but you got to have a crew, and you need a bench to win it all. Bottom line.
I mean, no, you make a damn good point. What are your thoughts? You just think this LeBron thing opens up for more depth, D-Fish? Because that was kind of the idea I had last night, but you did convince me the other day you can't recreate LeBron James with an aggregate. It's kind of impossible.
No, and I don't believe there was a lack of depth necessarily in terms of the team this past season. Because I just if we could go back in the time machine and Luka and Austin didn't get hurt on April 2nd.
What could have been?
And the Lakers played in the Western Conference Finals against the San Antonio Spurs, or they played in the Western Conference Finals, or even played in the Western Conference semifinals against the Spurs. Like, we would be having a different conversation, I guess. But them getting swept out of the playoffs by OKC with no Luka and no Austin, basically, I mean, I'm not sure what the expectation would have been. I don't believe LeBron was necessarily blocking the team from, I guess having a certain type of depth. I think Rui, Marcus Smart, Luke Kennard, it wasn't a lack of depth per se. But sure, in this summer, maybe not re-signing LeBron at a number that would have made the salary cap and the roster construction difficult. Sure. You wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want the re-signing of LeBron to limit the team being able to have the depth necessary to compete in the Western Conference. But I don't know if that was going to be the scenario. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But I think for LeBron, it just got to a point where instead of again, if you built the house over the last 8 years, you don't want to feel like they still having you wait at the front door to give you an answer on whether or not you're going to be let back in at a certain point.
I totally get that. Let's stay with the calls. Oh, the great. Talk to us. You're on with D-Fish and Decker.
I can't believe they did this. What's up, D-Fish and Deck? What up, chat? What up, LA? You mean to tell me the man who carried y'all in the second half of the season, the one who wasn't hurt, the one who got y'all a first-round playoff win, y'all won a round in the playoffs. Unlike my team, the Boston Celtics, who was better, y'all straight won a round, and you did not even offer this man a contract? You prioritized Austin Reeves, who couldn't make it through the season. Yo, fakers be faking. That's why I call y'all the LA fakers.
Say what you will. The Lakers got further than your Celtics, and you know it.
Right. This is the most idiotic. I just can't believe the disrespect. Y'all, Deck, you know me, D-Fish, I cannot stand Bron. I do not like that dude at all. But what he did for y'all this season, how he put y'all on his back and straight took y'all You beat the Rockets. Like, the disrespect is just, and I'm taking it back to this. I said this on Dex other show, Regulars. Y'all should watch it. It's an awesome show. This new ownership with these new ownership groups, when they come in, the way they dismantle teams. Same thing's happening in Boston. My superstar is unhappy because them idiots don't know what the hell they doing. And you got the same thing happening in Los Angeles. How in the world do you come in and not prioritize your superstar?
I hear what you're saying, but Bo, you're pretending we don't have Luka around, and you're just also acting like Austin Reeves is some schlub off the street.
Cody, Luka cannot make it through a season. He cannot make it through an entire 82-game season. He can't. Even if he takes breaks, what are we resting? Just rest. No, he can't do it. He cannot do it. You guys are asked out.
Then we will see. You think the Lakers are asked out? Dude, we will see. I don't believe that. This is a chance for Rob Pelinka to do something, and we'll see what it's going to be, D-Fish.
Yeah, my conversation isn't about the Lakers are doomed necessarily. I'm not coming from that perspective. I just think, and this is for me just historically, I don't like when we try to, and you can have your own opinions on like or dislike. That's not what I'm saying. But in professional sports, it's about the winning. So if people have been involved in helping you to be successful, over a certain period of time, it's hard to imagine why we be in such a rush for it to be over, right? It's like, is it about liking said player, or is it about liking what they help our teams accomplish and achieve? And then that's how historically we've grown to like them. Like, the reason why we loved some of our previous stars is because of the success that they helped create.
Yeah.
It wasn't just because they looked great while doing it. And so, yeah, we'll see. The Lakers have plenty of opportunity to improve the team, get better, be competitive in the Western Conference next year. So that's not where I'm coming from. But we will find out what's next for LeBron and the Lakers pretty soon.
That's right, and you don't want to go anywhere because Brock and Alex are next. I have a feeling I know what their show's going to be about. And D-Fish, bright and early tomorrow morning, my guy, did it again. That's it for us today on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan. We'll see you tomorrow. Kick rocks. Enjoy some sports.
Before the start of free agency tonight, at a courtesy and appreciation for their run together and allow LA to conduct its offseason business. And apparently, you guys, the Lakers expressed to LeBron James that they wanted him back, but the NBA's all-time leading scorer decided to move on elsewhere. So LeBron James will be continuing his NBA career, but not with the Lakers. Brock, when you heard this, I mean, we were in our pre-show meeting. What was your initial reaction?
I thought he actually did it. Like, I'm still surprised because what LeBron has always been a master of is using the media to his benefit.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to his time in Miami, go back to either time in Cleveland. If he wanted news out there, it got out there, and it was typically in a favorable LeBron light. So if you are LeBron James and you are hearing that the Lakers are building around the 1-2 punch of Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, and you want to remain a Laker, the LeBron James move and the machine that is behind him, okay, let's get some things out there. Maybe we want to go to Cleveland. Maybe we want to retire. Maybe we want to put Rob Pelinka in a position where he has to be the bad guy that did not bring back LeBron James. But obviously, I'm going to end up signing with the Lakers. I'm just trying to get as much money as possible.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, I did not think that him leaving was actually going to be a reality, but here we are.
It's so crazy. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And the breaking news today is that LeBron James informed the Lakers that he will continue on his career, but it will not be in LA to give the Lakers enough time heading into free agency out of respect for the run that they had together. Now, it's being reported that the Lakers did try to keep him and wanted him to stay. Again, no details of that have been out yet. And like, what was that contract? We don't know what the number was. So I feel like more information will slowly make its way out today and tomorrow. We want to hear from you, though, you guys. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. How are you feeling about the news that LeBron James is no longer a Laker? Now, my initial reaction was like shock and sadness. It's the end of an era. And I remember where I was when the news broke that LeBron was coming to the Lakers because I was on Undisputed hosting and I was bragging that we got the king coming to LA and that we were going to get a championship. And we did, you guys. Like, as much as you want to, outside of LA fans, hate on the 2020 bubble championship, it was a championship and it's a ring that he brought to LA, and he hit so many milestones towards the end of his career here. All-time leading scorer. We got the point total, like the father-son history duo, which was interesting because after the Bronny news yesterday, I thought maybe that would help the LeBron case here. But there's so many things now that I kind of go back and I think, okay, was this foreshadowing? Was this foreshadowing? How could we have known that this was happening? And I go back to a game I was covering, and I call it kind of the turning point game for the Lakers in March, where LeBron had that crazy diving play on the floor. Austin Reeves had the missed free throw and then got it back and made the shot. And then Luka Doncic had the OT game buzzer beater winner, his first as a Laker. And like crypto went insane. It was electric. It was like, okay, this is it. I can see this trio working. And talking to LeBron James in the locker room after, the energy and just the look on his face, I was like, oh, this is not a, he's putting on a good face, but I don't feel the excitement and the happiness out of LeBron James. And that was kind of the message that we got yesterday that we were talking about is LeBron James wants to be happy wherever he goes. And we were debating what is happiness for LeBron James. And we're slowly learning it's not here. It's not with the LA Lakers.
I love that you shared that with us, and of course you mentioned it was the month of March, and that was the best that the trio has looked. They went 15-2 in that month. So to your point, if post game you're sitting there as a reporter wondering why does he seem so upset in the middle of the most successful run that the Lakers have had this season, what the heck is going on? And for someone like LeBron James, who he doesn't telegraph his moves, but he telegraphs that something is going to happen, and he looks to find leverage in that situation. Coming into this offseason, I was wondering, what is LeBron James, how is he going to handle, for the first time in his career, not having the leverage, right? When he was in Cleveland, after being drafted and reaching the finals, but knowing that he needed more help to get a ring, and Cleveland wasn't going to be able to provide that. He had all the leverage. Cleveland would have moved heaven and earth to keep him.
Yeah.
And any other team in the NBA would have moved heaven and earth for him to land there. And that's what the Heat did. D-Wade took $20 million less, and they form a super team, and they have success. Once LeBron and Pat Riley had their petty-ish falling out, the entire league was on watch saying, okay, LeBron, we will move heaven and earth for you. What do you want? And even Pat Riley was willing to move heaven and earth to keep LeBron James in Miami. He chose to go back to Cleveland. Once he decides that after the miraculous return to Cleveland, it was time to go elsewhere, he looked around the league, and it was the same thing. The Knicks are saying, what do you want? The Lakers are saying, what do you want? Every single one of these situations, when LeBron enters free agency or is willing to go somewhere else, the entire league freezes, and they sit and they look around and they say, well, nothing's going to happen until we find out if LeBron James is going to wear a uniform or not. This offseason was different. This was the first offseason where things were happening, and LeBron James wasn't an afterthought, but he was not a priority. And that was also why I felt the Lakers had the leverage. I felt that they could take their time. And I don't want to say that LeBron panicked, because he's obviously doing only what he wants to do. But I do feel this is what happens when LeBron, for the first time in his historic career that has felt like a lifetime, the offseason did not start and with him. He did not have the leverage here, and he chose to go elsewhere.
Yeah, it's real interesting because it makes you also go back to his first podcast after the season ended. And I think that was where he said, I've never been a third option in my life.
That was
a
the press conference right before the
Okay, so
podcast.
that was in the press conference. And when you listen to that sound now and thinking about it, I've never been a third option in my career. I've never been a third option in my life. And in those moments, and now you can start to really read into everything, because we have his decision of not wanting to come back and be that third option with Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves. Obviously, that was the priority for the Lakers this offseason. Luka Doncic is the new face of the Lakers. His two requests this offseason were, I want you to keep Austin Reeves. I do not want him to be a part of a trade. And I want you to get an A-list center. They've done one of those two things already, giving Austin Reeves the 4-year, $185 million max contract. And then they still have to go out and they have to find that A-list center with not a ton of options available. And so LeBron James, as you said, first time in his career, he's kind of sitting back going, oh, you're not even trying to make me a priority. I am it's almost like, oh no, it would be an honor to have you here as like that's what Rob Pelinka said in his postseason presser. You know, it's been an honor to have LeBron James. Any team that would have him, it would be an honor. And it felt like a little bit like pushing out the door, like who's a game of chicken, like who's gonna make the call first and walk out and say, okay, this isn't working out. And it was LeBron James. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, and we are talking about LeBron James deciding that he's going to continue his NBA career, but announcing and letting the Lakers know today that it will not be with them. We want to hear from you, LA. So you can call us to 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. How are you feeling about LeBron James deciding not to return to LA, but continue his NBA career just with another team? So we've been talking a lot about the initial feeling of it. And it is. It's. I don't think. I know you can never replicate a player like LeBron James. Like, was this the best move for the Lakers right now? I don't think so. I don't think you're going to find another, quote, third option or 2A, whatever it will be, or someone that can step up into that one position if Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves go down, as we saw LeBron James do in that first round of the playoffs.
What makes it interesting is LeBron leaving frees up the, we'll say, $20 million, $25 million that they were going to give to him. And that may make it easier for them to land that A1 center that Luka was asking for. But even if you re-sign LeBron James, you still needed to go out there and find that A1 center, of which there are not many remaining. And quite honestly, you could argue Jalen Duren is the only one remaining. He's meeting with the Kings this morning and is supposed to meet with the Lakers later. So, yeah, can you maybe give him a little more money? But
you're going to have to overpay.
You're going to have to
overpay
regardless.
Where everyone goes, oh, no, I ain't gonna counter that.
So LeBron in his own way of working to control narratives, one thing that will be interesting to follow along with, and maybe we get a concrete answer one day, but maybe not, is if you go back and look at Sham's wording of both tweets, right? Okay. He says, LeBron has informed the Los Angeles Lakers that the franchise can move on without him. Because he will play elsewhere. Tagged with Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul tells ESPN. Yeah. That's the way that breaking news works nowadays. You kind of don't even have to hide that you're just copying and pasting quotes. But Shams added on to that and said, Lakers president Rob Pelinka and Rich Paul spoke a short time ago about the four-time champion's plans, sources said. See, before he was talking about Clutch. Now it's just sources said. James chose to inform the Lakers before start of free agency tonight out of courtesy and appreciation for their run together and to allow LA to conduct its offseason business. This goes back to when LeBron was out golfing. It was actually before LeBron went on his golf trip. It was, well, Luka has given a list of demands to Rob Pelinka, and bringing back LeBron James is not on that list.
Ooh,
then it was LeBron is out golfing, and actually conversations have started between LeBron and the Lakers, and they look like they're going in the right direction. 48 hours after the trip, we hear, actually, they haven't made any contact whatsoever. So, if I'm sitting here and I'm looking at Shams, who let us know he was in direct conversation with Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul, he attributes the first quote to Rich Paul, and moments later, all of a sudden, it's just sources. Unknowable sources, and the fact that LeBron, who maybe rightly feels disrespected by the Lakers, who we just heard has not had any contact with them, all of a sudden is doing them a solid, doing new ownership a solid. No, it has nothing to do with why LeBron left, but it points to the fact that we have no idea how this actually went down. And as I sit here, I'm sitting here thinking the Lakers and LeBron have not talked at any point throughout this.
No.
And we just want to honor LeBron James.
Exactly. It's all just from the get-go, you guys. Now we can go back and like completely dissect all of these quotes from Rob Pelinka and LeBron James. The post-season presser now is just, it's making so much sense. You guys, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We want to hear from you, LA. What do you think of LeBron James deciding to not come back and play for the Lakers, you can call us 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Let's go to Ben in Manhattan Beach right now. Ben, how we feeling?
What's up, guys? Yeah, I think a lot of Laker fans may be celebrating the LeBron era coming to an end, but I think it's going to be a mess because as great as Luka is, guys, he can't stay healthy. He's not durable. And Reeves, as we've seen repeatedly, inconsistent playoff player. And LeBron, even at his older age, was still our best player and in the playoffs. And he's the only one that was most durable, and they don't even get past Houston without him. So whoever they end up signing, Duran or Kessler, one of these type of guys are good players. But I just think what LeBron can offer to your franchise, and on top of everything else with him being box office and must watch in every city he goes to, I really do think this is going to be a sentiment low point for the Lakers. They're going to have to stack up and reload around Luka and Reeves. I don't think whoever they bring in is going to be enough, as we've seen in the tough Western Conference. So all those Laker fans really celebrating who didn't like LeBron coming here in the first place. Without him, the Lakers were in a free fall and a mess, the worst point of their franchise era. So I hope that Pelinka can really hit a home run with a couple of free agent signings, because I think with him leaving, they're going to feel it down the stretch of the season, because, guys, he was still our best player down the stretch of the season and in the playoffs. So I hope Pelinka can make this call, because I think this is a tough call by them, thinking they should be able to move on LeBron instead of finishing out his career as a Laker.
Yeah, Ben, I'm with you. Ben. Appreciate you calling. Ben in Manhattan Beach saying this is going to be disastrous for the Lakers, because how do you replace LeBron? You cannot replace LeBron. And this was something I was saying just before we got to this caller, is when you look at Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, who both went down with injuries towards the end of the season and into the playoffs, LeBron James is the guy that can not only, as we saw him, again, this is very rare to see a superstar of his caliber decide to go to the number 3 spot with so much grace for the betterment of the team. And then when they needed him to, jump right back to that number 1 spot and carry this Lakers team through that first playoff series and get that playoff series win when the entire sports world was against him and saying, oh, Lakers are going to get swept. This is not going to happen. And it's constantly LeBron James proving people wrong, proving to everybody that he is one of the greatest, if not the greatest player of all time. And my initial reaction, again, is I'm sad. Like, you cannot replace what LeBron James did for the Lakers, whether it was when they signed him after he kind of was the saving grace after the Kobe era, when there was that little in between of like, who are the Lakers? Like, what are they?
2014 to 2017.
Who are they? What are they? This is insane. And then he comes and he completely rejuvenates the Lakers brand, helps them win a championship in 2020, reaches all of these insane milestones of all time in NBA history as a Laker. This was his longest tenured stretch with a team, was with the Lakers, which is crazy to think about. Obviously, he had 2 with Cleveland, won a championship, his time in Miami, winning those championships with the Heat. But his 8 seasons with the Lakers is his longest tenure with the team, and he did bring them a championship.
He did. I do feel, though, that the LeBron James experience is what LeBron brings to a team, right? Like you just mentioned, whether LeBron back in 2018, whether he signed with the Knicks or the Celtics or any other team, it was things are different because LeBron James is here. When LeBron went to the Miami Heat, D-Wade is their idol. They will bow down at the feet of D-Wade forever. D-Wade had already won a championship. That was LeBron James' team, because when LeBron shows up, that's how it runs. And I feel there was always going to be a disconnect between him and the Buss family, and him and the Walter group who's taken over now, because of that. Because LeBron maybe rightfully feels that when I am somewhere, it is the LeBron James show, and not even in a negative way, because it brings money, it brings success, it brings a lot of things. And I do feel that this all boiled down to LeBron at times seeming or feeling that he was bigger than the Lakers. And I feel that's where the strongest disconnect is, and why some fans were always going to resent him. And for how much he's given for 8 years, a championship, tons of success, some people were never going to embrace him because they did not want to give up the Lakers brand in favor for the LeBron brand.
Okay, we're gonna hold that thought and dive deeper into that next segment because, like, was he ever really taken in by the hardcore Laker fans? That's up for debate. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. When we come back, more LeBron leaving the Lakers, you guys. The breaking news that just went down an hour ago. We want to hear from you. 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Let us know how you're feeling about the LeBron breaking news. We're going to take a quick break here. Back with more in a minute. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Breen. Breaking news today, you guys. LeBron let the Lakers know that he will not be coming back to LA, and that was one of the viral LeBron songs that got us both Shay, what are you doing to us? This is so emotional, okay? I'm sad about it. I haven't fully... have you said if you're, like, sad or happy about it yet? About LeBron James leaving the Lakers. So, you guys, the report was that LeBron informed the Lakers that they can move on without him because he will play elsewhere. That came from Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul after 8 seasons with the Lakers. And then Lakers president Rob Pelinka and Rich Paul, it was reported that they spoke a short time ago, and LeBron chose to inform the Lakers well before the start of free agency tonight out of courtesy and appreciation for their run together and allow LA to conduct its off-season business. And it was also reported that the Lakers expressed to LeBron James that they wanted him back, but he decided to move on. And it's just, I'm still in the shock and sad feeling of all of this. I put out a poll on my Instagram saying how we feel in LA. 87% has said good in a new era. 13% were with me saying no. All right. And we want to hear from you, LA. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Let's go to our caller right now. We got Michael in Anaheim. How are we feeling about LeBron James deciding to leave the Lakers?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Preface this, I've been a Lakers fan since Showtime, 1988. So I've seen a lot of Lakers basketball. And this is the classic addition by subtraction. I think it's time. And if we look at the West, we see this Laker team with LeBron, they're not getting past OKC. They're not getting past San Antonio. They might not even get past teams like Denver or Minnesota. So this is a way for the Lakers to break clean. Let's put in the pieces that Luka needs, the lob threats, three-point shooters. That's why we're hoping to maybe sign Rui or Luke Kennard. But it's just time. You know, we wish LeBron the best. Thanks for the Mickey Mouse Bubble Championship. We'll take that, and we'll be on our way.
Michael in Anaheim, thank you so much for calling in. I don't think you can get better than LeBron James right now with what is available right now for this Lakers team. Did you not see what he did in that first round of the playoffs when Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves went down? LeBron James put this Lakers team on his back and was able to carry them to win a series. Who else out there right now is available to fill that void that the Lakers now have?
2 things. One, there is no one who can replace LeBron in regards to what he brought to the table regarding basketball IQ. I mean, since his 4th year in the NBA, people raved about, this kid in Cleveland is one of the smartest guys on the court. He's only got smarter, and there's no one across the NBA who can match him there. Even from a physical production standpoint, we've been saying constantly this is a weak free agency class. There are not a lot of names, period, across any position, let alone someone who can one-for-one replace LeBron James. Can you replace him via a crop of players? Yes, but a lot of those names are already gone. So what Rob Pelinka will have to do is something that will have to save his job, which we can talk about that in a second, but we'll stick with LeBron right now. Why Michael is smiling, why so many people in the poll that you put up are smiling, and why there has always been a disconnect between LeBron James and Los Angeles. You go back to 2018, and it was made very clear LeBron is looking at the Knicks and LeBron is looking at the Lakers. Why is he looking at both of those teams? Because he wants to build a media empire. Mm-hmm. Even though he chose the Lakers, even though he brought a championship and some many fun years and some Western Conference Finals appearances, there was always going to be that tiny bit of distance between LeBron and the diehard Laker fandom, because we knew he was here to make movies and TV and everything under the sun while also playing basketball. Mm-hmm. He wasn't here to necessarily be a Laker. There just happened to be a team called the Lakers in Los Angeles. And I understand from his point of, I'm never going to be Kobe in these people's eyes. I'm never going to be Shaq. I'm never going to be Magic. Most of the Lakers legends, really Kareem is kind of the only one, because like Kareem had so much success outside and then came to the Lakers. But most of the Lakers legends had most of their success as a Laker, and you have already done everything under the sun. So why are you coming here? It's to make movies. It's to do TV. Not that he's not allowed to do those things. What he has done and bridging the gap between athletes and media, like it's changed the dynamic forever. But I just want to answer that question that you had earlier of why is there that disconnect between the diehard Laker fans and LeBron, and I've always felt that's why.
So because we were not LeBron James' first option, Laker fans couldn't fully grasp onto the idea that he was ours because he was really Cleveland's. And then he really kind of screwed over Cleveland. And then he became Miami's, and he was a legend in Miami. And then he screwed them over again to go back to Cleveland to then go home and bring a championship home. So he already had this unbelievable story and career before coming to the Lakers. And because of that, it was like, is this real?
Yeah.
Do you really care about us?
Yeah.
Or do you care about what's next in your life and career, which is coming to LA to take his media empire and everything he wanted to do outside of basketball to the next level. So it's crazy. Like we weren't LeBron's first option. So once he wasn't the Lakers' first option, he opted out.
Yeah. And I brought up Kareem before because Kareem had 3 MVPs in Milwaukee. I know he had one championship, and the Lakers weren't his first choice when he wanted to move to a bigger market. The Knicks were his first choice, and there was a second team, and the Lakers were famously his third choice. But he came, and yes, he wanted a bigger market, but his priority was basketball, and no one ever had to question his priority being basketball. Whereas LeBron's priority was basketball, but his priority wasn't the Lakers.
Yeah.
Right? He had accomplished so much. If LeBron retired in 2017, he's still in the Hall of Fame, right?
Yes.
Like so, because his narrative was already tied up with a bow. It's why do you want to be in Los Angeles? He didn't really hide the fact that he wanted to make movies and TV and books and everything that LeBron has done. And so we being diehard Lakers fans, there was always this maybe not fully extended arm's length, but like a half length of, okay, you're not in the Kobe, Shaq, and D-Fish, and like your jersey may hang up. Maybe there will be a statue of you, but there will always be this little thing that you have that the other people have that you don't, because you're already a Heat legend and the Lakers don't want leftovers. You're already a Cavs legend and the Lakers don't want leftovers. So really, it's because he's a victim of his own success. He had succeeded too much before he came here.
We were the third option and success spot for LeBron James, and then when he became the third option for the Lakers, he's like, I don't like how this feels, you guys. I'm out of here. You obviously made Luka Doncic. He is the new face of the franchise and your priority, and you are now listening to everything he wants. And as you said earlier, what he requested was Austin Reeves is staying. Do not make him a part of any sort of trade deal. Check. Sign him to a 4-year, $185 max deal. And then I want an A-list center. Where was the I want you to keep LeBron James in that list?
It wasn't there. And that goes back to our reports. I think we're using the word reports loosely. The rumors of, well, the Lakers haven't reached out. Actually, they did. Actually, LeBron reached out to them. And I don't think any side has talked to any side. And until I hear LeBron James or Rob Pelinka say, we have had contact, I don't believe they've even spoken at this point.
So it's just their people talking to their people.
Leverage for Rob Pelinka saying...
Well, no, now it is. Like, we know right
gotcha,
now
gotcha.
it
Yes,
is.
Yes. But no, I have no confidence that Rob Pelinka and LeBron James have talked on the phone or in person directly. And right now it is just the battle of the narrative because LeBron is looking for his new home and Rob Pelinka wants to remain the GM, which this offseason is not helping his case right now.
No, this is a brutal offseason right now for the Lakers, you guys. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. We want to hear from you, LA. How are you feeling with the breaking news today that LeBron James decided and told the Lakers today that he will continue his NBA career, but it will not be here in LA? And it was out of respect before free agency hits tonight, so they can go out and conduct their business in the best way possible. And
can we talk about the bubble championship for a second? Because our buddy Michael, thanks for calling in.
Michael in Anaheim,
thanks for calling in. When the teams agreed to go to the bubble back in 2020 with the bubble ring and the Mickey Mouse ring, there was a meeting at the hotel that all of them were staying at.
Mm-hmm.
All of the teams that were there held a vote.
Yeah.
Saying, should we continue the season, or even though we got all these resources in Orlando and we all spent a lot of money, we being the ownership, spent a lot of money to get here, let's vote. And if you want to continue the season, keep your hand down. If you want to just end the season and just end the 2020 year and start up
Call
next
it a
year,
wash.
Put your hand in the air. 2 teams voted to end the season. It was the Lakers and the Clippers.
What?
The Lakers, the Lakers tried to end the bubble experience, and people look at it as if it's some Mickey Mouse ring. Oh, nobody wanted to be there. The Lakers didn't want to be there. They voted to leave, and I don't understand how we're still so caught up in this. It's not a real ring. All of you guys wanted to be here.
I'm gonna one up that and say it was probably harder than any other ring because you are stuck in a place out of your comfort zone, without your family, without your friends. All you can do is basketball. All you can do is be there. It takes such a crazy mental gymnastics to be able to be at your best and want to, like, every team had the same opportunity to win it. I think just because it was LeBron James, just because it was the Lakers, everyone wants to find an excuse. Same with the Dodgers winning in 2020 because it's LA, because it's the Dodgers. Everyone just wanted to hate on these 2 teams when they won their championships in 2020. This is just absolutely insane. We want to hear from you, LA. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Let's go to Oscar from Baldwin Park. Oscar, how are we feeling about LeBron James leaving the Lakers?
Hello. Real quick, feeling, I think it was time to move on. I always say LeBron's like a black hole, man. He just kind of sucks everything into him. He's a big orbit, so everything orbits around him. So I think he just kind of sucked all the oxygen out of everything. It was too much for him. It's time to move on. Now they could truly build around Luka. And right now we signed Austin Reeves. Everyone talks about the Austin Reeves thing, but they had to re-sign him. If they wouldn't have re-signed him, they would have lost him and got nothing for him. So. And then, they got money now that they can go spend on free agency, so we'll see what happens there. And as far as LeBron, as a Laker, I respect him. Is he Kobe me? Not even close. Or Shaq or any of the other Lakers, but he's his own, like I said, he's his own entity. So he's like somebody said, you guys just said, man, he's a victim of his own success. Me personally, like I said, I respect greatness, but all my family, my friends, really don't care for him too much, man. But, like I said, God bless him, wish him well, and glad I found the station, man. First time listening, and I'll be listening. You guys got a new listener.
Oh, thank you, Oscar,
appreciate
from
you, Oscar.
Baldwin Park. Really appreciate you listening and tuning in and calling us. And that's kind of, I feel like Oscar's a rare breed of Laker fan right now, where you respect what he's done and you're happy for what he's done, but you're surrounded by so many Laker fans that are like, yeah, good, he's gone. But what he described him as like a black hole, where he just kind of sucks all the energy out of a team. And he is kind of like the sun, where no matter what's happening, I would say more than the sun than a black hole, where everything does revolve around him.
Yes.
When he is in the room, when he is on the court, it's hard, even if you try not to. It's why we see a lot of big star quarterbacks that once they're not the starter, it's really hard to have them as the backup, because there's just your team's not going to be able to function the way that it should when you have such a big star and name kind of sitting right behind you and sitting on the sidelines, where in LeBron James' situation, being that number 3 in a locker room and on a team where he can still clearly be a number 1 at the age of 41. But the team and Luka Doncic have decided this is Luka's team now.
Yeah, when LeBron is on the court, everything on the court is different than when he's not on the court. When LeBron is in a locker room, everything is different. When LeBron is on your team bus and you're going from the hotel to the game, like everywhere he is, things are different. Now, I don't know if the Lakers resented it, but I know that previous teammates have. Russell Westbrook has kind of waxed poetic toward the end of last year regarding that disconnect. I forget who wrote the article, but just about how Russell needed to get out of LA because he could not deal with the LeBron James off the court. Not him as a person necessarily, but just what comes with that. And you just heard Oscar talk, and now we've had multiple callers in who are all somewhat on the side of it's time to move on. And it just goes back to that disconnect between LeBron and the diehard Laker fans. And it also brings into the point of if LeBron goes to Golden State, if he thinks
we haven't even gone there yet.
If he thinks, here's why I bring it up. Here's why I bring it up. If LeBron thinks that the disconnect between him and the Lakers fans are bad, the disconnect between you and the Golden State fans will be infinitely worse.
I just we haven't even gotten into the where is he going next, because I think that's going to be where the Laker fans really come out and show some disdain.
Yeah.
Possibly some turning on hatred towards where pending where he goes. And now you're starting to think and again foreshadowing even his Cavs 2016 championship reunion trip that he just went on, and he was showing how happy they were and celebrating Cleveland and remember the good old days. Member Bears?
Member Bears.
Remember the championship in Cleveland? I remember. He's just kind of bringing that up again, bringing up the good vibes. And then the Warrior news yesterday of do we run it back with the Golden Boys? Golden Boys being, Golden Girls meet Golden State Warriors with our older generation of Steph Curry, Draymond Green, if they can try to get Anthony Davis and reunite LeBron James. I mean, there's so many things now that we're going to dissect until he makes his the decision. Is this the decision?
Has Draymond Green's podcast episode dropped today? Because I think
it was before the news came out, though.
Oh, okay.
Was there anything what was big on it? He did the eyeballs. What were the eyeballs for?
I think it was mostly just him talking about his contract and
come on, Trey, come
on. He did talk about LeBron, but in that the fact that he talked about how Austin Reeves, he was surprised how they gave Austin Reeves so much with LeBron still on the team and everything. So he was still talking as if LeBron was still on the team.
The eyeball
he does
emoji
it. Okay,
gets
so then
used
that
way
makes
too
me
loosely now.
think it might not be Golden State.
So here's something to consider. The Lakers were going to
hold that thought.
Yes.
Let's save it because we got to go to break right now. Okay. When we come back, you guys, more of this. How are we feeling? LA. LeBron James is no longer a Laker. He informed the Lakers today that they can move on without him. He's going to continue his career, but it's not going to be here in LA. And we want to hear from you, LA. You can call us 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. How are you feeling about it? We're going to take a quick break. More on LeBron James when we come back. What's up, LA? You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, you can also take us on the Odyssey app, and you can also watch us live on YouTube. And make sure you subscribe at YouTube at The Fan LA. Shay, you are crushing us
How many
right
of
now.
those are there?
There's so many that went viral when it happened. It's insane. It was like a whole trend. It was like the viral LeBron James, everything LeBron James. But that was that a Michael Jackson?
That was a Michael
James?
Jackson LeBron
Man
James.
of the beer.
Wait,
yeah.
put that on again for a moment. Like, can I just be in my feels? Are we allowed to play it? You guys, it's so sad. If you haven't heard yet, you guys, you can keep that in the background while I play this because it's really sad. LeBron James reportedly informed the Lakers this morning that he will continue his NBA career, but it will not be here in LA. Brock, are you okay? Brock's her. Not anymore. Not anymore, you guys. He's not on the Lakers anymore, and I'm really sad about it. LA fans, we want to hear from you. How are you feeling about it?
How
Call
have
us.
I never heard this
How?
before?
Because you're not online. You're not on social media. And this was like a year or two ago, when all these songs went really viral. But LA, call us, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. How are you feeling that LeBron James is no longer an LA Laker? He is going to continue his playing career, but informed the Lakers this morning it will not be here in LA. And he said he did that out of respect for the Lakers before free agency kicks off tonight so they can go about their business. Are you crying?
Yeah. That's one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, there's so many of them. Shay, keep them coming all day.
Don't worry. I got a
I
list.
know.
Shay, can you text that one specifically to me, please? I need that expeditiously.
But LeBron on the Lakers is not I'm so sad,
Man on the Lakers,
you guys.
that's what it's called.
Man on the Lakers. This is just it's the end of an era. In a player and a void that we know LeBron obviously is towards the end of his career. There was the possibility of retirement this season. I never believed that or bought into that. I was just really hoping that they were going to figure this out. I think probably the biggest reason it's not, and we heard this week, LeBron wants to go to a place where he's happy. He obviously was not happy with the Lakers. And I talked about this, I think off the top of the show when I was covering that game in March. That was the turnaround game. That was this incredible. All of their three big players had an insane moment. LeBron diving on the ground for a ball to send it into OT. Austin Reeves missing the free throw on purpose, getting it back and then making the shot. And then Luka Doncic hitting the OT game winner first time as a Laker, and crypto going crazy. And after LeBron in the locker room was just as stone face as you could get, not excited, not a smile. They're just that energy of I believe in this team wasn't there. And he even said at one point during the season last year, this is not a championship winning team. And I think the biggest factor now that you kind of mentioned this, and now I can't stop thinking about it, was the new face of the franchise and Luka Doncic going, okay, there are two things that need to happen this offseason. One, Austin Reeves, sign him, do not trade him. And two, get me an A-list center. Was LeBron on that list?
He was not.
Yeah.
And
he doesn't feel wanted. And you want to be wanted. You want to be in a place where you feel wanted. And this goes for any career, any point of situation in life. You want to be in a place where you feel wanted.
Let alone playing 2 decades in the NBA, being the most wanted man every time you become available in free agency. And this is uncharted territory for him. There's no great way to handle it. But I feel that he is maybe sensing disrespect, whereas Luka and the Lakers are saying, hey, it's just because you are always in my shoes, right?
Yeah.
If you are Luka and LeBron is upset, you're sitting there saying, how many times have you shipped off players elsewhere?
Mm-hmm.
When you wanted D Wade to come to the Cavs, who did you have to trade? When you wanted to make moves in Miami and you were telling the team who to draft, you're just not in the driver's seat anymore. And it's going to feel like disrespect, but it's just that you're in the passenger seat now. You're in the back row. And there's no graceful way to go from calling all the shots to having to wait for other shots to be called. So I have sympathy from the sense of there's no perfect way that LeBron could have handled this, but to immediately interpret every single Lakers move as disrespect, it's just because you are typically the one calling the shots.
I'm still sad. My initial reaction, you guys, is I'm still sad. It's the end of an era. And like, I was a where were you moment when he came to the Lakers. And I know a lot of Lakers fans have a hard time opening their arms and fully embracing LeBron James, even though Kobe Bryant like gave his blessing. Do you remember that? Like,
yes,
that was
did.
a thing. Like, Kobe was like, okay, LA, LeBron is here. Like, this is the future of the Lakers. And it took Kobe having to say it was okay, I think, for maybe half of Laker fans to be like, all right.
Yeah.
We can do this. We can like open our hearts and our minds to LeBron James. But again, as you mentioned, he just had such a big story a lot of other places before he came here, whether it was with Cleveland and then to Miami and then back to Cleveland and then coming to LA. And as you mentioned, a big factor of that being that we were in LA and his media company and doing all the things that come around and being associated with LA, growing. I mean, he became a billionaire when he moved to LA. But I do have to remind everybody he did turn this Lakers franchise around, because before he got here, between the Kobe Bryant and the LeBron James era was like this really bad in between for the Lakers where we were not relevant. We did not play well. We did not have a great record and anything really to celebrate during that time. And when LeBron James came here, he understood that like his brand was going to help elevate one of the most legendary brands in the NBA. I would say even in sports, Lakers are one of the most legendary brands in sports. And by combining those two forces, would able to rewrite the story and rewrite the next chapter, whether it was in the Lakers story or LeBron's story. And they got the best out of each other.
Yep. There's no reason this had to be an ugly split. Both sides got what they wanted. The Lakers got a championship and back to the mountaintop. LeBron got to make his movies, bring his son on board. But it goes back to the point of, you think of Kobe, Magic, Kareem, Shaq, Jerry West, Elgin, Baylor. When you think of these players, many of who had tons of success at other teams, when you think of those names, you immediately picture them in a Lakers jersey.
Yeah.
And no matter what LeBron James did as a Laker, it was always going to be the third chapter of his story.
And isn't it crazy that the longest tenure that he had with any team was with the Lakers?
8 consecutive years.
And like, even when you say that, I'm like, you sure it wasn't Miami? You sure? Like, maybe because he won like 3 championships there, that's why it's there. More LeBron James, you guys, when we come back. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. How are you feeling about LeBron no longer being a Laker? What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio or on the Odyssey app or watching us live on YouTube at The Fan LA. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. Call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. We want to hear from you, LA, because we got some breaking news this morning, and it was that LeBron James informed the Lakers that he will be continuing his NBA career, but it will not be here in LA with the Lakers. And we kind of kept going down the dissecting messages and quotes from the end of the season to then what was your immediate reaction? So I want to go back to, okay, we've had about an hour and a half to let this news sink in that LeBron James is no longer a Laker. And he let them know this morning he said out of respect. Mm-hmm. So the Lakers could go about free agency in the best way possible starting tonight, which is also funny timing-wise because the Lakers paid Bronny last night, which probably was their like, hey, look, we're taking care of your son still. We're going to do everything we can to try to keep you here. But something you mentioned last hour that really, I think, was probably one of the main reasons of why LeBron James did not feel wanted here. And it goes into the conversation yesterday with the story that broke that LeBron wanted to be happy. So yesterday, the conversation around LeBron, and leaks come out for a reason, you guys. People want this information out there. Yesterday, the story was LeBron just wants to be happy. And we were trying to figure out, well, what is happiness for LeBron? Is it being around certain teammates? Is it being in a winning culture? What is happiness for LeBron James? And then today it was he called and informed the Lakers that he's going to continue his career, but it's not here in LA. And what did we know about the Lakers this offseason? What we knew is that Luka Doncic told the Lakers, I want two things this offseason. Two big things need to change in the summer of 2026. You need to keep Austin Reeves. Don't let him be a part of a trade in any way, which they did. They gave him the 4-year, $185 million max deal. And then his second thing is I want you to go out and get an A-list center. Where was that number 3 of keeping LeBron James? We didn't hear about it.
No, we didn't, because it was not a list of, it was not strong enough to make the list of priorities. Luka knew the moment that they traded for him, this will eventually be my team, right? Yeah. Go back to the mid-season trade, middle of the night, whenever it was, and the world stopped because Luka was now a Laker. You know, if you are Luka Doncic, who had not signed his extension at that time, if I'm going to be here long-term, it's going to be my show. I was just in the finals with Kyrie Irving and a bunch of dudes, and a championship will be in my future. I am on track to be one of the greatest scorers this sport has ever seen. Right now, it's LeBron's team, but eventually it will be my team. That's why you traded for me. What LeBron is sitting there thinking at that moment is, I respect Luka Doncic's game, but everywhere I have been as LeBron James, you brought it up earlier, I'm the sun. Things revolve around me. And this goes to just two objects in motion trying to go different directions, but they need to go the same direction. And
well, both wanting to be the sun.
Yes.
They both want, like, it's hard because Luka Doncic wants to be the sun and wants the team to revolve around him. But when LeBron James is there, there's absolutely no way. Even when LeBron James is a number 3 option, we're still talking about the fact that LeBron James is a number 3 option, not about Luka Doncic finally stepping up and rising and having the most insane March that we've seen since Michael Jordan. He scored the most points in March, only alongside Michael Jordan of all time in the NBA. And we were still talking about, oh, wow, look at LeBron James. Like, putting his ego aside as one of the greatest of all times. Like, that was incredible what he was able to do. Look what he did in the playoffs, putting this team on his back, winning that first round playoff series that no one thought he was going to do. No matter what, if LeBron James is a part of your team, that's who you're going to be talking about.
There's a moment that happens if you ever went to a Laker game where LeBron James was hurt. He wouldn't be out there when the game tipped off. Typically, like 5 minutes into the game, he would walk out from the locker room in street clothes and sit on the bench. And there was this effect of everyone's head slowly turning and looking and LeBron's here. Right? Like there's a game going on the floor with Austin Reeves and Luka and who knows who they're playing. But if you ever went to a game that LeBron James was hurt, his grand entrance, if you will, that he'd like to have and maybe deserved, the entire arena would stop to watch LeBron walk in and sit down. So that is the LeBron James effect. No matter what he does, whether he's the third option or the first option, he's used to things stopping for him. So if you are LeBron and from the age of 16 years old, I was the chosen one, and it was a matter of who was going to tank hard enough to get me, it's going to be the hometown team. Cool. And then after it's time for him to leave Cleveland because he needs help, it's which team is going to move everything they can so that I can go to their team. Miami? All right. And then when him and Pat Riley had their falling out, it's, well, I may go back home, but really quick, does anybody want me? Everybody tried to do everything they could to get him. And then in 2018, before he becomes a Laker, it came down to the Lakers and the Knicks. But before that, it was, I need to have a meeting with as many teams as I can because all these teams want to meet with me because I'm LeBron James. And now here we are as a 41-year-old man, as an NBA legend. And for the first time in your life, the offseason is not about you. And there's no great way to handle it, but it could have been handled. This goes for the Lakers as well. It could have been handled better.
Oh, yeah. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Guys, we want to hear from you, LA. How are you feeling that LeBron James is no longer a Laker? Are you happy about it? Are you sad about it? Call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. How are you feeling, LA, about LeBron James deciding that he will continue his NBA career, but it will not be here in LA? Call us at 855-975-2326. Now, I took a poll on my social media. We also had a poll out on YouTube. Producer Shay, how are LA fans feeling?
So the poll I did on YouTube was a little different from your poll, Alex. So what we decided to do over here was, which team do you think of when you hear LeBron James? So the three teams we put was the Miami Heat, the Cleveland Cavs, and the Los Angeles Lakers.
Okay.
26% went with the Miami Heat, 43% went with the Cleveland Cavaliers, and only 30% went with the Los Angeles Lakers. So the Lakers are second currently. We put this poll out 33 minutes ago. So if you want to be a part of it, go to the Fan LA on YouTube, and you can vote right then and there. What do you guys think about this?
It's just crazy because I think that goes to the point of, we were talking about this, and maybe why Laker fans never fully took LeBron in as one of their own is because he is Cleveland's and he is Miami's because of what he did for both of those franchises and turning them around. The Lakers didn't need someone to come in and Lakers had their moments decades before LeBron James. Like the Lakers are one of the most iconic brands and sports brands and just brands in the world. I would put it in a top 5 sports brand. I'm trying to think of like what the other ones would be, but Lakers, it doesn't matter. Like there's certain sites where like team logos and team names are just a part of the fashion, not necessarily because of what it is. Lakers are one of those. I think LA Dodger, like the LA hats are one of those. The Yankees hats are one of those. We should do that, like top 5.
I would put the Cowboys star in there.
Well, that's just because I think they make the most money out of any sports team. I think it's the single most
valuable sports franchise in the world.
Yeah. But it's just, when you think of the Lakers, the first thing you're always going to think about, you're going to think about Kobe, and then you're thinking about Magic, and then you're going to think about Kareem, and you're going to think about Shaq. And there's so many other players that you're going to think about, even maybe Phil Jackson before you think about LeBron James. And he probably knew that. He could feel that. Fans, I'm sure, let him know that. And there was just never really, I felt like I was constantly defending LeBron James during his time here. It's like, do you guys not realize what he did? He turned this Lakers franchise around during a time when we were at our low point. Like, after Kobe Bryant, there was nothing to really celebrate about the Lakers. And Kobe even came out and gave his blessing for LeBron James. It was like, come on, Laker fans. Like, just open your hearts and open your arms. He's going to come in and he's going to do good by you. And he did. He won a championship for the Lakers in 2020. I don't care what you have to say about that championship. Every other team was competing for that championship, so it counted just as much, if not more, because of the situation and how hard it was and how mentally just everyone was in just such a weird space during COVID that they were able to lock in and win that championship. LeBron James did so much for this Lakers franchise during a time where they needed someone like him. And so I am sad. I will continue to say that, shocked and sad with the news that LeBron James will no longer be a Laker, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it's so you say that you feel that LeBron knew what he was signing up for. I don't know if he did.
What do you mean? He had to have known. He is like one of the most intelligent.
Yeah, he is.
Athletes.
But he was also he was also
in our time, in our lifetime.
So let me be specific. In regards to Lakers fans embracing him, I think he thought that Lakers fans would accept him. Not as Kobe, but if I do enough, I will be remembered amongst the Shaqs and the Robert Ory's and the Jerry West. Kobe is his own thing. But
Kobe is LA.
Exactly, especially with the tragedy and everything. There's no one who will ever put on a Lakers uniform who will mean more to the Lakers, I think, than Kobe Bryant.
Never.
But Braun coming over, I believe he thought, I'm going to bring my success and I'm going to win multiple championships and I can be put among them. And I think it just hurts it hurts him that he was never embraced that way. And he was never going to be able to be embraced that way because when you run off the list of Lakers greats, you have tons of players who played elsewhere. Shaq played on 8 teams, 7 teams.
Yeah, but everyone loves Shaq.
But this is the thing. But
he's
this
a
is
Laker.
my point. But this is my point. When you think of Shaq, you think of him wearing a Laker uniform, and you have to be reminded that Shaq was on the Celtics.
But because he was a part of the Lakers dynasty. I think that's too. All of the Laker greats that we talk about were all a part of Laker dynasties.
Okay, but this is the thing. There are tons of guys who had success elsewhere. And what I mean is LeBron James was part of, I can't call Cleveland, actually, yeah, I am going to call Cleveland a dynasty because they went to the championship 4 years, even if they didn't win all of them.
No.
I'm calling them.
No, they cannot. Dynasty, you have to win 3 championships to be a dynasty.
I am still putting them in there because of what they did in knocking off the greatest team ever assembled on the court. I will put them with an asterisk next to it because I do like the 3 championship rule.
This is a debate for another day that we're going to have. What is considered a dynasty? And it's like it cannot be less than 2. You are not a dynasty if you only win 1 championship.
I'm still putting Cleveland there.
Absolutely not.
But the point being, LeBron did incredible things with Cleveland. He did incredible things with the Heat. And at best, even if LeBron rattled off 7 Lakers championships, we were never going to imagine him in a Lakers jersey. There was nothing that was going to happen to where that would be the case. And I feel that he thought that he could be remembered amongst the Lakers legends. You will always be LeBron James, Cleveland Cavalier, Miami Heat. Oh, yeah, LeBron played on the Lakers.
You know what's crazy? I was just looking at his championship breakdown. And the 2 teams that he beat when he was on the Heat are the 2 top teams in the West right now, OKC and the Spurs. So those were the 2 teams he beat when he was on the Heat. Obviously, as you were mentioning, the Cleveland championship, defeating Golden State in the midst of their dynasty. And then when he won with the Lakers, it actually was defeating the Heat, his old team that he was, if you wanted to put that in the big 3. I still don't think it's a dynasty because you got to win 3 in my mind to be considered a dynasty. But it does not matter because when you look at this, it was still, he's Cleveland. He's Cleveland. I don't even know if I really put him, if I remember him with the Heat. When he goes into the Hall of Fame, I feel like he's going to go in as a Cav.
It'll be a Cav. It was always going to be a Cav. Once he won the first championship there as a Cleveland Cavalier, it was always going to be the Cavs because he is the hometown kid. Because
Akron, Ohio.
From the age of 16 years old, we knew about this kid from Ohio who's going to change basketball. And not only did he live up to it, he surpassed every expectation that was set for him. And that is the story. It was never going to be a Lakers story. That being said, the best version of the Lakers that they could assemble for this season is now gone. Because if you look at what forwards remain in the free agency market, trades can always happen. We'll see. But the whole trade machine doesn't work for Rob Pelinka right now. So I don't know if he knows you're allowed to make trades. But there's no forwards left who can replace LeBron. And while the $20-25 million that would be given to him can now be given somewhere else, you're still needed to land an A1 center anyway. So Rob Pelinka has so much work to do. Maybe he hasn't paid his phone bill. Maybe his phone just doesn't work.
No,
I don't understand how we have sat on our hands for a week now. Yes, you paid Austin Reeves, but you were always going to pay Austin Reeves. Like, that doesn't count as far as this offseason. That was a foregone conclusion. Something has to happen, and if there is, I don't know if there's any human on planet Earth who feels more pressure right now than Rob Pelinka.
You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And, of course, we are talking about LeBron James informing the Lakers today that he will continue his NBA career, but it will not be with the Lakers. And I honestly think they cannot find someone to fill that void. How do you fill the void and the hole of LeBron James, who, yes, when they were playing at their best, the Lakers last season, that stretch in March, it was because LeBron took a back seat and was that number 3. But as we saw, Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves did not stay healthy and both got injured in that same OKC game. Austin obviously came back but wasn't at full strength. And now you have Austin Reeves not as the undrafted $14 million, oh my gosh, look how great he made it story. Now it's like, okay, you're a max player playing at $185 million 4-year contract. Is he going to be able to live up to that pressure? Is Luka Doncic going to be able to stay healthy all season? Who are they going to put around these two guys now that you don't have that strong third option in LeBron James? Who is going to be their A-list center? Where is all the depth? Where is the youth? There is so much this Lakers team has to do, and I believe they were going to be the best they could possibly be this season if LeBron James was on this team, and now we know he's not.
Yep, you go back to the month of March, and where all three were healthy, LeBron, Reeves, and Doncic, they went 15-2, and unfortunately, over the 2 seasons that this threesome was together, they never played more than 60 games total, so we will never know what could have been. And as far as A-list centers, in my eyes, there's one remaining, and it's Jalen Duren, and he's meeting with the Kings earlier today. Maybe they already met, and he's set to meet with the Lakers after that.
But, like, if you have the option to go play for the Kings or the Lakers...
Well, now, if you're Rob Pelinka, whatever number you were going to give Jalen Duren,
you have to overpay. You have to overpay to make sure every other team is like, yeah, we ain't going to match that.
And the problem is, now news is coming out that, well, one, Rui Hachimura is likely going to be a Brooklyn Net or a San Antonio Spur. Marcus Smart is expected to sign to Houston on a 3-year, $21 million deal, which is only $7 million per year. So everyone now looks at Rob Pelinka like,
what are you
couldn't give this man more than $7 million.
What was he making last year?
I don't know. He opted out of a $5.4 million option. So it's not even that much of a pay bump. So you're looking at Rob Pelinka.
What are you going to do?
Do something.
What are you doing? There better be one of the craziest moves that they have up their sleeve right now that we're like, oh,
Alex,
I take it back. I'm sorry. I did not recognize the game that you had, Rob Pelinka.
There has to be.
Like, if there's not like a crazy, like mind-blowing, busting move that happens in the next like 2 weeks, is Rob Pelinka the Lakers GM moving forward?
No, if he doesn't land Jalen Duren, if he doesn't land role players who are on the level of Marcus Smart, and Rui Hachimura, if they do sign, which is likely going elsewhere, and if you're Rob Pelinka, you can go get Jonathan Kuminga and John Collins, and that'll be a good team, but it's not good enough to save your job.
No. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And remember, we want to hear from you. How are you feeling that LeBron is no longer a Laker? Call us at 855-975-2326. Now, my question was the writing on the wall and we just missed it with LeBron James? Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next. July 11th. So guys, for fans who are thinking about coming out on July 11th, just paint the picture of the night and what fans can expect when they get there.
I think it's going to be very energized. It's going to be music. We got some special guests that's going to come out and perform at halftime. We all going to be able to be accessible to the fans, meet and greet, get your autograph signed, bring the kids out, take pictures. I mean, it's going to be full. Marathon Burger. Rest in peace to my bro, Nipsey Hussle. But, it's the marathon continues, man. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just going to be an overall good thing for the city. It's at Northmont High School. Very personal. Pop out, man. Come meet us. Come shake your hand. Take a picture.
I think it's going to be good. There's going to be a lot of stars there. City of champions. I think it's good for the city for sure.
Who's going to win? Let's put it out right now. We're getting competitive, right?
Team Jackpot. Team Jackpot.
Team K9, man.
We are so excited for this, you guys. Deshaun Jackson, Keyshawn Nixon, leading LA's biggest stars in 11th. You can still get your tickets. We're also giving away tickets every day right here on 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. If you're listening on the radio, you can also take us on the go on the Odyssey app, and you can watch us live on YouTube at The Fan LA. We want you to be a part of the conversation. Get in the chat. Yes, you were hearing all the LeBron James songs today because the breaking news that came out this morning is that LeBron will continue his NBA career next season, but inform the Lakers they can move on without him, it will be with another team. And so we're talking about it all today. Our initial reaction to it. Did Laker fans ever really take in LeBron James like they did other superstars that were on this Lakers franchise? And my question now, Brock, was the writing on the wall? Like, should we have seen this already? And I've talked a lot about LeBron's vibe, kind of post-game interviews, talking to the media after he decided and took that step back and realized, okay, I'm the number 3 on this team. The postseason presser, the postseason presser, when he said, I've never been the third option in my life. And on top of that, the Cavs just having their 10-year championship reunion and how happy he looked. And then the news that came out yesterday that the most important thing for LeBron James is he wants to feel happy. And I'm not sure this past season he ever really felt happy with this Lakers team. And whether it was the comment where he said after a game, this current group is not a championship team. And I think the saddest thing about this whole situation, because obviously the Lakers made the decision and the call that this team is now Luka Doncic's team. He is the future of the Lakers. Luka is making the decisions. LeBron James is no longer making the calls. And when the blockbuster trade to get Luka Doncic happened, one of the happiest people publicly was LeBron James. He talked about how Luka was one of his favorite current players. And I made this call of like, okay, Luka Doncic's first championship is going to be LeBron's last. It's going to be the passing of the crown. And he was ready to really team up with him, and even telling Luka, hey, don't try, because Luka was very sad and upset when he got traded to the Lakers, you guys. They showed him crying that he was no longer a Mav. So what LeBron, I think, envisioned for his future with Luka Doncic was completely opposite of what actually happened. LeBron thought this could be a partnership, when in reality it was Luka Doncic going, no, this is my team now.
Yeah, I like the image of a crown being handed over.
Yeah.
I want to run with that because LeBron has worn the crown again since he was 16 years old.
King James. His handle.
And rightfully so, because we saw what we did to the Cavs franchise. He saw what he brought to Miami, and we saw what he brought to the Lakers. But in his mind, I have always given the crown to someone else. And you go back to the initial plan. The initial plan when he came to the Lakers was Anthony Davis is coming with me. We're going to be here as long as we want. And when it's time, I'm going to retire a Laker, and I'm going to hand this team over to AD.
Yeah.
That didn't happen.
No, he couldn't stay healthy.
For a variety of reasons, but the biggest one being Anthony Davis could not remain on the court. And when there's an opportunity to get rid of your always injured power forward who refuses to play center, you have to do that and bring in Luka Doncic. And I feel it took LeBron too long to realize, what maybe he didn't realize until this offseason, is once AD was shipped out, it was a clear message of, you're not calling the shots anymore. And this was still under the Buss family before Mark Walter came into the picture. But the ugly fading away of their strong relationship between LeBron and the Buss family was when that move was made, because the big thing that LeBron was upset about was that he wasn't informed. He found out with the rest of the world that his buddy, who he was going to hand the crown to, was being traded. And you talk about writing on the wall. That should have been the writing on the wall for LeBron of, you've done a great job bringing us back to the mountaintop, but you don't call the shots anymore. So while he envisioned handing the crown, taking it off of his own head and handing it to Luka, the whole village was saying, actually, that's Luka's crown now, and you can either hand it to him or we can just take it from you. And he's kind of left dumbfounded because he never thought he would. He's never been in this situation, and he never thought he would be.
And on top of all of that, it was not only what happened during the season, but I think the cherry on top that was like, okay, this is probably the end of my journey with the Lakers, was during this offseason. And what we heard were Luka Doncic's requests that he gave the Lakers front office. And what we heard Luka Doncic say, and these are all reports, was you need to keep Austin Reeves. Lakers did that. Check. 4 years, $185 million max deal. Now, was he worth that? It's up for debate. But what was worth it was keeping your star happy in Luka Doncic. Now, what was the second thing he asked for? A-list center. Haven't done that yet. But we never heard that Luka Doncic made it a point that I want you to bring LeBron James back. And if this is Luka Doncic's team and you don't feel wanted on this team, I completely understand why LeBron James is like, you know what? Even if this was my best fit and best place to win a championship, I don't feel happy here. And that was, it's all making sense with the report that came out yesterday of like LeBron James just wants to feel happy wherever he ends up. And if you're not wanted by the leader on a team and of the franchise and of a team that you were the leader on and you made all the calls and you were calling the shots. So not only are you now, I don't want to say demoted, but like moved to that number 3 position opposed to being the number 1 star of a team. Now that number 1 star of a team isn't even putting himself out on the line to be like, oh, I want to make sure you bring LeBron back.
And if you are have always been in the seat of dictating the future of the players around you, it's not going to feel great to all of a sudden have someone else dictate your future. LeBron has always called the shots. LeBron has always decided, hey, I want Anthony Davis on this team. Go get him. Hey, you guys should draft Norris Cole. Okay, we'll go get him. Hey, I want an aging Dwayne Wade on my Cavs team. Okay, we'll go get him, right? Like, he dictated the draft. He dictated who you could trade for. He dictated who you could not trade.
He ran the NBA.
He did.
He ran the NBA.
And it may have happened in the blink of an eye in comparison to how long his career is, but that power was taken from him. And now he's sitting here as an NBA legend in every single in every single right and every single definition of the word legend. But he's now sitting as someone whose future was dictated instead of him dictating everyone else.
So now it makes you think because, like, again, he loves to be in control and loves to dictate what happens and where he goes. So now we're looking ahead of, okay, where is LeBron James going to end up? And yesterday it was really opened up the conversation for the Warriors and Draymond Green restructuring his contract. So there was ability for them to maybe go out and get Anthony Davis and then use Anthony Davis to lure LeBron James to be like, hey, we can do a little reunion tour with you and AD. And then you got Steph and Draymond and one of the best coaches in the league of all time and Steve Kerr. And, you know, obviously we're not in our dynasty form, but you guys have all won gold medals together. If we bring everyone back and I say bring everyone back and they've all been together in other teams, not necessarily, obviously not all together in the NBA, but let's do this, the Golden Boys, this Golden Boys tour of just some of the greatest in the game. And as we heard LeBron James say, have fun. Have fun with guys in the locker rooms that you can relate to. These are guys that are your age. These are guys that are, we heard D-Fish call it yesterday, chess masters. It's like having all these chess masters in one locker room who understand each other and respect each other and respect the game in a way that he wasn't getting with the Lakers.
And I remain with the line of thinking that this team up would be fun in theory. It would be very successful and championship contending in theory, but in reality, you have LeBron, who by 41-year-old standards is still insanely healthy, but is continuing to miss more games, whereas before he was a robot. He never missed games. You have Anthony Davis, who for his entire career has missed games, and now he's 33 years old. I don't see that all of a sudden changing. I know it's nuts to think
it's
about.
Like that he's been so injured and he's only 33.
Right. Draymond Green is the healthiest among the foursome because Steph Curry, but the past 2 years, has missed a significant amount of time. So an average age among those four would be 37. I'm assuming shooting guard Brandon Pajemski would be the fifth for that starting five. And yes, it would be a must-see event. It would it would probably be the most expensive ticket in the NBA for the entirety of the season. They would actually have decent depth with Al Horford, Yaxo Lendenborg, the rookie that they just drafted from Michigan.
Nice name that you brought in, though.
Combined them
great.
there.
Beautiful.
Gary Payton II, But what makes it interesting is they also have Kristaps Porzingis, who they just extended this morning before the LeBron news. So LeBron, in order to play for Golden State, would be playing for $15 million. That is significantly less than he would play for the Lakers. But
now he's in a whole new market. So LA, you were coming down here and it was like Hollywood, media. Up there, you're in Silicon Valley. You can then bring your wealth to a whole new level that like is just different from the LA and the spotlight in Hollywood. That's also another pitch. Because again, you got to know that LeBron's always thinking about like every possible angle. And the Silicon Valley money of being up in San Francisco is a next level.
It would be next level. Two things. One, I have severe doubts that Golden State as a community, as a basketball community, will ever embrace LeBron. I feel in
because of what he did with the Cavs,
because
he beating him in the championship.
He's been their biggest enemy for the past 12 years since they first played their championship out, which I want to say, it was 11 years ago if they're celebrating their 10-year reunion of winning the championship. So for the past 11 years, Golden State has never liked LeBron, and the idea that they are going to embrace him just because he's going to wear their jersey for a season, not a chance. Now, that doesn't affect how he's going to like meet with Zuckerberg and invest in a bunch of companies and all that stuff. That will definitely happen, but he will never be embraced by that fan base.
So,
it's not going to happen.
Have we ever seen, I'm trying to think history-wise, and Shay, help us out too, a star where ends up going on a team of the biggest rival?
Shaq for the Celtics, but he was not the same Shaq, so nobody really cared.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
That's the closest I could think of.
That was after the fact, right?
Yes. Was it Johnny Damon? Did he start as a Red Sox and
who was
then
like a
go
star?
To the Yankees? But he wasn't on the LeBron James level. So I think you got to go to like Babe Ruth. Like I think you got to go all the way back there.
So
like,
that's wild too. I didn't even think about the fan side of it. Like obviously the fan side of with the Lakers, like I don't think it ended up being what he expected it to be in terms of Laker fans opening their arms. And we were happy that he was here. We're happy that he brought LA a championship within his 8-season tenure with the Lakers. But as we talked about earlier,
Golden State didn't even embrace Kevin Durant. They never embraced him, and
he won. Was it 2? Was he there for 2 or 1?
2.
He was there for 2.
Yeah,
that would be tough.
Yes.
So it's got to be Cleveland.
Also, what number is LeBron going to wear? Because Draymond is 23, and they're going to retire Draymond's 23. He's not giving that up, and the number 6 is retired because of Bill Russell.
You'd give it up for LeBron.
He ain't giving up that number. He ain't giving up that number, Shay.
No.
Anything for LeBron.
And LeBron can't wear number 6 because no one in the league can wear number 6 because it's retired for Bill Russell. So now he has to wear a new year. Oh, that's gross.
No.
That's going to look nasty. Ew.
It's a new beginning, a farewell tour, new number, new jerseys. People are going to buy the farewell tour jersey. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Like, I don't know. Like, the more we kind of like break down the Warriors,
it feels gross.
It's weird. It's hard, and it makes me sad. You guys, like I said, my initial reaction is like, I'm sad.
I have 2 quick updates for you that may cheer you up.
Okay.
So, Norway and Ivory Coast kicked off a little over an hour and a half ago. Okay. Norway struck first with the goal in the 39th minute, but Ivory Coast has struck back.
Okay, I just saw. This is the celebrating.
We are currently tied up in the 82nd minute. And a second thing for you.
Okay.
Serena Williams, who I thought we were going to talk about today before LeBron decided to take over the world, has just started her return to singles tennis in Wimbledon. The 44-year-old is playing against 20-year-old Australian Maya Joint, and they quite literally just started. So let's see if Serena still got it.
Wild
indeed.
Wild. She's just doing singles. Is she doing doubles?
With Venus, but the singles match is first. I believe the doubles is later this week.
Gosh,
So those are just some quick updates.
Thank you. I know we didn't even get to the World Cup stuff, you guys, because obviously that was insane. My anxiety with all these PKs. All right, we're going to take a quick break here. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. We've spent most of our show just reacting to the LeBron James news that he will continue his career, but it will not be here in LA. He dropped that bombshell this morning, and we want to hear from you, LA. How are you feeling? Are you happy that LeBron James is no longer a Laker? Are you sad that he's leaving? Call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. When we come back, you guys, the Dodgers also looked good last night as well. We're going to throw a little more of that in the LeBron conversation, too. Don't go anywhere. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry, here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. We are honoring and celebrating LeBron James today after the news broke this morning that he will no longer continue his career with the Lakers. He is out. However, he is still going to play next season. It just won't be here in LA. We spent most of our show talking about that in LA. We want to hear from you. How are you feeling about it? Are you happy? Are you mad? Are you sad? Call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. You guys, we've also had some World Cup action going on today. Ivory Coast against Norway kicked off at 10 a.m. and we are in the final, 10 minutes?
We are in the 89th minute.
Okay, so we don't know what the stoppage time is going to be yet, but Norway is now up 2-1. I mean, we had a crazy day of soccer yesterday. Couple big upsets that I think I've talked about my PTSD around PKs. The Paraguay, huge upset over Germany. The Netherlands and Morocco PKs, where my heart was just like the misses, the saves, Morocco moving on was just wild.
Yes.
Wild.
The PK shootout is the most stressful moment I believe that an athlete can be in. And we saw it on the biggest stage. The best soccer players in the world, not just missing their kick, missing the entire goal.
Oh, yeah.
Just how common it is to see an incredible soccer player just crumble under that pressure. And it led to two incredible endings.
Yeah, that was insane. And right now, obviously, as we said, Norway up 2-1 on the Ivory Coast. And one of the most popular players in the World Cup, I think fan favorite. Did he score that last goal?
Erling Haaland was the man with the 85th minute goal, and he has become my favorite player, I believe, in all of soccer.
Have you been following him on social media?
I'm
you
locked
guys,
in on everything
is
Erling Haaland.
Hilarious. Like, he can do anything. He's just such a happy person. Like, they're showing him right now. I mean,
he's just smiling out there.
Did you know he wrote a whole book with just one word, the same word on every single page? Yep. Why not?
Why not? He's when they were still in group play, he misspelled. This was it. He misspelled Orlando.
Oh.
And he's like, "Hey, we're headed to Ornaldo." I think he
nice.
called it. He probably doesn't even know where that even is.
Yeah.
And then I guess he got a bunch of flack. And then he posted another photo of him, like, with this super sad face, like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you all were perfect. Good to know. Can't make mistakes ever again." Like, he is so funny with everything that he does. And he cooks a mean steak. I give him credit.
Oh, he went, what was it, live? Or he just posted the video of him cooking
He's just cooking steaks all day. That's all he does.
Millions of people watched. Millions of people watched.
He plays soccer and he cooks steaks.
I love it so much. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Also, last night, you guys, Dodgers opened up their series against the A's with a 9-4 win at Sutter Health Park, which is a minor league park in Sacramento. And the Dodgers bats came alive, and it looked like a sellout Dodgers spring training game. Mainly Dodger fans in the stands, but it was just so great to see. This was the kind of the game and the win that the Dodgers should get. When we talked to Bob Nightingale yesterday and we asked, like, what should we expect the Dodgers playing in a minor league ballpark? He's like, expect a lot of batting averages to, make their way up. And Andy Pages, I think, was a big one, who had his first home run in, I think it was 20 days, but it was also Teoscar Hernandez's first game back, and Teo is Andy Pages' mentor.
Yes.
So to have Teo back in the dugout and back in the lineup and just be back a part of this organization, you saw the immediate effect on Andy Pages hitting a home run his first game back.
And Pages being a consistent bat in that second spot in the lineup is huge, because we were just here last week talking about how that second spot is cursed.
Yeah.
And nobody wants it. If Pages can continue to get back to form, all-star center fielder Andy Pages, by the way.
Yeah.
Let me give him the proper
Is it
introduction.
official?
It's not official,
I know
but
he's
has,
top in the voting.
Yeah,
he better.
He is
Gosh,
blowing
he better.
away
He
everyone else.
better
Yes,
be an
yes,
all-star. He
yes.
got snubbed last year.
Yeah, so it is not official, but it's happening. He will be the starting center fielder. And you bring up Teoscar in his return. What I love that Dave Roberts did is Teoscar was batting 5th in the lineup before he got hurt. And sometimes when a guy misses significant time, you put them a little lower in the lineup and let them work their way through it. And then, okay, you're ready to go back to your normal spot.
Yeah.
And Mookie has now been batting in a different spot in cleanup since Teoscar got hurt. Pages being bumped up to 2. So I was expecting Teoscar to kind of be at the end of the lineup and Dave Roberts to figure things out. Put him right there at the 5 spot. And my favorite thing that happened yesterday was his very first hit. He had to leg it out to first base.
Yeah.
What better way to test that hamstring than have to get on your horse?
That was so scary. I was like, uh-oh.
He was running.
Because we know how it happens. We know it's the skip, hop.
But the good thing about it, as nervous as I was for those 4 seconds, was once he finished, he kind of smiled and looked over to the dugout, and everyone was thinking the same thing. Of,
yeah, you good?
All right.
You good,
you're
man?
Okay.
And
what a great return to the Dodgers for Teoscar.
But, the Dodgers' bats finished with 17 hits, you guys. They tied their season high in hits. 8 players in the Dodgers lineup had at least 2 hits. Mookie was the only Dodgers starter with just 1 hit. But Shohei Ohtani, and this is what everyone came to see. We talked about it. I was like, it's going to be a sellout. It's going to be insane. People are going to go because they want to see Shohei Ohtani. And then to be able to see him in that kind of intimate environment, a spring training vibe environment, hits a 3-1 home run in the 6th.
It's a missile.
Traveled 432 feet at 112.3 miles per hour. That was his 2nd longest homer of the season. Now, we knew, also Bob Nightingale told us the ball is going to be flying up in Sacramento. And boy, 17 hits. Like I said, 8 players in the Dodgers lineup had at least 2, and Shohei Ohtani, just an absolute missile out of the ballpark.
My favorite thing about that was where you hit it into the outfield was just a grass hill, because as you mentioned, it is a minor league park, so there's not bleachers all the way around. And the mad scramble for people to get up on their feet and try to get the ball. If you go back and watch, people are tripping because they're sitting on a slope. Again, it's just like a wet grass hill.
Yeah.
And everyone tries to rush to their feet and run uphill, and bodies are just falling. But no, the bats were alive, and just before Shohei hit his home run, in typical baseball jinx fashion, the final words that the broadcast said before he hit his homer was, Shohei and Mookie are the only 2 without a hit right now for the Dodgers. Wow. And there goes that home run.
Do you know
perfect.
how many times the broadcast does that? Where they're talking about something negative with the team, and then whoever is up at the plate is like, oh, it's like almost they can feel it, and it's like, let me prove you wrong. Let me prove you wrong right now. You guys, this game right now, the Ivory Coast and Norway is so chippy. We almost got a fight on the field, and that was that Ivory Coast's chance to tie it?
Ivory Coast just had a free kick, and the goalkeeper for Norway.
Insane save.
Flying
in the corner, got his hand on it. No, that keeper just saved the game for Norway.
1 minute
now
left.
It's a corner kick. They're in stoppage time, and we've seen a lot of goals happen in stoppage time in this World Cup. So this feels like their last big chance. Oh, get it out. This is, dude, the ref even was getting in on it, pushing, players were pushing each other. When this final whistle happens,
I don't know how many handshakes there are going to be.
0.
It's getting pretty ugly out
Look at this again from inside the goal perspective. Look at this save.
Free kick was going top shelf left.
It was beautiful.
The goalkeeper played it perfectly.
It was a beautiful kick and a beautiful save, perfectly executed, and that's going to be the play of the game.
Wow.
That's
Wow. What a start.
That's insane, you guys. So that's Ivory Coast and Norway. Norway up 2-1 with the game ending any second now. There's one more breakaway for Ivory Coast, but yeah, that feels like it's going to be it. France and Sweden kicking off in about 2 hours at 2 p.m. Mexico and Ecuador, you guys, tonight at 6. And I don't know if you've seen the viral videos, but all these Mexico fans were outside of the Ecuador hotel raging last night. Playing instruments, honking horns, setting off fireworks.
Any advantage
They
you can get.
didn't sleep a wink. Wild. Savage move,
We need
but
to
I'm
get
here
them
for
to
it.
pressure Aaron Donald to come back.
What do you mean? Just camp out inside of his house and be like, come back, come back, come back. All right, I'm here for it. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. When we come back, are you happy, LA, that LeBron is no longer a Laker?
Mendoza does care about something. He has reportedly filed a trademark protection for the nickname Nandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Nandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
It's
I don't like
cringy.
it. I don't like it. I think there was one I saw out there, the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban. That people were going with, but I think this is a little safer than that.
Yeah,
right?
that was better. This one, he's really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what I did there?
Hey,
The force.
I see it. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I just
that
didn't
was
know if
banger.
you caught
That was.
It's like a marathon, you know?
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's an amazing Yoda.
Yeah, but here's
Whoa!
that cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people look like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that didn't. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with a
You don't say.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Hour number 3. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube at The Fan LA, we appreciate you being here. And the big breaking news today: LeBron James is no longer a Laker. He informed them this morning that he was going to continue his NBA career, but it was not going to be here in LA. And the Lakers just put out their statement, the thank you, LeBron. And it's, you know, his classic, iconic, where he does the, what is it called? The dust?
Clap.
Yeah, but with the white smoke.
Yeah.
What is
it? Chalk.
Chalk. Okay,
yes.
There you go. And they said LeBron James it's from Jeannie Buss. LeBron James is one of the greatest athletes in history. We will always be thankful for his 8 years with the Lakers, including the title he led us to in 2020 under the toughest imaginable circumstances and the countless records he broke in purple and gold. We wish him all the best in the future, both on the court and off. He will always be a cherished part of the Lakers family. So that's what the Lakers put out from Jeannie Buss. And then LeBron quote tweeted it saying, "No, thank you. Truly an honor to wear the purple and gold while trying to continue the greatness and legacies that came before me. I hope I made a few proud during my stint." It's really over. It's really over. Like, now that we've heard that from LeBron and Jeannie, and it just, you guys, my initial reaction is I'm sad. Am I surprised? No. Was I immediately shocked this morning when it came out? Yes, because I thought that the Lakers were going to figure out a way to bring him back, because that was going to be the best version of the Lakers this year. Like, I don't know how you replace a figure, a person, an impact player like LeBron James, even at the number 3 spot for the Lakers. But I'm mainly sad because he did, you guys. Laker fans, you have to remember, even if you didn't fully embrace him as one of your own, and Brock and I have dove into that a lot today, of why Laker fans were never really able, a lot of Laker fans, to fully embrace LeBron James when he became a Laker. And maybe it was because he had so much history and was already a future Hall of Famer before he came to the Lakers. So when you think about LeBron James, like, what is the team you think about? And it's probably the Cavs that you're going to first, then maybe the Heat, and Lakers were kind of that third back end thought of his career. And it just kind of spoke to the longevity and added to the greatness of LeBron James. But it just makes me sad, you guys. Like, I still remember where I was the moment that we found out LeBron James was coming to the Lakers, and I was hosting on Undisputed, and I was bragging, and I was so excited, and just like, you can't beat it. LA always gets the best players imaginable. I mean, we're still doing that. Obviously, the blockbuster trade a year and a half ago when they went and got Luka Doncic, but now it was a full restructure change the moment Jeannie Buss sold the Lakers to the Dodgers ownership. And the fact that the Lakers "thank you, LeBron" is just a quote that they put out from Jeannie Buss kind of makes sense now. LeBron signed on and decided to become a Laker with the Buss family. And it was really that we take care of our family mentality, which is what the Buss family always did and what the Lakers always did. And once Jeannie sold this team and the complete ownership structure changed of what the future was going to look like for the Lakers, and they the new ownership, I don't even know, because again, we're not there in the building, shut LeBron out, but they weren't asking his opinion. They weren't asking what he wanted. It was all Luka Doncic, and it was Luka Doncic's team now. And what did Luka want this offseason? He wanted them to sign Austin Reeves and keep him and not include him in a trade. And they want the Lakers to go out and get an A-list center. Not once did we hear that Luka Doncic wanted the Lakers to keep LeBron James. And if you don't feel wanted at a place, why would you spend possibly the last season of one of the greatest athlete careers of all time that we've seen in a place where you're not feeling that equal, I want to be here as much as you want me here?
The LeBron James factor, it adds a lot of attention. and a lot of extra, right? LeBron is often filming some kind of footage for something, whether it's personal or a documentary. It's going to be on Netflix. There's always cameras. There's always added things to it, and LeBron does things the way that LeBron does them, and because he's on your team, you now have to change the way that you do things. And because for every single season, except for one, LeBron has been the focal point of his team, that's fine. Because the same way that if Luka Doncic says, re-sign Reeves, you go and re-sign Reeves.
Yeah.
If LeBron James says, hey, we're going to have some cameras around and we're going to do things a little differently because that's how the way I want to do them, you say, yeah, fine, no worries, because you are the focal point of this team. But when all of the extracurriculars that come with you are now attached to the third option, all those extracurriculars start to feel like a burden instead of just things that come with it, right? So you're Luka Doncic and you get traded out of nowhere to the Los Angeles Lakers. And they had a meeting at the end of that first season and they sat him down, and before he signed his extension, the Lakers wanted to present a plan of the future for him.
Yeah.
You do that because you know you are now the future. And they did not present that to LeBron when they traded for Luka. They didn't present him a plan of what was to come now that Luka's here. No, they sat down with Luka and said, this is your team. What do you need us to do? And here's what we plan on doing for the upcoming seasons as long as you are a Laker. And for the first time, LeBron is not the focal point. For the first time, LeBron is not the first step to drop, and he's handling it as best as anyone could handle it.
Any superstar would?
As any superstar would. And, you know, there's a quote, and then there's a quote tweet of LeBron, and everyone's playing nice. But it's a matter of time before we get the full 10-page article about how this all came to be.
Oh, yeah. And
but playing nice for now is the best way to go about it.
Well, yeah, until he lands his new spot.
Yeah.
But obviously, like, none of this happened the way that LeBron James thought it would. I mean, we even heard him say, like, when they had Anthony Davis, he was hoping to eventually pass the team to Anthony Davis, but AD couldn't stay healthy. And so what did the Lakers do? They traded him. And then there was reports that LeBron had no idea that was happening when that happened, right?
Everyone found out
was
with
shocked.
everyone else.
The players were shocked. LeBron was shocked. Like, this was like the biggest hush-hush trade blockbuster move that I remember in my lifetime, especially in basketball. But then the next big thing was, okay, LeBron's like, great. You know what? Like, let's change the mindset and the attitude here. I love Luka Doncic. He's one of my favorite current players. We can make this work, trying to kind of be that mentor to him and take him under his wing. And we never got full details of what really went down, but we didn't see that relationship between them. What we saw was Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves become this brotherly best friend vibe relationship, and LeBron was kind of the odd man out. And whenever there's three, there's an odd number, someone is always left out, and LeBron didn't have his guy. And he always, like, it was hard because you thought that Luka Doncic was going to be that guy with LeBron James. And there was even the talk of, like, okay, so Luka, what was the hit on him when he was leaving the Mavs? He wasn't in shape, didn't care. It was like, oh my gosh, well, now you're playing with LeBron James, who is not only one of the greatest players of all time, but like one of the top players that takes care of his body while still having fun and having his wine too. Maybe he can be a great example for Luka Doncic. And it doesn't seem like they ever got on that page. Luka found his own guys. He found Austin Reeves, and I know that LeBron James was kind of a big factor in Austin Reeves' development, believing in him and kind of being tough on him because he saw the potential in him. But then Luka took him as like, no, this is my guy now. And then we also saw Luka with, is it Jackson Hayes, that he helped get his Slovenia citizenship so he could go and play with Luka Doncic on the national team. And Luka kind of put together his own group. And you could, again, if you read between the lines, there was a separation happening between LeBron James and the former leader of this team when Jeannie Buss and the Buss family own the Lakers, to now with the Dodgers ownership group really kind of turning that page and handing the team over to Luka Doncic, and there was no room for LeBron James.
If you are in your 40s, you know the last thing you want to do? Hang out with a bunch of 20-year-olds. Luka and Austin Reeves are playing Fortnite and golfing and drinking beers and partying.
But LeBron is too.
He is, but it's different.
Okay.
It's trying to force. Okay. If I am 27 years old and me and all of my buddies have millions of dollars in Los Angeles,
going to the clubs,
like we want to have our fun because just like everything, once LeBron is invited, it's a LeBron James show. Yeah. And I'm just thinking back to being in locker rooms and sitting around a Patriots locker room, looking around and saying, hey, whose house are we going to tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, that's going to be great. We're going to get drunk. We're going to have fun. We're going to...
Yeah.
Tom Brady's not hanging out with us.
No.
Tom Brady's going to go hang with the people who run the world that we don't even know.
We
right?
didn't see Tom Brady show any sign of like human interaction until he won with the Bucks and he got avocado tequila wasted. That was the first time we saw Tom Brady come out of his shell.
It's to the point of, yes, this team revolves around that guy, but he still doesn't want to hang out with us. So am I saying that LeBron is a bad hang? I don't know, but it's just to the point of a division naturally forms when the old regime is in his 40s and the new regime is 25 years old. I think Luka's Doncic age when he's 27 now, so I think he was 25 when he first got traded. So why I'm bringing this up is because it didn't even need to be a conscious thing. It's just being part of a locker room. The 20-year-olds do these things.
Austin Reeves is 28.
Okay, so he would have been 26 2 years ago, and Luka would have been
27. So Luka's 27, Austin's 28.
So if you're 25 and 26 years old, and there's 39-year-old LeBron James, like a division naturally forms. Just like, what are we supposed to talk about when we're not talking about basketball? When we're not talking about basketball and we're hanging at Luka's mansion, LeBron has kids, grown kids. One of his
sons on the team
is a teammate. Like it just changes the dynamic. So again, why I'm bringing all of this up is, even if there was no bad blood whatsoever, a division was going to naturally form because I've been in a locker room as a 22-year-old and I don't want to hang with a 40-year-old, and he probably doesn't want to hang with me.
Yeah.
In what other context outside of the locker room would they even have anything to talk about, right? So there doesn't have to be a bad guy here. There is a gap amongst activities, and Austin Reeves, yes, thank you, Bron, for bringing me up, taking me under your wing, teaching me more about basketball I probably ever knew. But Luka's my age, and there's things that we want to do. And if you're LeBron, I see being upset, thinking, "Well, what the heck, man? I thought we were boys." But it's life. It's natural.
It's funny because yesterday the report news that came out was like, LeBron just wants to be happy. Wherever he ends up, that's the most important thing. And we were debating, like, what is happiness for LeBron James? Is that the players that he surrounds himself with? Is that the mood and the conversations that he can have in the locker room? Is it the way the roster is constructed? Is it a real chance to win a championship? Is it the fact that the Lakers guaranteed money to Bronny? Like, there's so many different factors, and we went back and forth with it. And I think the biggest thing is a place where he's wanted and is having fun and can win. Again, like, it depends where he ends up of winning a championship and the real chance of winning a championship. But now we know, like, he's going to have to take a massive pay cut wherever he ends up because the Lakers were the team that were going to be able to provide him with the most money. So now we know it's not the money. And what is the happiness? Is it winning? Is it the people that you're around? Is it the real chance to win a championship? Because again, with Golden State, which was a conversation yesterday, because Draymond Green restructured his contract, there was like, oh, okay, they're making room. And the rumors were they're going to try to go out and get Anthony Davis and have this pitch to LeBron James of like, oh, we can have this big reunion of you coming back with AD, and then you'll be playing with Steph and Draymond. These are guys you won gold medals with, and it's going to give like the Globetrotter vibes of the Golden Boys, this older veteran team that is going to be like must watch and fun, and like, oh, remember all these guys when they were in their prime, but it's not a legitimate championship contending team to be on.
That Golden State foursome would be a must-see event. I would go see them.
Everyone would.
I will see them when they play the Lakers and when they play the Clippers. And if he goes to Golden State, he's in the same division, so he's playing the Lakers 4 times a season. I will be there. But in comparison to what we just talked about regarding the Lakers locker room and kind of feeling forced out, LeBron, Steph, Draymond, and Anthony Davis are grown men with kids and families and just in a different chapter of life. Even though Luka has kids and even though Austin Reeves has a girlfriend, like they're just in a different chapter of life. And to your point of just having fun and just what you want out of basketball.
Yeah.
I can understand LeBron saying, yeah, maybe my best championship chances were with the Lakers. But if I feel that I can show up with Anthony Davis and have similar odds, maybe not the same, but similar-ish odds with Golden State, and I'm just around guys that I spend all offseason hanging with anyway, let's go do it. And now what does make it interesting, though, is for LeBron to play with Golden State, since Golden State just extended Kristaps Porzingis this morning, he would have to play likely on that $15 million number.
Yeah, so big pay cut.
Big pay cut.
Significantly
more
less. Half.
More than half than he would have paid. He would have been paid.
Less than half than what he got
right.
last year.
And less than what probably $10 million less than what the Lakers would have offered him this year. But that does open the floodgates of, okay, well, if it's not a money thing, then why not Cleveland? Then why not Cleveland? Now, obviously, Steph and all of them aren't there, but I want to hesitate on jumping all in on the Golden State of it, because if it's no longer a money thing, that opens up everything. Because why not San Antonio now? Because you are now, as LeBron James, voiding the idea that there is a minimum number that you need to play for, which means there are now 29 teams in the NBA right now thinking, well, let's just ask him. The worst he could say is no. And if you're San Antonio, you have to at least call. If you're he would never do this, but if you're the Knicks, you have to at least call. It's like, hey,
but do you need it? Like, do you like that's the other thing too?
I think if you have if you are an NBA franchise and you have $15 million, and that's what Golden State can give him, you have to at least call. The worst he can say is no.
I'm so curious.
And they will call.
Do you think?
You have to. LeBron James is available for $15 million or fewer. Cleveland absolutely will. And quite honestly, LeBron in Cleveland, if they can retain everything that they had this year, is a championship contending team, more so than Golden State, more so than the Lakers would have been. And I know that they had an embarrassing outing against the Knicks, who ended up winning it all. Mm-hmm. That team scares me. LeBron on the Cleveland that we saw this year scares me. Golden State with LeBron, it's fun. I'm watching. I'll go see it in person, but it doesn't scare me.
Yeah. As you know, we're going to be do we know, like, when? Did he give us a timeline of when we think he's going to be making a decision?
He did not.
This week-ish?
But I'm sure it will be an event.
Soon? The decision number 2?
Decision part 2.
Of where he's going to go, you guys. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. We've been talking about it, breaking it down all day. LeBron James informed the Lakers this morning that he will be continuing his NBA career, but it will not be here in LA. How do you feel about it, LA? Call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Are you happy about it? Are you sad about it? Do you think this was the right move? Apparently, the Lakers tried to keep him, but we tried. It was an honor, as Rob Pelinka stated in his postseason presser. It was an honor to have LeBron James here. It would be an honor no matter where he goes and plays. So again, like I kind of said this when we first heard that postseason presser. I'm like, this feels like you're just playing nice, but you're seeing who's going to jump first.
Yeah.
And Lakers are like, it's not going to be me, but if you jump, it's okay. Like, I think this is going to be the best for both of us. I just don't want to be the one to break this up. Yeah. It's got to come from you.
It is definitely a relationship where all of your friends know that you need to break up.
Everyone knows.
But nobody wants to be the bad guy because then they get to they lose the whole friend group because they're going to side with the victim. Yeah, it feels. You know what? A toxic relationship has to end.
Oh, you would put this in toxic relationship category?
It was going to be. Yes. It was going to be. It may have, you know what? It was already there. Yeah. Yeah, it was.
I don't know. It just makes me sad. Again, I'm still sad. I'm on the sad side of things. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, very excited. Lakers insider and reporter for the California Post, Kobe Price, is going to be joining the show. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. Leading LA's biggest stars in the City Championship Celebrity Challenge. It's happening on Saturday, July 11th. So guys, for fans who are thinking about coming out on July 11th, just paint the picture of the night and what fans can expect when they get there.
I think it's going to be very energized. It's going to be music. We got some special guests that's going to come out and perform at halftime. We all going to be able to be accessible to the fans, meet and greet, get your autograph signed, bring the kids out, take pictures. I mean, it's going to be full marathon burger. Rest in peace to my bro, Nipsey Hussle, but it's the marathon continues, man. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just going to be an overall good thing for the city. It's at Northmount High School. Very personal. Pop out, man. Come meet us. Come shake your hand. Take a picture.
I think it's going to be good. It's going to be like.
Put it out right now. We're getting competitive,
right? Team Jackpot. Team Jackpot.
Team K9, man.
We are so excited for this, you guys. Deshaun Jackson, Keyshawn Nixon, leading LA's biggest stars in the City Championship Celebrity Challenge on Saturday, July 11th. You can still get your tickets. We're also giving away tickets every day right here on 97.1 The Fan.
I have giveaways. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
Okay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because it's Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. That's creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on brand for Bill Clinton. So like that would be hilarious.
On brand for Bill Reiters.
Yeah.
Those bills are weird, man.
Wow.
Those are weird.
Stay away from the Williams.
Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a little
You
bit.
know one of these.
Okay.
Yeah, I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie.
I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young reporter, and I did, in fact, once, as a very aggressive reporter, march past the Secret Service.
No!
And I used to be able to do it. I used to cover Bill Clinton back when I worked at a newspaper in Arkansas early in my career, and it was, Bill Clinton, what are you doing?
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really
So you interviewed him at a urinal.
Yes, he was the first white person inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame. He wasn't taking media. I saw him get off the dais.
Wow.
I walked into the hallway of the convention center. I saw him go into the restroom. There was Secret Service.
Yeah.
And I just marched right in like Michael Keaton from the paper. And,
No.
Yeah. All right, so that's mine. You guys do it on Friday.
Earlier, we were discussing Philadelphia and how much they idolize fictional heroes. So what is more insane, Bill Clinton being in the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame or Sylvester Stallone being in the Boxing Hall of Fame?
Adrian! I got to go the Bill Clinton one. But I don't know. Bill Clinton was very popular president.
I know you guys.
Yeah.
Wait,
I know you guys
that's
want to
so
know,
weird.
so I'll just give. Yes, there was a partition. Can we just? There was. I got the quote though. I got the quote.
I have to. You did? What did he tell you?
And then I followed him to the sink, and he's like, are we good?
Yeah. Can you leave me alone, please?
Is that enough for your newspaper?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you.
Also, that Secret Service got fired, right?
He had stopped being president 3 months earlier.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you. There's so many. There's so many LeBron James songs, you guys. We're just honoring the great LeBron James after he decided this morning that he will not continue his career here in LA with the Lakers. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. They were just absolutely crushing Brock. He was unaware of the viral moment about, I think this was like a year and a half ago, maybe a year, where like there were just all these different LeBron James songs. No, they're iconic. There's so many good ones, and we're just going to continue to play them throughout the show. So thank you for tuning in, listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or YouTube at The Fan LA. It's been a LeBron James day. Like we said, we were on LeBron James watch all summer, and the news broke this morning that he will no longer be a Laker. So I'm so excited to bring in our first guest of the day, Lakers insider and reporter for the California Post, Kobe Price, joining the show. I'm sure you've been crazy busy this morning. Do we have him? Can we hear him? What's happening? Oh, okay. We'll have Kobe in just a second. We were having an issue, a moment with his.
He looks great.
His audio.
Though.
He looks awesome.
Kobe looks great.
Kobe, we're excited to have you the moment you come on. I imagine today is like one of the craziest days for NBA insiders, Lakers insiders. I also still can't get over the fact that you had no idea about these LeBron James songs.
I had no clue, and I work very hard to curate my algorithm, and I'm disappointed
okay, so you're
in myself.
on, you just don't post.
I'm on Twitter. Did these make their way to Twitter, or were this more like an Instagram?
This was like TikTok, Reels.
I would
like
not have seen it if
all
it was
of
on
those
TikTok.
things.
Okay.
No?
I work hard to curate my algorithms, and these songs are so up my alley.
Yeah.
I need to up my algorithm game because these somehow missed me.
No. These were like a year and a half ago.
I know.
Like
I know.
2 years ago.
But
Brock.
I've been proud of my algorithm for years, is what I'm saying.
Oh.
This should have come across my desk.
I don't know.
It didn't come across my desk.
When your wife said what you were the least tech. What'd she say?
Least the running phrase is least technologically adept millennial.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I was like, okay,
I have
that
been
tracks.
told that's by a few.
That
yes.
makes sense. We were teaching you how to repost stories.
I'm getting better at it.
Okay, it's time, you guys. We got him. Lakers insider reporter for the California Post, Kobe Price, joining the show. How crazy has your morning been?
We're good. You guys got me now?
Yeah,
we got you, Kobe.
There we go. There we
That's
go.
what I'm talking about.
There
What was your first reaction when you read the news that LeBron James informed the Lakers that he was going to continue his NBA career, but it would not be here in LA?
I mean, it was not shocking, but there was still an element of shock, if that makes sense, just because LeBron James has played for the Lakers for 8 consecutive seasons, his longest tenure with a single franchise, his entire career. It's crazy as that to believe. So it's been a whirlwind. I can't believe it's just past 12:30 Pacific time. It feels like it's 9:30 Pacific time. And guess what? We still have free agency starting in like 2.5 hours. So.
Oh, is that when it starts? I thought it was tonight. Is it this afternoon? Oh, it's about to go crazy.
Kobe, the initial tweet from Shams, which basically came from Rich Paul, which he wasn't really trying to hide, was worded very specifically about LeBron doing the Lakers a favor, giving them time to figure things out. He's informing them that he does not want to remain a Laker. From your understanding, has there been any contact between the Lakers and LeBron's camp over the last month? And if there was, what were those discussions like?
Yeah, I mean, they've been in touch. Right after the NBA Finals ended between the Spurs and Knicks, there's communication between the Lakers and LeBron's camp. It was really, their first conversation about free agency, what that would look like. And there wasn't many discussions directly between LeBron and the Lakers side since then. As has been documented well on social media, LeBron had a very eventful and fun championship reunion with the 2016 Cavs team. Went on vacation with his family in the offseason. So he's back home in Ohio, or one of his homes in Ohio right now. So there's been up and down communication, but a lot of it was just talking about what it would look like. And obviously, we come to today where LeBron informs the Lakers that it looks like him no longer being part of the team moving forward.
Now, the report that we got yesterday was that the most important thing for LeBron James was that he wants to be happy. And we kind of debated, what does happiness look like for LeBron James? And could that be here in LA? But after hearing that news today, it's abundantly clear that he was not happy here. Did you guys ever get that impression, especially kind of towards the end of the regular season and then with the postseason pressers that he gave?
Yeah, I think part of it is he's looking for the place that make him happiest. So, look, there were a lot of ups and downs throughout LeBron's tenure with the Lakers. Again, 8 years, well documented. LeBron or his camp sometimes feeling like he was underappreciated by the franchise, and then the Lakers side feeling like LeBron getting too much credit for him being the savior of the franchise or being viewed as that externally. So, and we could see it just being around him. There were moments where, whether it's, the wear and tear of playing 23 NBA seasons or what I was saying about feeling underappreciated, or want to make it clear, there wasn't any rifts between Luka and LeBron personally. They got along well. They kept in contact throughout the summer, not really about Lakers NBA related stuff, but more so on a more personal level. Like, they talk about golf, a hobby that they both picked up over the last year. But it's also significant that the Lakers did make that trade, sending LeBron's best friend on the team in that trade for Luka Doncic without him being informed about that beforehand. So there were just certain things, it's like any relationship, any interpersonal relationship, things build up over time, things build up over the course of 8 years. So even if he would have been happy, quote unquote, staying in Los Angeles or staying with the Lakers specifically, there are other options clearly that make him happier after the ups and downs throughout his tenure with the Lakers.
Kobe, I want to ask you a question, not as a reporter who follows the Lakers, but just as a basketball fan. Why do you feel there was always a bit of a disconnect between the Lakers' diehard fandom and LeBron James? Why was he never going to be accepted on the level of Shaq, Fish, or Kobe?
Yeah, I think part of it is, he was, what he spent, I'm doing the math on top of my head, 14, 15 seasons of his NBA career outside the Lakers. He established his legacy before coming to Los Angeles. And then obviously, before he came to LA, there were the Kobe versus LeBron debates, the debates about being the GOAT. So there is what's what I'm looking for. There's an attachment to players who had their entire career in Los Angeles. There's an attachment to players who, were homegrown talents. And LeBron, with all of his accomplishments in Los Angeles, with all of the accolades he racked up, becoming the all-time leading scorer, leading the league in assists at one point, winning an NBA title in 2020, like he would never be that. He would always be attached more so to the players who root for when they join the team, and you continue to see the team grow, you continue to see them take the franchise to the next level. And even though LeBron did that in his own way, it's not going to be the same as what Kobe did, or what Kareem did, or what Magic did, or even like what Rick Fox did, or what Robert Ory did. Like, it just wasn't going to be that.
And it's just crazy because the Lakers putting out their thank you to LeBron James is the quote from Jeannie Buss, which obviously is the old regime and who brought LeBron James in to be a part of this, be a part of our family atmosphere. And then when the new Dodgers ownership came in, that's kind of when we saw the shift of what was really happening and possibly the future of LeBron James. And even LeBron, him quote tweeting and thanking and saying it was truly an honor and he hoped he made a few proud during his stint here. Is this just kind of LeBron and the Lakers publicly playing nice to make it feel like it was a clean split?
Yeah, to an extent, right? It's messaging for a reason, The Lakers wanted LeBron back, and let's make that clear, but they wanted it back on their terms as they enter this Luka Doncic era. And again, the rifts over the course of 8 years makes it more challenging for that to be the case. And this is just for everybody. For LeBron, the Lakers, it makes it easier for everybody to get what they need moving forward. Give LeBron the options to choose whatever makes him happiest, whether it's the Cavaliers, the Warriors, whatever team he chooses, in a position, in an environment that makes him happiest so he can continue his career. Let's not forget, LeBron showed, He took a back seat to be the third option behind Luka, behind Austin. That wasn't, he acknowledged it may not be his preference, but that's what the team needed to win. Same time, he showed in the playoffs he can still be a leading man on a team that wins. But for the Lakers, this gives them the opportunity to really build around Luka and build around Austin in ways that they just have not truly been able to since they acquired Luka last February. So it's a little bit of playing nice. Again, nobody's, at least not right now, nobody's going to be like, yeah, we don't like you. Yeah, we're glad to see you gone. That's not how this is going to go. And that's not even the true extent of what's really reflected in anybody's feelings. But, at least for now, they're honoring each other in the most appropriate ways.
Kobe, you brought it up when you first got on. Believe it or not, free agency still has to go on. And if you're Rob Pelinka, you're looking around saying, once people get over this LeBron news, all eyes are on me. What moves are left to be played from Rob Pelinka?
A lot. I mean, there are several moves. I mean, the Lakers have, I think, doing it before I got on the show, I think they have 7 players on the roster, or officially on the roster, entering free agency. Now, that doesn't count Austin Reeves. Yeah, I know, right? They have half a roster to fill. Doesn't count Austin Reeves, who will more than likely be the last signing, the last player to re-sign with the Lakers. So there are a lot of holes. They're still looking for a new starting center. They're supposed to meet with Pistons center Jalen Duren, who's a restricted free agent. They're supposed to meet with Walker Kessler, another restricted free agent out of Utah. There are a lot of players. You can go down the list. Zaire Williams. They have interest in Quentin Grimes. There are a lot of players and a lot of holes to fill. Starting center, wing depth, athleticism, perimeter defense on the wing. Didn't even mention that Marcus Smart, who was their best defender last season and had a big role in the playoffs, he may not return. The Rockets are targeting him or being aggressive and going after him. So there are a lot of holes. And for Rob Pelinka specifically, this is a huge offseason. And that cannot be made clear enough. This is a huge, pivotal offseason for Rob Pelinka to surround Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, but especially Luka Doncic, with the caliber of players, a championship caliber roster. That's the mandate. That's what's necessary, because we've been on the show a few times, and I've said it. Luka Doncic has 2 more guaranteed seasons on his deal. He has a player option in 2 summers from now. This is new ownership, and we've seen that, yes, Rob Pelinka, he's had a season and a half or a season and a third to make the moves. This is, you talk about optionality, this is optionality that Luka 2026 offseason. This is when we're going to do it. We're here. LeBron, you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to worry about LeBron's feeling. Like, this is the opportunity. So for Rob, this is the opportunity he has to take advantage of, and the Lakers have to take advantage of, to build a title contending championship caliber roster around Luka.
So speaking about Luka, again, Kobe, we heard that Luka reportedly asked the Lakers for 2 things this offseason, and that was to retain Austin Reeves. They did that, giving him the max $185 million contract over 4 years, and then he asked for an A-list center. The one thing we didn't hear was him asking for them to retain LeBron James. Now, how much do you think that also factored into the feeling of not really being wanted and feeling wanted by the new direction of the Lakers and the Lakers star?
Yeah, if I may, Shams Charania just tweeted out, not relevant for the Lakers, but the Clippers are nearing a deal to send Kawhi Leonard to the Raptors for Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, and 2 first-round picks, a pick swap, and 2 second-rounders. So Kawhi Leonard going back to Canada as we're talking on the show. So that was another. I mean, that's another major domino to fall.
Breaking news for us mid Lakers interview. I love this.
And I'm still hearing your question about, multitasking over here. This is free agency, right? No, I think, in the Luka LeBron part is understandably, look, this Los Angeles, the star dynamic. You want to make it clear, like, even though even though Luka did not directly ask for LeBron to return in, those backdoor conversations, he still would have been happy for LeBron's return. He mentioned after the season ended that he would love to play with LeBron more. Let's not forget, LeBron was a player that Luka's admired and looked up to, and I would just go as far as to say idolized. Sometimes we forget how much older LeBron is than Luka, but there's like a 14, 15-year age gap. Like, that was the guy he looked up to. So it wasn't about how Luka felt about LeBron in that sense. It was more so about what's it gonna look like in terms of giving Luka the best opportunity to contend for a title. And it just so happened that it didn't work. Not work. It wasn't a good match just in terms of the timelines and what the Lakers need.
It's wild. Everything, all the breaking news right now is wild. Kobe, we appreciate you coming on and breaking that Kawhi news that he is headed back to Toronto mid-interview. Good luck today. Good luck with all the crazy free agency.
Coffee, Kobe.
We appreciate you coming on the show.
Hey, 2 cups in already.
Yes!
We're going. We're going.
Baby.
4 shots of espresso. Here we go.
There we go.
That's my guy. We love a quad. Love a quad of espresso. That's my go-to, Kobe. Thank you again so much. Have so much fun today.
Appreciate you guys.
Yeah,
Kobe
of course.
is the man.
We're getting close to your first cup of the day.
Yes, we are.
I can't believe you've been having like cozy chamomile. Like not even. Is that what you're having right now?
Going herbal with it.
Dude, there's no caffeine in that. What are you doing?
Little bit of honey.
I'm almost 2 energy drinks deep right now. I had a yerba mate. I had one of those crazy new little ones that I have.
We will dive into it when we come back and throughout the rest of our show here. But I am excited for Kawhi Leonard. The Clippers, I don't know what you're going to do, but I'm excited about the Raptors.
We were talking about that like in the morning meeting. We're like, Kawhi's probably going to slide under the radar
exactly
today
what we said.
behind the LeBron James news, so he doesn't have to be in the spotlight, but he's also going to be on the move today.
The Raptors are going to be scary. Clippers, I got to look at the depth chart during the break and see what we're going to do because, oh boy.
Wild. LA losing some big names today.
Shohei, don't even think about it.
No.
Matthew Stafford, don't even think about it.
Stop. Don't even put that out there. That would never happen. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, do you care, LA? It's a question we've been asking you all day about a lot of different things. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube at The Fan LA, we appreciate you being here and being a part of the conversation today, you guys. It has been a wild day. We kicked off the morning with the news that LeBron James informed the Lakers this morning that he will be continuing his NBA career, but it will not be here in LA. LeBron James is no longer a Laker. The official tweets and thank yous came out from the Lakers, and it was Jeannie Buss thanking LeBron for his time and how he will always be a cherished member of the Lakers family, and LeBron James thanking the Lakers and saying he hopes he made a few proud with his time here and what he was able to accomplish, bringing a championship in 2020 to the Lakers and wearing the Lakers uniform, reaching and breaking some of the all-time NBA records. But that's not the only breaking news that we had today, you guys. Kawhi Leonard is heading to Toronto. That is what's going down, and that is something that we predicted. I don't know who it was, if it was you or Shay. I think it was you, Brock, saying, I have a feeling that when Kawhi goes, it's going to be sliding under the radar and maybe hiding behind the LeBron James news so he's not the center of attention.
Kawhi likes to move in silence. Kawhi, I mean, how many people even know what Kawhi's voice sounds like? Like, this guy is just so quiet.
Facts.
And minds his business. Facts. And just wants to hoop. And he goes back to Toronto, where, of course, he made history for that franchise in 1 year as the finals MVP and winning a championship. And even when they parted ways, there was no bad blood. He knew, he let Toronto know once he got there, I am here for 1 year. I am not signing an extension. I am leaving. They said, okay, thanks for letting us know. We're still going to offer you one. Please stay, but we understand. So because it wasn't a LeBron leaving Cleveland type of thing. So no. They're going to welcome him back with open arms. There is no bad blood. And Kawhi, when he was healthy this season, was playing at an MVP level. If Kawhi played more games, he would have been firmly in those MVP conversations. And I am very excited to watch him and what is still a solid Raptors roster. But that leads to the team that he is leaving. And the Clippers are now adding Brandon Ingram and Grady Dick. And
2 first-round picks.
And 2 first-round picks, okay.
Pick swap, and 2 second-rounders. So it's being reported that it would be obviously Kawhi returning to the Raptors, as you mentioned, where he won the 2019 championship. And then the Clippers would receive Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, 2 first-round picks, 1 pick swap, and 2 second-rounders.
Okay, yeah.
It's a pretty good haul for the Clippers.
Yes, it is. And you have Darius Garland, who was traded for midseason.
Mm-hmm.
You will have Brandon Ingram in there. You'll have Derrick Jones Jr. You'll have Brook Lopez. John Collins is a free agent. I would be shocked if they don't take him back, but the Lakers might need him. So, yeah, the Clippers are in a state of purgatory, which is why it was time to move on from Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah.
There was just a feeling of, this is fun. Every single year, we're kind of a fringe playoff team.
Well, you have a great regular season.
A fantastic regular season.
At some point, but there's just zero playoff success.
Yeah, just always on the cusp of taking the next step, but never actually taking that step, and it had run its course. James Harden leaves rather abruptly at the deadline, and Kawhi, the writing was on the wall at that point going forward, as if unless they have a miraculous playoff run, which they didn't, Kawhi is gone. It was time. That being said, the Clippers are in a state of purgatory in that they are not bad enough to where they're not going to be interesting, to where you're not going to watch. They're going to compete. They're going to beat the Spurs randomly. They're going to hang with Denver, and they're not as good as those teams, but they're good enough to beat them on a random night. But they're not going to be pursuing a championship, and they still remain in purgatory. And I'm glad that they didn't entirely blow it up, but there is a question you have to ask if you're a Clippers fan of, what am I expecting of this season? Because you're kind of in limbo.
Yeah, but it also was like, that was the same question you were asking every season that you had Kawhi Leonard. Yeah. What am I expecting with Kawhi Leonard? Because he had been dealing with a knee injury for a majority of his Clippers career. I mean, he had that, obviously, the historic Toronto Raptors run, the one-year wonder, if you will, in Toronto with like one of the most iconic playoff buzzer beater shots of all
Philly,
time.
I believe.
Yeah, against Philly, helping the Raptors win their first ever NBA title over the Warriors. So no matter how it ended with Kawhi and Toronto, he's always going to be a Raptors legend.
Yeah.
So, and he wasn't kind of getting that coming home. He's an LA guy, and that was kind of all of the commercials of him coming home and like playing for the hometown team. And again, Clippers, you're always overshadowed by the Lakers here in LA, and that's just because of the success. You haven't even like scratched a little bit of the success that the Lakers have had. So I don't blame Kawhi going back to the place where he had the most recent success and a place where I guess he could feel wanted. But interesting, because as you said, when he went over there for the deal, he told them he wasn't going to sign a long-year contract. And then now he's deciding to go back there is just wild to me. But then also makes you think, because obviously the big news this morning was LeBron James deciding and telling the Lakers that he wasn't going to come back to LA, but was going to continue his playing career because he was going to sign with another team. Is LeBron going to run it back and now go to Cleveland? It just like, are we having these like, again, member berry moments with the two big star names in LA?
So the scary thing about LeBron is by leaving the Lakers, which is the contending team that could pay him the most.
Yeah.
He is also separating himself from the idea that there is a number that a team has to reach because he will. If he went to Golden State, they're going to pay him $15 million. That's $10 million less than the Lakers were reportedly willing to offer him. So now, if you are a team and you are a contender and you have at least $15 million, you call LeBron James. And
where is he going to go?
Golden State would be fun, but it does not scare me. If LeBron goes to Cleveland and Harden comes back and Cleveland remains currently constructed with Allen and Mobley, that is a terrifying team. If you're Denver and Denver has to make a lot of offseason moves because Jokic is not going to sign an extension unless they do something this offseason. If you're Denver, you're calling LeBron James. If you're the San Antonio Spurs and you have plenty of money, let alone $15 million for LeBron James, you have to call him. If you're the Minnesota Timberwolves and you have $15 million left
LeBron
over.
James, I'm still not over this like Spur claim that you're saying
It's
right
scary.
now. No, that kid's not going to
scary.
happen. They don't need to.
But you have to call. You have to make him
He's
say
that
no.
like veteran Fox like takeover. It's like, oh, you be the vet on the team, but it's Wemby's team.
Yeah, you have to call. You have to do due diligence as a GM and say LeBron is available for $15 million fewer than we thought he was going to be available for. I have to at least call Rich Paul and make him say no. But LeBron, why I highlight Cleveland, Denver, San Antonio, and Minnesota is those are the places he goes where it is automatically a championship team. Automatically.
Really?
Yeah. LeBron on San Antonio, Denver, Minnesota, or Cleveland. Maybe not necessarily.
But you also have to
favorite.
think about like it changes the whole dynamic of the team.
Yeah, no. Okay,
like,
so no.
The Spurs were just in the NBA Finals. Like you add a LeBron James, that could like mess up the whole vibe. It's a young team.
It could.
Now
but
you're
it could
bringing
also
like
make
King
things
James,
a lot
the
better.
father.
It could also make things a lot better.
It's like having your dad in the locker room.
Any of those four teams, you are immediately contending for a
It's
championship.
like you're having your dad in the locker room, and there's no history there. And I don't see it happening. Him not going to a place. The only place I see him going where he doesn't have the history, because of they've now planted the idea in our head and. The Warriors, the Golden Boys. I can see the Golden Boys going because he has the history with the players, not with the team, but he has a winning history, Olympic winning history with the players.
They're the favorite. I'm just naming the teams that would terrify me and teams that will call him.
I don't know, Brock. But
you've
called crazier things before that I didn't see coming, and it was like, okay, fine. Like who are you talking to? Who do you have on the inside? Is it Rich Paul? All right. You're listening to Brock and Alex Avenue 97.1 The Fan. Hour 4 coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Hour number 4, the Power Hour. Thank you for tuning in on the radio or the Odyssey app or watching us live on YouTube. We want you to be a part of the conversation, so get in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-975-2326. Obviously, a big part of the conversation today was the breaking news we got this morning that LeBron James informed the Lakers that he will no longer be a Laker, but will continue his NBA career just with someone else. And then moments ago, we got the Kawhi Leonard, not official, but sources saying breaking news, he will be going back to Toronto in a trade that the Clippers are now finalizing. So there has been so much going on here today. Also, the Dodgers taking care of business last night. Again, continuing game 2 of that 3-game series up in Sacramento today. And you guys, baseball coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. So yeah, let's take a little quick moment for our boys in blue, because we've been spending majority of the day, as we should, on the LeBron James news leaving the Lakers. We have no idea where he is going to land yet, but we know he will play next season. It will just not be here in LA. But the Dodgers opened up their series against the A's last night up in Sacramento in a minor league ballpark, Sutter Health Park, and the Dodgers bats came alive. And Bob Nightingale told us that, kind of told us what to expect with the Dodgers playing in a minor league park. And he's like, some batting averages are going to go up. Expect balls to just absolutely fly. And the Dodgers finished with 17 hits, tying their season high in hits. 8 players in that Dodgers lineup had at least 2 hits. Mookie Betts was the only starting Dodger who just had 1. But Shohei Ohtani, and this is what the fans came to see, looked like a sellout. Majority Dodger fans in the stands. Shohei Ohtani hit the biggest swing of the game, the 3-run home run, his 18th homer of the season, and it was his second longest homer of the season, 432 feet.
It was an absolute
feeling
missile.
Good in that ballpark.
Oh, and what I love about baseball is I don't know if there's any more for sure moment than the crack of that bat. Like you know it is a home run.
Bye.
So much earlier than you know whether a 3-point shot is good or whether a goal is good in soccer or whether a pass is going to be a touch. Like I love knowing from the millisecond that you hear it, oh, that's gone.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Well, also like the body language.
Yeah.
Oh, they know too. So now I know.
My favorite thing to watch is you hear the bat, and like you said, the pitcher will actually tell you that it's a home run before the batter even does, because they're immediately just calling for the ball,
yeah,
please.
It's crazy.
Please throw me a ball.
It was funny because I used to watch games with Tim Salmon when I was with the Angels, and he was like, Alex, just watch the outfielders. Watch the outfielders, and you will tell by their body language in a moment if that ball's gone. If they're just standing there, out of there. If they're looking the other way, out of there. If they're running, there's a chance.
Yeah, it must be heartbreaking as a pitcher to when you do turn around, because a lot of them know by the sound and they don't even bother turning around. But if you turn around and your right fielder's just standing there with his hands on his hips looking straight up, it's like,
well, it's Ohtani too.
Well, that one's gone.
Yeah.
Outside of Ohtani though, and we highlighted Teoscar Hernandez, the leg looks healthy as ever. So happy to have him back. His first at bat, he gets a single. Eric Lauer and Dave Roberts opting not to go with an opener for him, which was a little interesting. And there was a shaky moment in that first inning. And again, with Eric Lauer, it's these mental lapses that he has, where sometimes the moment just gets the best of him. There was a little dribbler toward him, and he wasn't sure if Freeman was going to go to the bag or not. And Freeman. So it was so delayed that Freddie was saying, like, hey, don't even throw the ball over here because he's going to be safe. Like, it took way too long.
Okay.
And Lauer threw the ball anyway. Luckily, it bounced perfectly off the field and just rolled to Tucker in the right field, so there weren't any extra bases taken. There was that moment, and it was the second inning where it was a 3-run inning. So not the greatest start for Eric Lauer, but I always give him credit. There are moments where the spiral can happen, and it's not a full spiral. It's like a corkscrew.
Yeah.
But then he snaps out of it and finishes up with 6 innings, 9 hits, 3 earned runs, 2 strikeouts, and only 1 home run given up in such a small park. That's a pretty impressive pretty impressive start without an opener if you consider the park that they're in.
Yeah. The other thing that I think was important to notice, you mentioned Teoscar Hernandez coming back, but the impact that he has on Andy Pages. So Andy Pages has obviously been like the MVP for the Dodgers this season outside of Shohei Ohtani, but he hadn't hit a home run in a few weeks. And Teo is his mentor. So the first game back that Teoscar is back in the Dodgers dugout, back in the Dodgers lineup, Andy Pages hits his first home run, I think, in like 20 days. And you just see the immediate impact that it can have having your person and having your mentor back around you, and just in time for Andy making that final push to be an all-star, because that man deserves to be an all-star.
He will be. He absolutely will be. And yeah, never underestimate, even if Andy Pages is a grown man, never underestimate having your boy back with you. Things just feel right.
Yeah, so it was a good one. Dodgers have Justin Robleski on the mound tonight. Shohei Ohtani is still scheduled to pitch on Wednesday, tomorrow, which I think is just so wild. Again, it feels like a sold-out Dodgers spring training game when you're watching it because there's no upper deck. And there's so many people in blue. I think the tickets were still pretty pricey, even though it was again, at a minor league ballpark. This is where the A's are playing this season up in Sacramento. And the Dodgers just absolutely taking care of business. So should be another fun one there tonight. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. But let's get back to the big breaking news that happened.
Really quickly.
Yeah.
I want everyone to watch for one thing during this A's game.
Okay.
They do something very fun.
What?
They mic up their bullpen. And so whenever they cut to an Athletics reliever who's about to come in, it sounds like a shotgun blast.
Oh, yeah.
But where they put the mic instead of in the bullpen, it's directly behind the catcher. The first time I heard I jumped.
There's not a lot of space in this minor league park. As we learned from BTS Nick, there's no, like, the clubhouse for the Dodgers is through center field.
Very tight quarters. So sorry to cut you off. I just want, if anyone wants something to watch,
you want to be freaked out?
In what I hope is another blowout, listen how loud the pop of the catcher's mitt is when it's only in the A's bullpen when the A's bullpen is warming up. Okay, sorry.
No, that's great. I'm trying to think because was it yesterday that there was a crazy fan that just sounded like he was a part of the broadcast, and the broadcast was like, "Well, we basically have a third member in our booth with us. We have
there.
Yeah, the crazy guy behind home plate that was just yelling throughout the entire game. So yeah, there's not a lot of space, and so it's not only an intimate experience watching the Dodgers here, but you're also like a part of the broadcast.
You are. There's only so many places to hide the mic. For those who don't know, the field is mic'd up, and the smaller the space, the closer the fans are to the mic. So if a guy wants to yell at every single Dodgers player, I think he was really going after Mookie.
Yeah.
You just got to deal with it.
Yeah. And then, I'm curious if he knew that he was that much a part of the broadcast. It was definitely funny to listen to. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. We want you to be a part of the conversation, you guys. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We want to hear from you. And right now we got KJ in Los Angeles. We've been talking about it all day. LeBron James no longer a Laker. How are you feeling about it?
Nah. Nah. Hey. Goodbye. Brock and Alex, listen, real talk. You got to. A lot of these sports analysts, I think they've been going to a California dispensary and getting the wrong batch because it's killing their brain cells on thinking LeBron is going to another team or to Golden State or to Miami. Listen, I'm telling you from a hood perspective. He came from the hood, so he's going back to his hood. Plus, what people don't understand is these are not pushover billionaire owners no more. You see, they didn't reach out to him. So LeBron had to jump out in front of the media, or it was going to be another Chris Paul go home moment.
You see what I'm saying? So they jumped out in front of that. People ain't understanding that. Plus, L.A. really didn't embrace him. One, why? Because he didn't come to the Kobe dedication statue.
What?
Two, he hasn't did nothing from the hood. He's 5 blocks from Skid Row. He ain't took care of no homeless people. He ain't popped up at no normal conventions. He always said he had, what is that, sporadica, but you'll see him at a concert partying. So we glad that he kicked rocks and went back home because guess what? His farewell tour will always be better from his own hood. And I appreciate that because these billionaire owners, they got money. They got the record with the Dodgers. They don't need to talk to him, and LeBron had to get in front of that because guess what? They wasn't going to let him control the narrative on making teams wait. It's a new sheriff in town. So that's why I believe they told Jenny Buss, hey, go tell your boy, we ain't even talking. And they used her as usual. LeBron, you know what? Have a nice day. Take Bronny with you. So there you go. So that's what the situation is.
KJ, so you think he's going back to Cleveland? Is that where you think he's going?
Didn't you just say he's already there right now?
He's at one of his houses. He is. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, and no, it ain't one of his houses. His house is 30,000 square feet. He's there.
Yeah.
Listen, look, ESPN thought I was crazy. Like 6 months before LeBron even came to L.A., I went to one of their parties, and I had on a LeBron James Laker jersey. They're like, dude, are you crazy? I'm like, no, because LeBron was already here 6 months ago searching houses. I'm like, y'all gotta learn how to read the writing on the wall. So I'm glad he's gone because one out of 8 championships, really, that's not the Lakers. That's not LA flavor. We love winning. So, and I'm glad for Kawhi. I'm glad he's gone to Toronto.
KJ, thank you so much for calling in. Love your energy. Thank you for listening. And yeah, the writing was apparently
KJ, you can call it anytime.
Wall. Yeah.
Love that energy. He brings up some good points, but the funniest point he brings up is LeBron. So for those who don't know what KJ was talking about, LeBron had sciatica to start the season. He was missing games, which is like a back nerve thing.
Okay.
KJ being mad that if you have sciatica, you can't go dance at concerts is a very funny gripe to have.
Facts.
KJ,
but
hilarious.
Also, like, again, writing is on the wall. He's back in Cleveland right now. What was LeBron just doing? Celebrating with all of his Cavs teammates for their 10-year anniversary of winning the championship. Didn't I say, like, this is kind of like foreshadowing? He's getting Cleveland excited again. Like, it's full member berries. Remember when we won? Remember when we won the championship? Look at how much I love the city. Look at how much I love everyone around me. Look at how much fun we can have again, Cleveland. Like, maybe we can do this again. He was almost kind of buttering them up on this last trip, getting them used to if we got LeBron, like, maybe we could have that feeling again.
So James Harden opted out of his deal, but he is still expected to re-sign with the Cavs. He opted out because
how would that work? How would that chemistry work?
James Harden at point, Donovan Mitchell at the shooting guard, Max Strus would be moved to the bench, and LeBron would start in place of Max Strus, and Evan Mobley and Jared Allen, who were in trade conversations, but if LeBron can come in for that little of money, you don't have to change anything. So the funny thing is, if you are LeBron, James Harden being a ball-dominant guy and Donovan Mitchell being a ball-dominant guy, you are again going to be at times the third option because you don't have to be ball dominant. So not by strategy, but just by the amount of time he has the basketball in his hands, he goes back to being a third option. So again, this team terrifies me.
If he ends up with the Cavs.
If he ends up with the Cavs,
all
this
the
team terrifies me.
all the names and teams that you mentioned, Cavs are the only one that I really see it happening.
Okay.
Again, it does not make sense for LeBron James to have and again, I don't think he's going to call it a farewell tour. I don't know if he would announce his retirement until like maybe back half of the season. But again, you don't want to take away, if you're on a championship contending team, you don't want to take the attention away from the fact that you guys are trying to win a title and make it about yourself.
Right.
As much as LeBron James is the center of attention, is the sun that everything orbits around, it's almost like he doesn't have to try to do that. It just is because of his success and who he is, and he's such a polarizing person and player and one of the greatest of all time.
That is such a fantastic point, Alex, of if we are 60 games into the year and we're currently sitting as a 2 or 3 seed and we're on we have championship aspirations, the last thing you want someone to do is say, "Hey guys, I'm going to announce my retirement," and create a media frenzy that is going to completely add a bunch of distractions to the locker room. So I feel that if LeBron were to announce it, it would have to be before the season, and it ain't going to be this season. So we'll see what happens, but Cleveland makes the most sense. Golden State is probably still the favorite because that's been the buzz for the longest time, and because part of us all want to see it as like a Globetrotters effect, as you mentioned. But Cleveland is still the scariest landing spot.
The Golden Boys?
The Golden Boys.
Well, he would kind of be going in, obviously. How old is James Harden?
Closer. 32. No,
he's still
if Anthony Davis is 33, no. James Harden is older than that. James Harden is 36 years old. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So back end, but not on the same, closer to LeBron James.
Yeah.
With a younger,
Yeah.
He's in Cleveland. Did Kobe tell us that? Did Kobe Price?
Kobe told us he is in Cleveland.
Yeah, that he's in Cleveland right now. I haven't creeped his page in a bit, so.
I will admit I did not know he was currently hanging in Cleveland.
I thought he was in L.A. because we were talking in our pre-show even with Andrew. It looked like he was in L.A. like 100%.
He gassed up the private jet in Van Nuys.
Kobe Price let us know that he is in Cleveland. So he told L.A. this morning that he was no longer going to continue his career with the Lakers while he was in Cleveland, but he was, again, at his house, not with the Cavs, but he will play for another team next year.
Cleveland has a lot of things going for it, but if it was the summertime and I had billions of dollars, I ain't spending my summer in Cleveland unless I'm there to maybe relay some information.
Something. LA, we want to hear from you. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. How are you feeling about LeBron James deciding that he will not be a Laker next season, but will continue his NBA career just with another team? Is it going to be the Cavs? Is it going to be the Golden Boy Warriors?
The Golden Boys. You know, KJ was our 5th caller, and we were, 5 for 5 on callers who are excited that he's gone? Did anybody call to defend him?
I don't think so.
I don't think anybody called.
I don't think so. But it also goes to the fact, like, KJ calling in was just talking about why Laker fans never fully accepted him. Yeah. And we did a whole segment on that, was even though Kobe Bryant gave his blessing for Laker fans and like, hey, LeBron James is going to come in and he's going to help elevate this brand and our Lakers just way of being back to where we were, because between the Kobe and the LeBron era, it was like, I want to. What are those things called that like roll in Western movies? The tumbleweeds.
Oh,
it was kind of
that.
Yeah, they had like news, but it was like not news that was happening on the basketball court. And LeBron James helped elevate you guys. He brought the Lakers a championship. This is where I understand fans saying LA fans are a little greedy because like the fact that he just brought us one wasn't good enough. You guys. That is great.
Yes, it is.
That is great.
There was a Western Conference Finals appearance in there as well. And it is important to highlight how dismal the years were even before Kobe retired. Like, there were 5 years of losing seasons before LeBron's first year. Now, granted, that was a losing season as well, but it was clearly a step towards something new happening. The Anthony Davis trade happens, and then they win the championship. But Kobe's final years were not winning years. We loved it because Kobe was out there. And granted, he had a lot of injuries. He had the labrum, which was the 17-win season, which I think is the worst in Lakers history. There was a 27-win year. There was like a 30-something. Like, it was bad.
It was bad.
It's the Lakers, and we always think bright lights championships. It was ugly, and LeBron showed up and
turned it around.
2 seasons. Turned it around, and as excited as I am for a new era, I do not want to even for a second make it seem like I am not grateful for what he did after that 5 years of brutal basketball.
Initial reaction, you guys? I'm sad he's not a Laker anymore. Okay? I'm mourning. I've been in kind of like post-mortem where I've just kind of kept thinking about like, oh, I remember these times. Like, oh, that was really cool. Got to brag that like we had one of the greatest of all times on our team in LeBron James. Like it. Laker fans, like, It's interesting because, again, like you said, I think we were like all of our callers today were happy that he's gone. I ain't happy. Okay. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, more of like, was the writing on the wall? Should we have seen this coming with LeBron James leaving LA? But you guys, we've had two big stars leave LA today. LeBron James, no longer a Laker, and it's sounding like Kawhi Leonard is heading back to Toronto. More on that when we come back. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube at The Fan LA, we appreciate you being here. And we appreciate you being a part of the show today, you guys. We've had some good callers with the breaking news we got this morning that LeBron James is no longer a Laker, you guys. He informed the Lakers this morning he was going to continue his NBA career, but it would not be here in LA. We want to hear from you. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Are you sad? Are you happy about it? I want to know did we miss something? Like, was the writing on the wall? Because now that you kind of go back and you're thinking about all these different situations and all of these sound bites that were happening. And I mentioned off the top of the show, now I'm looking back to the game that I was covering in March, where it kind of felt like it was the turning point for the Lakers. LeBron had taken on that number 3 role, had kind of accepted it. They were in the middle or the midst in the beginning of that crazy run.
15-2.
that they went on in March, and it was a game that LeBron like dove on the floor to get a ball. Austin Reeves had the purposeful miss free throw that then got it and made the shot, and then you had Luka Doncic with this first OT buzzer beater shot as a Laker, and the place just went wild and it was electric and everyone was so happy. And then I was talking to LeBron in the locker room, and his demeanor and his tone just did not seem excited, even though it was like one of the most exciting Laker games of the season. And like, I was thinking, maybe this is just his attitude this season. But no, we're learning that like he just was not happy. He was not happy in this new regime of no longer being the Buss family's team, with Jeannie Buss selling the team to the Dodgers ownership group, it being Luka Doncic's team without LeBron even being a second or third thought. And I think the fact that we heard Luka give his wants and needs to the front office of it being, I want you to keep Austin Reeves and I want you to get an A-list center, but maybe did not mention the fact that I want you to keep LeBron James, that right there, to stay in a place, especially being one of the greatest of all time and knowing that this is the end of your career and you want to feel happy and you want to feel wanted in a place, that right there might have been the cherry on top.
There is very rarely a peaceful transition of power amongst a sports team of across any, whether it's college, whether it's NFL, high school even, without the player who initially had the power leaving. Meaning if there is a team captain and he's the starting quarterback and then he gets his spot taken, yeah, it's easy on the field for the new starter just to take the snaps from him. But in regards to the dynamic, the chemistry, the locker room, it's always going to be strange. And that's just how sports go. There is ego involved. There's pride involved. And to wear the crown for 2 decades, essentially, and then one day be expected to hand it over even though you feel it's still yours. There was no way that was going to be a peaceful transition. And if you are the Lakers and you just make a blockbuster trade for Luka Doncic and you want to lay out your plan for him so that he'll sign his extension, there's no way you can convince him to sign that extension without giving him the crown. So you take the crown from LeBron, whether he wants to give it up or not.
It wasn't a past.
It was not passed
It was a
over.
heist.
Yes, Alex, that's exactly what it was. It was a heist. And everyone on the team and almost everyone in the fandom understands why. Because it's Luka, and he's 27, 25 when he came over. And you have to make him happy because he's the future. But LeBron was just the last to understand why it was happening, and to his credit, he is playing at a level that no 40-year-old should ever be able to play at, but it did complicate the transition of power.
But there were a couple different situations that he thought were going to work out and didn't, whether it was Anthony Davis and him eventually passing the team off to AD and being the new face of the Lakers, but AD just couldn't stay healthy, and that was, I think, what led to the Lakers wanting and willing to trade him for Luka Doncic. Also a younger, you see one of the great, one of the futures of the league. And then also once they got Luka Doncic, him thinking like, okay, this is going to be the 1-2 punch. We can do this together. And clearly that wasn't the case, because Luka attached on to Austin Reeves and to Jackson Hayes, and those were their guys, and that's who he was putting his neck out for, not LeBron James. And again, I can't speak to, I wasn't around both of them. I don't know the relationship, but what we see just in the media and on social media, it was all Luka and Austin, and LeBron was the odd man out. Anytime there is an odd group, like say I come from 4 girls. So everyone's always paired off.
Yes.
Like there always has to be a pair. Anytime there's 3 together, someone's always left out. As much as you want to try to include someone, there's always going to be a clique. And with LeBron James, he got left out of the clique once AD left and once Luka came in and he decided to attach on to Austin Reeves.
Yes. Finding out that your good friend and Anthony Davis, who you basically told management to bring in, finding out that he was being traded via group chat, finding out because Anthony Davis hits the group chat and says, guys, they just traded me. And then you see Anthony Davis has left the group chat. Like, when you're LeBron and you are...
Did we know that happened?
Yeah.
Wait, so he was in the group chat and then it said Anthony Davis left the group chat?
He told them this
savage.
He used some swear words that I'm going to work my way around.
Okay.
But he said, blank, blank, just traded me, bruh. That's the quote. That's how everyone in the Lakers group chat found out. And then not long after that, he wished them good luck, and it said Anthony Davis left the group chat. So if you're LeBron James and you are used to dictating trades, dictating who your team drafts, dictating who they sign, who they don't sign, that must be a devastating blow, and I understand why that would feel personal. But I also understand if you are the Buss family who was calling the shots at the time, thinking, we've done everything for you, and it hasn't worked out. And
we drafted your son.
And now we're going to bring in somebody who we are going to hand the crown to. I totally understand how LeBron sees that as personal, which is why I see the quote that his team gave Shams earlier this morning, how specific the wording is, how LeBron informed the Lakers that the franchise can move on without him, even though all the reports have said that the Lakers were going to move on without him anyway. It's going to be a summer of PR. He said, she said, they said, we said, they said, and we'll never get the definitive answer.
We might, though. I can't wait for the documentary that comes out maybe after his career or like about the last season of his career, and he'll share why he decided to go where he was. And he's got to spill a little bit of tea, right? We got to get a little bit of the dirt.
Once he's retired, I think you're right. A mini version of not The Last Dance, but the last years. Yeah. You know what? This will be the opening scene for what the last 2 years of LeBron James' year.
You think he's going to play for another 2 years?
I think he plays 1 year with wherever he goes.
Yeah.
And then I know everyone has said otherwise. I just feel LeBron James loves a good story, and he wants a retirement tour, and I feel there will be some retirement essence in his final year.
So interesting. We want to hear from you, LA. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Let's go to Mitch in New Jersey. How are we feeling, Mitch? Are you happy about the LeBron news? We got him? Mitch in Jersey, we got him? Hello?
Hope so.
Yeah, there we go.
Hey.
How are we feeling about it?
Shay. Oh, good. How you guys doing? Love the show. Love the station. Good show, needless to say. I think we kept the wrong James, to be honest. Okay, all right.
Explain?
Okay.
Oh, Ronnie.
Because we got Ronnie.
I was like, what do you mean?
Mitch is saying it was just a mix-up of a paperwork. That's all it was.
You know, he did it to himself, kind of. You know, dragging it on. I know there's so many things I wanted to say now. I'm trying to forget. God almighty. He needed a center? Why don't you play a center? I think he still hurt a lot. He could play center. I wish he could play center. Play till you're 45, like Tom Brady or George Blanda. Stay home. Stop just moving around. Stop being so fickle. I mean, the only part of him is always about me. He has to put his 2 cents about everything. He's like a sports caller. You know what I'm saying? But for this move, I hope they bring in 2 guys to take his place. Could we be in the Jaylen Brown sweepstakes or even MJ, Michael Porter Jr.? Is that a possibility? There's another player that's out there, too.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's my mind, but that's me. It's my fault. It's me, not you. There's a couple of guys that are being up for trade. We got to get 2 guys to replace this guy. And we're stuck with DeAndre Ayton. He's like a box of chocolates.
You never know what you're going to get. It's like life is like a box of chocolates. You never know you're going to get. Mitch, thank you so much for...
Love you, Mitch.
For calling. Yeah, it's hard. And it's true. It is going to take 2 players to replace LeBron James. But now you got to look at Rob Pelinka. This is going to be... he is literally piecing together a team for his career. What can he do for the Lakers in kind of this last attempt to put together a championship team?
He has to land Jalen Duren, who is supposed to meet with the Lakers later today after meeting with the Kings.
Is he restricted free agent?
He's restricted, but Detroit had their opportunity to give Jalen Duren the max or something close. Apparently, they are very far apart. So yes, whatever the Lakers offer Jalen Duren, the Pistons can match, but they are very far apart right now. So if you're Rob Pelinka, you have to land Jalen Duren or you have to land Walker Kessler because, to my understanding, those are the two most available A1 centers that are remaining.
Yeah.
If you are Rob Pelinka and as you're sitting right now, LeBron James is not coming back. There is no A-list center. Rui Hachimura is rumored to be signing with either Brooklyn or San Antonio, and Marcus Smart is rumored to be signing a 3-year deal with the Houston Rockets. Not only did you not improve on last year's roster, this roster is significantly worse.
What are you doing? Who do you have?
If Rob Pelinka does not make a miracle happen, he will be another team's GM next season.
Like, who do you even, how do you fill all of those spots?
You can't. And so that A-list center can cover up some things, but you still need to get depth. Even if you get depth, you still need to get that A-list center. There has to be a move made by tonight. There has to be something.
There's got to be a move up his sleeve that we don't know about. We're not even thinking about.
For his sake, I hope so.
Well, for the Lakers' sake, I hope so. So we can be contenders this year. So what's been their biggest move? Overpaying Austin Reeves to make Luka happy?
That's the only thing that they've done so far.
That's it.
And as far as big men who are still out there, Jonathan Kuminga became available, but he's 6'7". He's a forward, not a center. But if you go out there and get Jonathan Kuminga, John Collins, who I really like, he put up some good minutes for the Clippers. You can go and get him as a depth piece in addition to your center. But the pickings are slim. And where I will give Rob Pelinka some credit is they pulled off the Luka trade, and no one saw that coming. If he does not have a similar move up his sleeve, go to Costco. They if you go to the back of Costco, they have big boxes where you could put all your stuff in very easily, and it's time to start packing up the office.
He's gonna be just fine. Obviously, he got his contract extension as Jeannie Buss was getting ready to sell the team, but it's also really interesting too because the Lakers' thank you to LeBron was the Jeannie Buss quote, and Jeannie was the one who brought in LeBron James to be a part of this family style run franchise, and it's a completely different place to where LeBron decided to come to when he came to LA. It was the Lakers are family friendly. We take care of our people. We are loyal. And the Dodgers ownership group is about as opposite as you can get. It's we are here to win championships and we don't care who you are. We're going to do whatever it takes to get there. And that's what he was coming in. That was the change that he decided, okay, on top of the I don't feel wanted here, maybe because Luka didn't request that being one of the things, but also you might not want it to be like, oh, what now? You need your star player to want me, even though I was your star player.
Right.
Nah.
You know, what's so upsetting about the whole thing is it could have been so amicable. Both sides got what they wanted. LeBron brought the Lakers back to relevancy. LeBron brought the Lakers a championship. And the Lakers, on the other side, they gave LeBron any money that he wanted. They literally drafted his son. They brought over Anthony Davis.
They paid his son last night.
Even though it didn't work out, we brought in the guys that you like. Both sides got exactly what they wanted. LeBron is cemented in media and entertainment for as long as he this should have been an amicable split like Kawhi and the Clippers. Egos.
Well, that was quiet. Kawhi
was quiet.
Yeah, there you go. He's like the most behind, superstar. He is the most I don't need the light kind of superstar there is.
But he left in an amicable way. No Clippers fan is blaming Kawhi, and Kawhi is not mad at the Clippers. And even when
Clippers fans have crazy outspoken fans like Laker fans though?
In the arena. In the arena they do. As far as like the social media
you
ether,
need championships.
No.
I think you need championships to be an obnoxious fan.
But it is still a level of everyone here got what they wanted. It didn't work out the way that we thought it would, but we can all leave with smiles going on to our next chapter. And now we're gonna have to deal with the summer of he said, she said.
Yeah, this is wild. LA losing 2 big stars today. LeBron James sharing that he will no longer continue his career with the Lakers, and Kawhi Leonard reportedly getting traded back, running it back with Toronto, where he won his last championship. So wild day. And I feel like there's going to be even more news once free agency gets underway. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, D-Mac and Reiter joining us for some crosstalk. Don't go anywhere. Biggest stars in the City Championship Celebrity Challenge. It's happening on Saturday, July 11th. So guys, for fans who are thinking about coming out on July 11th, just paint the picture of the night and what fans can expect when they get there.
I think it's going to be very energized. It's going to be music. We got some special guests that's going to come out and perform at halftime. We all going to be able to be accessible to the fans, meet and greet, get your autograph signed, bring the kids out, take pictures. I mean, it's going to be full. Marathon Burger. Rest in peace to my bro, Nipsey Hussle. But, it's the marathon continues, man. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just going to be an overall good thing for the city. It's at Northmount High School. Very personal. Pop out, man. Come meet us. Come shake your hand. Take a picture.
I think it's going to be good. There's going to be a lot of stars there. City of champions. I think it's good for the city for sure.
Who's going to win? Let's put it out right now. We're getting competitive, right?
Team Jackpot. Team Jackpot.
Team K9, man.
We are so excited for this, you guys. Deshaun Jackson, Keyshawn Nixon leading LA's biggest stars in the City Championship Celebrity Challenge on Saturday, July 11th. You can still get your tickets. We're also giving away tickets every day right here on 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock. Vereen, thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. We have been honoring Laker LeBron James, who is no longer continuing his career here in LA with all those viral songs that everyone had. If you're just listening to us, you guys
found out you're here now.
It's crosstalk time. D-Mac and Reiter joining the show. I gotta know, where were you and what was your reaction when you found out that LeBron James is no longer a Laker?
I was doing a podcast.
Oh,
actually.
you were live?
I just finished it, and I got a note from Ryan Pershinger, our executive producer.
Yeah.
and I saw it, and my first thing I thought was, I need to click on this to make sure it's not a fake Shams account.
Oh,
That's
again.
the first thing I thought. And then I kind of thought, and I'm curious where you guys want him to go,
Yeah.
where your sort of desired location. My thought was, this is going to be a great day to do sports talk radio in LA.
Yeah.
Number 2, selfish.
Wild. We've had a lot of callers.
I bet.
Today. People are happy he's gone. I'm not. My initial reaction was like, I'm sad. He turned this Lakers franchise around. I remember where I was when we found out the news that he was coming to LA. I was on Undisputed. We were on air, and I was bragging to everybody. I was like, yeah, we got the king. The king's coming to LA. This is going to be so sick. I can't wait to be a part of whatever he brings here, and it's going to be championships. And he did. He brought a championship to LA.
Where were you when you found out?
Yeah, I was chilling, prepping for the show.
No, when LA.
Oh, back in LA. Man, I was probably... Man, you know what? I was at Warner Brothers Studios at the time. I remember getting the update, going crazy. I mean, I was like, hey, this is a franchise that missed the playoffs 5 straight years. It felt like an eternity since they were relevant. And LeBron James, I remember we were flight tracking, remember? And then we got the kind of the old school facts, Rich Paul, how he kind of had the news coming out. Look, for me, I always view the Lakers as you just want the next star. Who's the next superstar? So I was like you. I wanted LeBron James in LA, wanted to be relevant, wanted to win another championship. As you mentioned, he delivered. Like, one championship is so much more than 0 championships. It's not 10 championships, but you can't say that it was an absolute failure or anything like that.
No,
it was not.
One more than 0.
I'm just saying, ask Dan Marino how much one championship
me
is.
and D-Mac speak the same language because I know exactly what you meant by that, but I love seeing your facial reaction like 1-0.
Well, I don't want to do our show before the show. I will say this. I'm glad he's still going to play, and I'm glad he made his decision early enough that he can find the best fit, and the Lakers have some notice.
I have compiled a list of scariest destinations that he can go to. Golden State is not on that list. It would be fun. Alex,
can I guess your number 1?
Okay, go.
I didn't actually listen to this today.
Okay.
We were prepping.
Oh yeah, you were a liar.
I cheated yesterday. Not a liar, Brock. I was a content creator. I think the scariest place he can go where he can still claim credit is the Spurs.
Yep, Spurs, Denver, because Denver needs to convince Jokic. Jokic is refusing to sign his extension, which he's eligible for, until they prove that they can build a better team around him. So Spurs is scary. Denver's scary. He probably wouldn't want to do this, but Minnesota makes a ton of sense. And Cleveland is scary. If Cleveland decides to keep Mobley and Allen, that's a scary team. And you just substitute Strus to come off the bench for LeBron James. By leaving the Lakers, LeBron is saying it's no longer about money, and there's no minimum number anymore that you have to reach because the Lakers were going to give me more money than anyone else. And I feel that opens the floodgates to every single team. You have to at least call and say, we got $15 million if you want it. You want to come play here?
Well, Kobe Price told us today, we had him on the show, that LeBron is currently in Cleveland right now. So he let the Lakers know this information while he is at his house in Cleveland.
Would you guys want him, and I think they're in the apron, this would be very hard to do, but would you want him to go to the Knicks? If you're the Knicks, would you want LeBron if you could make that work?
No,
don't mess the chemistry. They're already like an older, like you don't need...
Because that was the
Doesn't
favorite.
make sense.
The last 2 times he moved, that was largely the sort of betting favorite and the sort of NBA insider favorite where he would land.
Do Brunson and him get along? Do we know if they have a relationship?
Brunson's super chill.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
I feel that we're in a situation right now where LeBron either wants to be next to a young superstar that he can put under his wing, or he can be around his friends. In Cleveland, there will be enough old guys to where I have something to talk about, as opposed to Austin Reeves and Luka being half my age, and what the heck are we going to relate to? If I go to Golden State, okay, I'm with my buddies who I hang out in the offseason anyways. This will be fine. If I go to Minnesota, me and Rudy Gobert, we're a bunch of old guys. I'm not hanging with Ant and LaMelo and all those guys, but at least there's another adult here. And if I go to San Antonio, this is Wemby's show, but I'm the old vet, and I get the respect in that light. I think he will always be concerned about the narrative, and I think that's going to play a factor here. Why I bring that up is because if you go to New York, the narrative is LeBron leached on to the reigning champs.
What about Miami? If he and Riley can find their way back to pretending to like each other. Giannis is there.
I think you have to surround it with a lot of shooting, with a lot of young athleticism, and I'm curious if there is enough of that left over from the first rush of free agency to help. I would like to see it, but I wouldn't consider it a threat initially.
Did you say his house is there or Giannis
No,
is there?
Giannis is there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
He might have a house. Nothing would. I mean,
Probably.
He's got the money.
Actually, yeah.
We'll get away.
I mean, if you're LeBron, though, I mean, to me, I'm prioritizing where can I win a championship and who's going to embrace the farewell tour and the optics of it. I think San Antonio is interesting to me. I think that's the one team where you could feel really good about his championship odds, and he would get the most credit for not having to be the number one there. Like, if he's a number two with a young GOAT, it's like the passing the torch to the league. I think that'd be viewed differently as compared to if he goes to the Knicks or another team like that. You could win.
The hell out of Pop. Who's
there's the
emeritus.
connection to Pop there.
And you get the credit of bringing them a championship.
I totally agree.
If you win a championship, you do get enough of the credit.
But I mean, what we talk about, this dude's trying to. I mean, that's another op, though, right? I mean, that's another guy he went against when he was in Miami. You go to the Spurs. If he goes to the Warriors, that's who he went against. Who was
I
at
don't
Cleveland.
think he cares. Here's the thing.
He should care, though. I mean, I would care if I was LeBron, right?
LeBron, I'm with you.
Yeah.
LeBron thinks that he can. LeBron's like, I'll make my own rules. Like LeBron a long time ago decided, I'm going to set the agenda for how I view success. Where I don't think he cares how he's viewed. That's not true.
You got to respect that.
I don't think he cares.
Yeah.
I don't think he sees himself as a mercenary.
I mean, it's crazy because, as you mentioned, the championship breakdown for LeBron James. He won with the Heat against OKC, won with the Heat against the Spurs, and then he won with Cleveland against the Warriors, and then obviously with the Lakers against the Heat. All of these teams are in the conversation, minus OKC, of like where he could end up.
That is wild to me. I mean, now it's like it was 24 hours ago. I felt like it was just the Warriors. Now all these other teams emerging. You mentioned back and being
The
Ohio.
Cowsey odds are
It's
are
crazy.
Is it? Have you been watching?
They were Cleveland 87% 2 or 3 hours ago, and then when you and I were hanging out prepping the show, they dropped in front of us from 57 to 56. And last I looked, it was 43 Cleveland. 40. Sorry, they were up for the Warriors. It could be 90% Warriors, and they dropped to 40.
Cleveland.
Yeah.
Okay. Warriors were the betting favorite.
Oh.
And then last I looked an hour ago, it was 43-43.
Yeah,
Cleveland
I mean,
Warriors.
the fact that he's in Cleveland right now and you're in Cleveland delivering the news, like LeBron, everything has a purpose. Like he is very intentional with every single thing that he does. If you're delivering the news
every summer, he does an Akron I Promise school
Oh,
thing.
is that what's happening?
I used to go to that every summer just to like
Well, they're
interview
at-
him.
oh.
I don't know.
You think that's
I
what's
think
happening
and Cleveland
right
kind
now?
of checks the
they
box
took me off
off
their
where
mailing
if you win a
list.
championship there, you can make the case he would be the best player on that Cleveland team.
Yeah.
At least he'd be close to it. Like I could see him winning at least making a finals run there.
So, question: do you think the writing was on the wall when we've been talking about a lot this offseason that Luka asked for two things from the Lakers? I want Austin Reeves and I want an A-list center. We did not hear him say
that's right.
anything about LeBron James. I want LeBron James back. How much of a factor do you think that was in it?
My partner yesterday brought this up and brought up the fact that it felt like a couple who don't speak and haven't quite told the kids in the world they're getting divorced.
Yeah.
And
They both down the Tinder app.
Yeah,
You know what I
today
mean?
LeBron and the Lakers sat everybody down and said, well, we're getting divorced.
Yeah.
We still love each other, but it just doesn't work.
Which kind of makes sense when you're seeing the Lakers thank you to LeBron was just the Jeannie Buss quote. And Jeannie Buss saying how much LeBron will always be a part of the Lakers family. And then it was just LeBron quote tweeting that saying, thank you. I hope I made, at least a few people proud.
Luka, don't let the door hit you on the way out. Itch.
Dude, that's the thing, though, is what we've discussed quite a bit today is there was always a disconnect between diehard Lakers fandom and LeBron James because if he won 5 championships here, he was still never going to be seen amongst the Kobe's, the Jerry West, the Kareems, and
the Shaq.
A lot of those guys had success elsewhere, but LeBron, his success was to his detriment. He had already accomplished so much, but I feel why he's so hurt right now, seemingly, is because he will always wonder why he wasn't embraced. And I'm shocked that he did not see on paper why you were never going to be put, no matter what you did, amongst those names. But I think he really wanted that.
I think whoever followed Kobe was never going to get the love and respect.
But Kobe gave his blessing.
It doesn't matter.
He
I think
gave his blessing
it
for
could have
LeBron
been
James.
Anybody on the face of the planet. Luka's going to have it easier because he'll be compared to LeBron.
And to LeBron, and you look at what LeBron came into, right? When Kobe was with the Lakers, it was still Jerry West, it was still Jerry Buss. I mean, this is a very dysfunctional Lakers organization. I think that time will be good to his legacy with the Lakers, but hey. Everyone had their mind made up on LBJ one way or the other.
We
right?
just had a side conversation while you guys were talking. LeBron James was like the rebound in a relationship from Kobe. After the great relationship ends and he retires, the second one is never going to be, the rebound is never going to be the
But it's like DiCaprio, though. You're getting multiple models. It's just going from one model to the next. You know what I'm saying?
Like, stepmom, the kids will
Did you say Leo?
Yeah, it's like DiCaprio going supermodel to supermodel.
I thought you said the Cap. I was like, what's the Cap?
DiCaprio.
DiCaprio.
LeBron's a little old for DiCaprio.
What? He is. I don't want that visual. I don't want that visual. I'm just so sad, you guys. Okay? I'm sad. Don't go anywhere because D-Mac and Reiter are going to have a time with the news. LeBron James no longer a Laker. Thank you for hanging out. This was Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.